The world has changed. Game development has changed. In 2019, G-Dux was created as a platform to give a voice to all game developers. It is a virtual conference made by game devs for game devs. It was a groundbreaking idea. However, this year, everybody and their mom is throwing a virtual conference. But what sets G-Dux apart from all of these copycats is that we have presenters telling their story not just about their wins, but also highlighting their hardships to become successful. For 3 days straight, from June 1st to the 3rd, anybody with an internet connection can tune in to arm themselves with the best tools and advice to not only survive the industry, but thrive.
We have speakers that will teach you how to survive long term and demystify marketing. Come and learn how to protect your own work and your brand. We review a case study from an indie game and understand the conceptual process behind it. Overall, look at the game industry and move forward with a business mindset, and teach you how to navigate that world through the lens of an artist. We will discuss important topics like the emerging market of user-generated content and what that means to us developers from a legal standpoint. Furthermore, take measure the tools that we have thus far and talk about how to move across different industries outside of games. We will acknowledge how game development is evolving and how we can remove technical barriers to make games faster. But that's not all. We have amazing developers that will be streaming gameplay live and provide behind-the-scenes commentary of the development of these games, such as Scott, The Children of Light, Figment, Creep Valley, Anew, The Distant Light. Finally, to cap off the best virtual game conference ever, we'll be doing technical breakdowns of amazing personal art projects to get you to approach your projects with a bigger purpose.
For your own well-being, I hope to see you there on June 1st. This is an official call for all game devs to report to gdux.me immediately. Blue Champs, over.
Hey everybody, welcome to the third day of G-Dux. This is a 3-day live streaming event to tell the hero's journey of every presenter, of how they navigated through the industry, and highlight all the hardships and the success that they have to kind of go down to key points to you guys out there who are watching and joining us from all over the world to upgrade your game dev career. So I am your host, Brandon Pham. You can find me or tweet at me at Blue Champs or GDUXME. You can see on the nameplate down here, as well as going to gdux.me. I've been doing this about 3 times. This is the 3rd time we're doing G-Dux, but I host a weekly podcast called Game Dev Unchained for those who don't know, and you can find that on Spotify or Apple or anywhere that you listen to podcasts, which is, again, a weekly episode. It's been a crazy last 3 days. It's always a bit fun. It gets a little bit tricky at the beginning as I'm kind of rusty because I only do this every 6 months. But then by the end of by the end of the 2nd day, actually, I start to hit really my rhythm and talk to you guys. It gets a lot easier and don't have to really look at my teleprompter as much. So I'm relaxed. I'm rested. We do this for like 7 straight hours. And for the last 2 days, we had about like 8 presenters, 9 to 10 presenters. And it's a mixture of speakers, technical breakdowns, and game demos. So hopefully, if you're just joining us right now, you get to have a glimpse of what we're all about. And for those who have been watching the last 2 days, I want to thank you for your support. So one of the things I want to cover and make sure that you guys and point you guys over to our Discord channel. So our Discord channel, if you go to gdux.me, we have a lot of presenters over there. A lot of people who are watching are interacting with each other within the channels, and it's a great way to kind of follow up with any of the presenters today to talk about any questions, right? So we are taking questions with everybody as soon as the presentation is done, but there's a limited amount of time. So so any questions that you don't get that doesn't get asked on air, you can follow up with them in the Discord channel. On top of that, we are lucky enough to be sponsored by Masterpiece VR for this G-Dux. So we're doing something really great with them, which is they are partnering up with us to give away 10 free indie licenses for their software, Masterpiece VR. So the VR landscape is a huge landscape, and there's a lot of tools like Masterpiece VR that is making game development a lot easier, a lot faster. I truly believe it's the future, where you can put on a goggle and work with 3D. It makes sense for a developer. So we're teaming up with them, and they're gracious enough to kind of give away 10 free licenses. And all you need to do is go to gdux.me and sign up to our mailing list and be a part of that. Go ahead and tweet at Masterpiece VR as well as gdux.me to talk about which presenter or presentation that you really dig the last 2 days or throughout today. So if you do those two things, you are automatically entered into the raffle. And we're already having a lot of great responses from people enjoying a plethora of different presentations. And I want you guys to not miss out on that for sure and get something, right? And it's been crazy, man. It's been fun. If anything, what I've been saying the last two days is that 2020 sucks. You know, the pandemic has really taken everybody by surprise, and we've been quarantining for the last it feels like since the beginning of the year, right? We're in June, but let's say February, end of February is when we really paid attention to this. And I think on a personal note, it's been tough for me. I think the first month, even with me working from home before this all happened, this is quite a change, because if you're a parent like myself, it's a lot to ask to become full-time teachers at the same time. So the world is adjusting and changing with it, and the game industry, if anything, is finally stabilizing. I've talked to this many times on podcasts. I think the last 2 days we kind of mentioned and ran some Unchained report clips, especially with Brad Hart, the CTO Perforce, file source version control software. So you can imagine with his stance and where his company is at, Perforce is used throughout all game studios, and even with a lot of game development using Perforce or software just like it, it was a challenge for a lot of industry vets and companies to kind of set up for this. A lot of IT infrastructure and using VPN to kind of pipe in all at once. It takes an adjustment. It takes some time to kind of set up correctly, but all of a sudden everyone's asked to work from home, and the turnaround was within a week, essentially. And realistically, it took maybe a month or two after for every game studio to kind of pipe in game devs to continue working from home. Now that things are stabilizing, we're 2 months in, the echo that I'm hearing around the studios or around the industry is that people are finally adjusted. Companies are already setting people up. People who didn't have nice computer rigs before have a company issued computer for them to work from. And so I am looking forward to see what the result of this is when you're not restricted. A game company isn't restricted by the best game developer within the area, but throughout the world. And that's what remote working can lead to and can be very exciting. So I hope you guys are excited as I am, because this is an unprecedented time. But it's a new chapter for game developers to finally be accepted uh, as a remote worker. And though I don't believe all game companies are going to be adopting this new method when things go back to normal, where people are invited back to the office, essentially, I do see it as a positive change, and a good percentage of anything will start allowing some time during the week for developers to have that choice. And I think that's a positive step and something to really be excited about. Uh, Also, I want to thank you for everyone's, especially the presenter, for coming on, and everybody who've been reaching out in social media and talking to me directly. Right, I'm very approachable and accessible. I know I'm in this secluded, nice motel office, but within Discord, within Twitter, I try my best to kind of respond to you guys, especially providing a platform for game devs, right? So G-Dux was initially realized as a place where game devs can promote, can talk about issues, and not be restricted by any corporate filter, right? I run this place pretty independently, as you can tell. There's nobody behind the camera, right? I share a motel room by myself, so to speak. So it isn't uncommon for me to talk pretty openly. And when I invite presenters to come on the show, I encourage them to do the same, because about 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, is when I started to look past my 9 to 5 to reach out and wanted a place to voice my concerns about the industry openly without any repercussion. Of course, I come from a background of AAA, and about 5 years ago, it was pretty taboo to talk anything bad about the industry, because on a personal level, it's very career suicidal to think and talk that way, because you become pretty unhireable if you talk bad about a major company, right? And to this day, I don't tend to do that. I try to have a positive feedback loop, an open conversation with anything that I complain about, and which is why Game Dev Unchained was born. Game Dev Unchained, the original podcast. If there's a mystery out there for anyone that's seeing this guy and hearing my voice for the first time, Game Dev Unchained is the originator of G-Dux. So G-Dux, GDUX, actually stands for Game Dev Unchained Expo. Whoa, mind blown, right? So Game Dev Unchained was created years ago as a selfish way for me to kind of reach out to professionals who are people that I respected, people who are at a place where, despite of all the complaints, the crunching and the politics within the office, and the restrictions of commuting and moving across the country, these are people that I respected because they still found a way to become successful within the game industry, right? So for the podcast and for the heart of what G-Dux is finding these professionals, big or small, working at AAA companies, or what they call quad A companies now, to the smaller companies, which is as much as like a single developer. I wanted to kind of find out what worked, what didn't, and what kind of hurdles they had to jump through or jump over to get to where they are today, right? And that's the biggest thing I want you guys to walk away from all these presentations, especially the last 2 days. If you haven't seen those, especially today as you're tuning in, you're going to really realize that as a game developer, we're actually a very valuable commodity now. If anything, the last 2 years have taught me, as I'm finally doing my own thing and running my own businesses, is that the game developer have a huge future ahead of us. And that's because a lot of the game tools are finally getting to a place where other industries are kind of turning their heads. All right, and this is I'm not even talking about Facebook getting into our industry, Google. I mean, that has been the trend the last few years. Major tech companies having some skin in the game, and I actually celebrate that because a lot of these developers who were struggling, uh, being limited with salary because we, on average, get paid a little lower than all these other tech companies. They're finding stability in these tech companies now, still doing what they love doing. It's just in a non-traditional way uh, of an actual game, right? The idea of creating a game from scratch, right? These companies are using game tools to create uh, real-time demos, real-time interaction. It's an extension of what game development is and what games are, which is a way for the audience to interact with the viewers or the players, right? If that if we just boil it down to essentially what games are, a lot of these industries are taking that and running with it. I mean, we're talking about architectural visualization, right? These are architects, right? These are people who are actually making physical things, but they're using Unreal, they're using Unity to express their ideas within the engine, and furthermore, they're inviting their clients to walk through the space, and that's what a game level is, right? Even though they're not making a shooter by the end of it, but basically walking someone through and visualizing it with VR, with anything, with the iPad, of what their space could look like before they actually build it, which is a huge improvement. And they're all using game developers essentially, because the knowledge that we've built up the last 20, 30 years applying to these applications. The auto industry is a big industry for gamers or game developers because we're in there. A lot of these autopilot programs, autonomous programs, are using engines to kind of simulate the streets because it's the most effective way to kind of test their vehicles without actually putting their AI car out there and crashing into people, right? You can crash into people within the within the game engines, right? I mean, the whole point is to avoid crashing into people, which is why they're using simulations with game engines to kind of figure that out. There's a huge industry out there outside of the traditional game industry, and it's given me a lot of hope and a lot of love for what I do, and it's been very adventurous to see that develop in the span of when I started the podcast versus 5 years ago to now. Like even the last 2 years, it's been so fun, so awesome, and the future looks really bright. I mean, yesterday we ran a Unchained report, which is a glimpse of next week's episode with Ray Graham, who is a frequent roundtable episode guest, and we discussed the Unreal Engine 5 demo, right? And how amazing it looks and how baffled veteran game developers are just by looking at it. I mean, they haven't shared too many details of what's under the hood, but the future is bright. I mean, if it's getting to that level of fidelity and having that many graphical information on screen in real time, that is what makes our medium so exciting, because when you can get it to look good, sound good, play well, and it's all happening by reacting to an input from the player, from a client, from whatever, it to me is the ultimate expression of art, right? It to me is the ultimate expression of your creativity. So eventually we're going to get to that spot where everybody wants a piece of this. Like, why wouldn't you want to create something that engages people, right? Instead of I'm not movies and everything else has its place for sure. Not downplaying that. What I'm saying is that, you know, there's a reason why gamers, game developers, and people who are starting to realize what games are participating in this field, because the future is bright, the future is fun. So again, I want to remind everybody that throughout the day, I will be checking in with you guys on Discord, through Twitter, uh, giving away Masterpiece VR software, and I would love for you guys to jump into Discord, because I would love to try to talk to you guys and get you into the program. And if you have something to promote, maybe we can talk about that. But on the Discord, there's a dedicated channel called Caller Hotline, and haven't used it throughout the last 2 days. But if I see people in there just hanging out in between each presenter, I'm going to try to throw it to you guys. This is a great place for you guys to talk about how you're feeling. And I want to check in with you guys, because I'm talking towards the camera. I don't really have a way to kind of listen what's being said. I do have moderators out there to gather and recon to kind of help filter in all the questions that you have the presenters. But if I can get you guys to go on that voice channel and pipe you guys in and talk and put it out there in the world and help whatever promotion that you have, I am wanting to do that. And that's what G-Dux is. What G-Dux is, right? Because we want to have this platform for game devs. I'm a game dev. There's no one behind the scene controlling me. It's just me. So anything, any message, any thoughts, be sure to jump into the Discord in the caller hotline. If you don't know where it is, go on the Discord. We do have moderators in there to kind of point you in the right direction. All right. That is the way for me to intro this. So before I talk about my next presenter, I do have a clip for you guys to kind of watch. And this is a subject that I always have been making fun. And I'm not making fun of anybody that's working at Magic Leap who have been impacted by the layoffs and the turmoil of COVID and all of that. But it is a story that I personally have been investing in and investigating to talk about, because VR is an exciting frontier, and like any new ventures, there are risk that comes with it. So there's a lot of companies that had promising futures, like Magic Leap, but haven't had the enough time to bring it to fruition. So this next clip right here, again, I'm not dogging anybody working Magic Leap. You guys are my brothers and sisters, but it is a subject that is worth mentioning and talking about. So without further ado, this is a clip, a roundtable discussion on the Game Dev Unchained podcast about what Magic Leap is doing, how they're doing, and what their future is looking like. Or the first topic of today of the roundtable news. And again, I just want to reiterate that these are opinions that only reflects upon ourselves and not of our companies. Right? I'm a lot safer than Ray over there, but I just want to reiterate that. So let's go into it. Why Magic Leap is scamming everybody. All right. So I'm gonna go over here and then switch my camera to this news article that we've been checking out here. So like the last time we talked, actually, it's funny how these roundtable news are tying into each other. Because it just takes about a month for things to kind of show its ugly colors, right? So Magic Leap the last time, kind of as a warning signal, a fire, or where there is a fire, there's smoke, right? Or when there's smoke, there's a fire.
There's fire.
They were asking $10 billion. That's kind of like a prayer, Hail Mary, that nobody bid on. And then shortly after they found out that no one's really liking them as much, they basically laid off, I think, a good portion of their staff.
It's like 1,000. It was like 1,000 people or something like that. They laid off.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were that big of a company to even start with.
Dude, they're enormous, man. Australia, Florida, offices in San Francisco. Enormous company. Yeah.
Well, I'm always impressed with these companies being able to build these hype trains. It's funny how these companies are all in your area, man. The Bay, they seem to be able to kind of hoard all this investor money and have nothing to show for.
Well, that's where the investors are. That's where all those like Kleiner Perkins and all those dudes are in the Bay Area. But like at the end of the day, right? I think I mess with Magic Leap, right? I tried it. I thought it was cool, right? I didn't think it was like $3,000 cool, right? And that's really what it all boils down to, is that unlike VR, they were able to get it. They weren't able to get the price down to something reasonable for that. So people on the streets would just be like, "Yeah, give me that," right? And with all of these things, the other thing I say about all these things is content sells, right? Content actually will sell the box, right? And I didn't see any content that would really sell that, right, to the mass market, especially at $2,000, $3,000 price point, right? And then they realized that too, and they realized they couldn't, or at least they currently were struggling with getting the price down to a consumer level. And so they're like, okay, let's just go with enterprise, right? And if you're to go with only enterprise, all of the things that are related to consumers, well, that's done, right? Gaming, the gaming applications and all that kind of stuff, just, well, you don't need to do that anymore, right? It's sad for the people that are working there, because just overnight jobs are gone, especially during this time. Getting laid off during the COVID stuff is like probably a horrible situation. But like, yeah, like I don't know about I wouldn't use such strong language as scamming and all that kind of stuff, because investors are going to invest in the promise. You know what I mean? And Magic Leap had a promise, and when you mess around with it, you're like, oh yeah, this is promising, right? But it just like money dries up, nobody's investing, everybody's like, okay, well, how's this going to be? How are you going to scale this? How are you going to sell this? And I think they could still be a viable business just doing enterprise, right? Because it could be applicable in that space for like architecture or for training or surgeries or whatever, right? It's just not a consumer device right now. So that's basically the story, right?
Well, as you were saying that, like, they had great promise. I wish I went back to college and redid it and majored in promises, because it feels like I'm in the wrong business.
It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort to make something that could convince people to give you billions of dollars. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. And
it's
from the size of the company, it was obvious, right? That
don't
you
get me
need
wrong,
all
man.
those people. Yeah, man.
It reminds me a lot of what Theranos was about.
Yeah, it's not even as bad as Theranos, right?
Because it's not as bad because they had a product.
They actually did.
So
they shipped something that worked, right? But
so I want to ask you this, right? From the time you demoed, and it feels like even the article I was pulling up and reading through, there was a lot of smoke and mirror. Like even the press and everybody, even the consumer market, was kind of like at arm's length. It's like, all right, I see where it can go, right? But like, let's just see where you guys how close you actually get to it. But like, how far away, if you were to guess, how many more years would it have taken for them without all these financial troubles and the pandemic to get to where they were saying that this technology will be for consumer and be basically a profitable business without investor money?
I think they're still far away from that.
Too far away.
Like the video, the initial video they showed of like the first person shooter in the office kind of thing. Given the size of the screen, like the screen size is actually really, really tiny. When you're looking through the Magic Leap, the screen size is super tiny. It's like a little box, right? So delivering the promise of what that video was, like they're years away from that, right? And then on top of it, I have no idea what it would take to make that tech cheap enough and small enough where it wouldn't be so bulky and cumbersome, right? So yeah, like I think they're way far off, and that's also kind of why you do the pivot now, right? You're like, hey, we're really far from this. Money's going to run out, so let's kind of make a pivot and see if we could make a sustainable, profitable business just focusing on the people that will pay thousands of dollars for the hardware.
Yeah. I mean, this pivot definitely is admirable for any company that can see the dangers and actually have a chance or give themselves a chance. But this type of pivot kind of reminds me of like the GameStop type of pivot where It's the last roll of the dice before they
Well,
completely are out of money. Yeah.
well, for sure, it's a Hail Mary roll of the dice, right?
Yeah.
The one thing we're not talking about is how they did this during COVID, right? And kind of mentioned COVID as a reason why they're
Exactly.
doing this.
Sneaky.
And that's yeah, to me that seems kind of disingenuous. I'll say it a nicer way. It seems disingenuous, right? It seems
Okay.
it seems
Scammy.
like yeah.
To blame it on COVID, why their product is
Maybe
5 years
yeah,
away from
maybe
being into fruition.
yeah, maybe it played a role in it, maybe. But like I think it was like when they announced it and they said, "Hey, we're shifting to enterprise," like
Yeah.
like I was not shocked by such an announcement, right? That just made sense.
Yeah, even with the pivot to the enterprise space, and this is something that I feel a very similar headset that was promised by Microsoft a few years ago, HoloLens, did, but they
Hmm.
saw kind of the path clearer and earlier, and they actually pivot towards enterprise and have secured like a major American military contract since. And
Hmm. Hmm.
they're not as in the news as much for a consumer market, but they're definitely making money and profiting, and are
Hmm.
probably leagues ahead magically. I don't know how much do you know about that
Uh,
headset as much
no,
as
yeah, no. I've actually tried both, and I
okay,
do think the Magic Leap was better in
okay,
my limited interactions. It had bigger aspect ratio, right? I don't even know what the current state of the HoloLens tech is these days. I haven't looked at any new hardware or anything like that. If there is anything new, but like everything about Magic Leap seemed better, better quality image, and everything seemed better than HoloLens. Like at least the last version of HoloLens I tried.
yeah. But I'm pretty sure since Magic Deep doesn't make money anymore, and HoloLens is getting military money, that they updated their
Yeah, yeah.
technology since.
I'm not even sure if that's profitable. I'm not like I have no idea, right? So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't comment, but yeah, yeah. Well, magically people be there too, getting that military money eventually from somebody. I'm pretty sure.
More. They're getting that COVID's SBA loan money, if anything. But in terms of actual money, I think they're far from it, man. 1,000 people lay off, and even investors now are, I feeling,
Yeah,
are a bit too naive to think that they're going to be turning this around anytime soon. They've lost, I think, people's
yeah,
faith in its product, and I'm pretty sure the CEO is looking for a way out, if anything, and count lick
yeah,
his
yeah.
wounds.
Maybe,
Yeah,
yeah, maybe.
if they're smart about it. Or maybe
Yeah.
they're just gonna talk to GameStop and work together somehow. Figure things out. It's just as ridiculous. But good riddance. Hopefully, this is the last time we talk about them. I always track them because they've always been super hyped. But I never really I've never tried the product, right? It sounds like you were impressed
Yeah,
with it. But from what I've
yeah,
seen through the demo, it just seemed too far away for it to make an impact immediately,
yeah.
which is,
No, and I think it's the same with all of this stuff, right? Like with the early VR stuff, the newer VR stuff is built on the learnings of that. Technology has improved. There's HoloLens, there's Magic Leap, there's other spatial computing stuff like people like ARKit just on your iPhone. There's things that Apple might be working on that people keep kind of hinting at, right? There's all sorts of stuff, right? That you're going to see down the line that's going to kind of try to improve on this tech. And sometimes you're the person there and you fail, and then other times you're the first person there and you succeed, right? So it just depends on the time, right? I think it's the same thing with like Google Stadia, right? Stadia is on the line of working on tech that was developed before that really failed dramatically, like On Live and Gaikai failed dramatically, and now everybody's back at it again, trying to be successful with game streaming, right? And maybe everybody who's trying now will fail too, but then there might be somebody that comes after that and improves all the technology and learns the lessons, right? I think that's the main thing. It's about learning. You know, there's a lot of failures along the way to actually being successful. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah. I think through the rotting corpse of Magic Leap and Stadia, that we're gonna get something really good out of all this. My next presenter is with Scott Knapp. He is the principal lighting artist at Turtle Rock Studios, and his topic will be about flowing between worlds, lighting in games and film. This talk will go over how to navigate working in both industries as a lighting artist. We will deep dive into how to make yourself marketable in both industries and steps you can take to get your foot in the door as a lighter for both. He'll discuss the differences and similarities of what you need to know if you're seriously considering transitioning from one to the other. All right. So Scott, by this time, everyone should be able to hear you, man. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me? Good to go?
Yes. We are good to go,
Sweet.
Man. All right. Whenever you're ready to kind of take the baton, go for it.
All right, man. Start. Cool. Yeah, just a quick introduction about myself. Like Brandon said, I'm a principal artist at Turtle Rock Studios. We work primarily on AAA games, but we've done VR stuff. Notable projects that they've worked on in the past is like Left 4 Dead and Evolve. For me, I've worked in feature film, television, games, even simulation. One of my first big game jobs was at EA. Then I transitioned to Zoic, went to Framestore, then Turtle Rock, then did a little feature film work at NPC and Digital Domain. So some of the projects I've worked on in feature film, recently I worked on Avengers Infinity War, which is super cool. Batman v Superman, and Night at the Museum. Some of the video games I've worked on is Evolve and Evolve Stage 2. And Madden NFL 25. So I just want to talk about I guess what this whole presentation is going to be about. I want to talk about how I got my foot in the door, what it's like lighting for games, what it's like lighting for films, and then kind of steps you could take to get into both industries. So what do lighters do? Lighters drive the mood and tone of a scene. They kind of craft and shape what viewers are looking at or gamers are looking at and where they're supposed to go. They help drive and direct. They're kind of like digital directors of photography, I guess you could say. They use light and shadows and reflections, fog, things like that to help create depth and separation. Create visual interest using contrast, color, and composition. And a lot of times, we usually try to draw inspiration from real life, real lighting phenomena. So things like caustics, bounce light, all that kind of stuff we use as like tools to help craft things, make them look believable. So here's like a quick comparison of like where we've come kind of as an industry with film. So this shot on the left is like one of our first animated movies, Toy Story, and then Toy Story 4. So you can see like the models aren't too different actually. A lot of what's changed is the rendering and the lighting and the way they're mimicking how cameras function. So you have things like bokeh, so things like depth of field and stuff. You have rim lights and bounce light, whereas in Toy Story 1, it's pretty flat. So that's a film comparison. Here's a game comparison. So here's Uncharted 1 on the left and Uncharted 4 on the right. They're using tools like silhouette, purposely placing the camera here during this climb so that the character silhouette's against a bright background. Or on the left, it's kind of a limitation of the hardware and Also, just probably not having real lighting artists go in and craft that stuff. A lot of times back in the day, it was just environment guys. So lighting is super important for both film and games, and it's kind of what's helped push a lot of that stuff forward. So I'll talk a little bit about lighting for games. I kind of got into it in the first place. I went to school at UCF in Florida, and got a degree in digital media and thought I was going to do the feature animation thing, but I actually started falling in love with games. So I went into their master's program at FIA, which is still part of UCF, and they had like an interactive entertainment course, and I was like the only dude interested in lighting. Like everybody else wanted to be character or environment guys, but I always loved lighting. So I dug deep into that, and any kind of projects we had going around at the studio, like I always wanted to be the one to help do the lighting for them. So I, really try to push my portfolio, start networking, stuff like that. I did do an internship at a motion graphics studio during my time at school. So, really just trying to get my foot in the door and get some experience. So I did an internship at a studio called Deva Studios. They do mostly like title sequences and stuff. So I was doing rotoscoping work, like plate cleanup stuff. Then I transitioned to a simulation company. So that was kind of my first job doing real-time stuff. I got to model, texture, and light simulators for like military and drone work and stuff. So I was doing all that stuff while I was in school. But when I graduated, it was kind of rough. Like I, applied everywhere. And, as a student, usually your portfolio is not the best. You don't have any professional work or anything really. So I just started really focusing on crafting a portfolio and trying to do more real-time stuff, collaborating with people, just to get some kind of portfolio that was showing that I could do real-time work. But I started networking, and the lead lighting artist on Madden came into our school and did like a talk, Joe Warren, who's still like a good buddy of mine now. He, me and him connected, and since I was the only lighting guy, he kind of took an interest, and we talked a lot. And when a lighting position, like an associate lighting position, opened up at EA, I was able to scoop that, which is super awesome. So a lot of it was just networking, being at the right place at the right time and stuff. So, so day to day for lighting artists in games, most of the time you're just lighting environments. So you're gathering reference, and you have an entire scene to compose and set up. You're working with designers and stuff to make sure the gameplay, is accounted for, and that you're leading the players where they're supposed to go, stuff like that. So you're lighting maps, you're tuning like volumetric fog and effects, color grading the whole image, definitely optimizing. So you can see in the screenshot, even with Goliath from Evolve, he's got like a firelight next to him, but it doesn't cast shadows. So, you have to like make choices like that as a lighter a lot of times, because performance just, it can't handle fully shadow casting ray trace lights yet. So a lot of it's optimizing and making sure you're in budget. Debugging things. A lot of times there'll be bugs, lights doing weird stuff, or light maps not breaking properly. So a lot of it's debugging stuff and knowing how to do that. Playtesting the games, especially at Turtle Rock, we playtest the crap out of our games, and are just constantly iterating on stuff. So playtesting is a big part of it. And then just pushing the quality, like up to the very end, as a lighting artist, you're kind of able to really, really push until ship, really, to get the quality where it's at while still maintaining performance, So if we want, less shadow casting stuff here because we have a hero area, we might make those kind of sacrifices. Here's another shot from Evolve. So collaboration is huge in video games. I'm constantly getting out of my desk and going and talking to other departments. I collaborate with designers. So if there's, an important blocker or something like that for sightlines, but we still want light to come through, maybe we can ask, are we able to punch a hole in the wall or something like that to bring in some natural light? So you constantly work with those people to see, are there things that we can push and pull to make the lighting better? And then what's important for the map. So where do we want players to go? What's the story beat? How should they feel in this area? Should it be like dark and moody, or should it be, inspiring and exciting? So you're constantly, collaborating with those guys. Rendering programmers, because they're the ones who make everything possible. They're the ones who, give you features and help you get tools. The tech artists as well get tools and stuff to really push the lighting. They're the ones who make all the tech. Character artists, a lot of times you help character artists with shading or materials and textures and like what their setup would be so that they light properly. Visual effects artists, a lot of VFX kind of add to the entire image. So, they help with the ambience and the mood of the environment. So it's very important to work with those guys. Environment artists are probably who I work with the most. So those are the world builders, the guys who are composing the scenes. So we, a lot of times we'll go together and block stuff out. I'll block stuff out with lighting, and we just go back and forth a lot to make sure the level looks as good as it can. And then the art director, of course. So the art director, he's got the big vision, and you're trying to help sell that vision. A lot of times I do stuff like make marketing renders, UI renders, stuff like that you might have in main menus and whatnot. And then a big thing that I've been doing, at least at Turtle Rock, is helping maintain consistent texture standards. So, a lot of times people might have albedos that are too dark, or base color textures that are too dark, or their roughness values might be out of range for what the material type is. So a lot of times, because materials go hand in hand with lights, that's something that working in feature film has helped me with a lot, because everything's so physically accurate in film. I've been able to bring that knowledge over to games and kind of help elevate, what like our textures and materials and stuff will look like. Some technical knowledge stuff. So people who've worked in feature film, a lot of these things you probably never heard of, like draw calls and like spherical harmonic probes. There's a lot of technical things that we have in video games to fake things that we don't have to fake in feature film. So a lot of stuff is profiling your image. So checking what the stats are for your GPU, for your CPU, and like what your costs are for your lights, because every light has a cost, and this thing's got to run at a frame rate where nerdos can be happy shooting people and stuff. So it's got to be at least 30 frames per second. Most people want 60 frames per second these days. A lot of it's just profiling, debugging, getting stuff into a good performant range, and then trying to use these tricks to make the image look better. So using cube maps and reflection captures and screen space ambient occlusion, screen space post processes like depth of field and stuff like that. It's a bunch of things that just kind of all come together to help it run and look good. Being able to debug why models light strangely is really important. There's a lot of times like I'll open up a scene and something's just black, or it's got artifacting on it. So being able to open up someone's model and see if the normals are bad, see if there's bad light map UVs, all that kind of stuff is super important. It's also really important to familiarize yourself with how game engines do render passes and make good choices with your render programmers based on what kind of game you're making to stay within budgets. Because, Forza might have a very different lighting pipeline and setup than something like Battlefield, where there's like 60, players on screen at the same time. And then working within constraints, like in feature film, a lot of times you don't have as many constraints. I mean, the constraint is really time with film. You want to make sure your render times aren't crazy on the render farm and stuff. But for the most part, you're able to render millions and millions of polygons and have tons of shadow casting lights everywhere, and it's okay. But in video games, it's a lot more constrained than that. So working within those constraints is something that's kind of a learning curve. Luckily, though, there's tons of resources. Unreal Engine is what we've been using at work, and their documentation is like stellar. Like they really deep dive into a lot of different features. And if you just want like a broad overview, this rendering overview one here is excellent, and that's on their main documentation page. So there's tons of things that you just dive into and learn just from digging around. So, and plus the engines are free now. You can download Unity and Unreal Engine for free. So there's like no excuse not to. Just like jump in, play around. They have sample scenes where you can jump in and kind of see what lighting artists have done and why they made certain choices. So it's a lot of really cool stuff. And it's a great time to get into lighting in real time for sure. So for getting a job in games, I would do just that. I would download one of those game engines, bang out some real-time scenes. There's tons of free assets. There's characters you can practice with. There's environments. There's ones you can purchase, but there's also ones that are free. I would definitely showcase your ability to, guide players, act as if you're lighting an environment and you want to be the person who's playing in the level, so that you can, show that you're able to tell people where the important parts are. Also, showing your ability to work efficiently, have nice optimized scenes. So if you were to, pop open something during an interview, you can show them how you might have saved some memory, saved some frame rate. That kind of stuff is, it's not as important as making a pretty image, but it's still pretty important. Like, people want to know that they can trust that you won't come in and just YOLO, place tons of shadow casting point lights everywhere and make the frame rate take. They want to know that, like, you are doing something that is efficient and practical. And also, when you're applying for jobs, dig into what kind of aesthetic they have, what kind of environments they have, and what kind of lighting they typically do. Like, if you're going for like an Overwatch type position, they have a very stylized kind of Disney-esque look for their shading and their lighting. If you're going for something more grounded and gritty and realistic, like Naughty Dog, gear your portfolio towards that stuff. So that's definitely something that's important, is making sure that you're crafting what you're presenting to whoever you want to present it to. Getting familiar with industry terminology and pipelines. So understanding kind of where you come into the pipeline is important. Typically, level designers will do like a gray box or white box version of the map. So they're just getting layout done, but still, even at that early stage, it's important to start thinking about lighting. So understanding where you come in the pipeline and how you can help people do their job until it's time for you to go in and really polish is good. Something else is creating ArtStation for sure. ArtStation's kind of taken over as like a digital platform for you to show your work. Back in the day, people probably use CG Society and stuff, which is still like a valid thing to have a portfolio for, but ArtStation is like one of the most viewed websites for this stuff in the world. So, and a lot of recruiters go there and actively are checking out people's work to recruit. So definitely make an ArtStation account and only post your best work. You can let go of the stuff that is years old that don't really show that you can light. Like, it's good to clean that stuff up and only showing your best stuff. And do stuff that's unique too. Like, if you go through ArtStation, sometimes it's pretty fatiguing because a lot of the pieces just look the same. So I would suggest do something that's different. Look at what cinematographers do in feature film and like how they craft scenes in a beautiful way. Check out like Deakins and Chivo and like those really, really good digital cinematographers who they know how to light. So try to make something more interesting to make your stuff stand out. As much as possible, try to gear your portfolio to real-time lighting, since that's what you're going to get a job in. Like, it's cool if you're able to light in Arnold and RenderMan too. It shows that you're able to light nicely if you have a good portfolio, but it's important to show real-time stuff. And collaborate with others. There's game jams, contests, indie projects you can be a part of where you don't have to compose a whole scene. You don't have to do something from scratch. You can work with character artists and animators to make a little cinematic, or work with environment artists to just really craft something that you guys both think is cool. Let's see. Also, reaching out to recruiters. LinkedIn's a great platform. I have gotten probably like 3 or 4 jobs through LinkedIn, and I get offers from there a lot because it's just a great platform where people are able to network what you've done. They can see recommendations. So it's like a great online resume. So definitely using LinkedIn as a tool. And this is something, so like I was saying before, you can download free marketplace stuff. So this is like a Paragon asset. It's like a really high quality character that Epic gave away for people to just practice with and play with. So this is a scene that I composed. It's just a simple backdrop and like a cool kind of magenta cyan studio setup. And yeah, this is something I was able to bang out like in a day or whatever. just like having fun setting up different lighting setups. So this is the kind of stuff you can just do really quickly to make your portfolio kind of stand out. Use the tools that are there. Also, Quixel just made Megascans completely free for Unreal users, so you can use their whole library and just compose simple scenes. And they actually have tutorials on YouTube and stuff on how they compose scenes. So there's a lot of cool stuff there. All right, so lighting for visual effects and film. So for this, after my job at EA in Florida, there's like no other studios. So I knew I needed to like make a choice, like where I was going to go. My wife, luckily, is super, super awesome, and she was down to move. So I was like, look, everything's kind of in LA. And it was in Canada as well, but in the US, mostly is LA and New York. So I was like, I enjoy my time at Deva Studios so much, because that was an internship in California. That I was like, let's just go back to California. Like, I would love to work there. So I kind of moved out there and couch surfed for a little bit on my buddies' couches while my wife was back at her parents' for a little bit. And I just kind of hustled. Like, I went around and like I wrote tons of recruiters, try to get jobs, put out my feelers as much as I could. And one of my buddies that I ended up working with at EA, Rory Jones, he reached out to one of his friends who was a recruiter at Zoic, Laura Costner, she's really awesome. And she saw my portfolio and was like, hey, like, we got a show coming up. Like, would you want to jump on that? So my first show in the industry for visual effects was Once Upon a Time, which was like a fun little show. Like, it's got like tons of characters and, magical, fantastical things. So it's pretty cool, like, first job in visual effects. And I met like a ton of cool people there. So something that you do in visual effects, a lot of times is just matching plates. And plates, if you're not familiar with that, are just like the practical photography. So it's when they go on set and shoot actors, the plates are what get sent to the visual effects studios. And the visual effects studios have to integrate all the CG elements to the plates. So a lot of times you're just looking at how, Robert Downing Jr. is being lit and figure out where his key light's at, figure out where his fill lights are at, all that kind of stuff. And as a base, typically you'll just match that. On set, they'll usually capture HDRs and stuff, so you have an understanding of where the lights are at, and it's just matching those. And then from there, it's iterating. So it's a lot of, you get it to a base, it's the proper lighting for how it was on set. Now you got to make it actually look cool and look nice. So a lot of times you'll have your lighting leads, your supervisors, all those guys will have daily sessions. You present your work. So you'll do a lighting pass, you'll slap comp it, and slap comping means you just take your CG elements and put it over the plate and see like how it integrates. So you'll do a lot of daily sessions where they pull up your screen, everybody's looking at it on the team, you'll get feedback, and you'll get notes. Production coordinators will take those notes down, and then you go back to your desk and you try to bang out those notes. You try to hit it, and it's just that iteration. So it's that loop of do something, render it out, get notes, fix the notes, do something, render it out, and it becomes like a very clean pipeline eventually. Another thing you do sometimes is look development, which is a lot of shading and material work. So a lot of my time at visual effects companies has been in a pinch. They might not have time to texture things, or things might not have time to go back to texturing. So look development artists can go in and, let's add some damage here. Let's put some dust here. The specular roughness isn't responding properly. Can you fix that? So sometimes lighters are expected to go in there and do some look dev as well. And you work with a ton of other departments. So here's what I was talking about with plates. So for the Batman shot, that whole thing is just practical. That's a practical set. But in post, we ended up redoing the whole thing because there was tons of destruction, there's rain, and the action was super intense. Batman crashes through and slams Superman onto the ground. So obviously we didn't want actors to have to do that. And anyways, both characters are completely CG, and the environment is like a CG matte painting. So it was doing volumetric fog lighting and all that stuff. this isn't a shot that I actually lit. This is a look dev shot that I did. So I did all look development on Batman, but my buddy Daniel lit this shot. But you can just see like how they use the onset lighting to guide how they lit the CG characters to make it look more believable. Same with Vision and Thanos on the right. Practical Vision, and then fully replace CG Vision, and replace Josh Brolin with Thanos, obviously. But you can see here, like we matched the plate, but then we also went in and made it look more interesting. Like the plate was a little bit flat, and you couldn't quite see the emotion on Vision's face as much in the plate. So full CG face replacement, besides like the teeth and the eyes for Vision. And Thanos, we did stuff like add rim lights, things like that. So you match the plate, and then you make it look cool and interesting. And then stuff like this, where you have a practical person interacting with a CG object. So Captain America in this shot was actually grabbing, I think, a hockey glove that Josh Brolin had on his hand or something. And anyways, we had to go in and compositing how to do things like reshift his arm placement. We match moved Chris Evans here with a CG digi-double and use that to project his hand on and get proper reflections on Thanos' gauntlet. So there's like a lot of technical things that you do to make these things look more believable and look more grounded. Collaboration. So you work a lot with compositing. Those are the people that you give all your render passes to. Some places, lighting artists are actually expected to do the compositing as well. But in my experience, I've always just passed it to super good compositors to make stuff look way better. You work with animation, layout, VFX, texturing, modeling, matte painting, cloth and groom, production coordinators, look development. It's just a huge, big collaboration, and everything gets assembled in a lighter scene usually. Usually everything gets put together. All the different departments are doing their jobs, and then you assemble a scene that comes in from layout and stuff. You assemble all the lights and bring everything together, and you're the one who kicks out the renders, make sure passes are separated properly. And then, yeah, there's a feedback loop I kind of touched on a little bit earlier. Technical knowledge. So strong understanding of how lights behave is super important, like knowing like what kind of, how lights decay, proper key to fill ratios for situations, what kind of colors make sense. All that stuff is super important to make things believable. Understanding how to manage scenes and bring things in. You have to do stuff like bring in Olympic caches from visual effects and animation, being able to do things in a pinch. So I had a shot, for example, with Thanos where he had like some of his muscle penetrating through his shirt or something like that. And that shot was ready to be finaled. Everything looked good. The only thing was that penetration. So being able to go in there, select some verts and like push it back in through his cloth just for that shot. You do stuff like that sometimes. Like they're little Band-Aid fixes. But if something's ready to get finaled, sometimes you do that kind of stuff just to get it out. Being able to diagnose render issues. If you have artifacting, being able to figure out where that's coming from. A lot of times reflections, refractions, caustics, some stuff will look buggy unless you have proper settings. So being able to diagnose where stuff's coming from is important. Breaking out render passes for compositing. So compositors like to have stuff separate so they have full control. Being able to separate the foreground and background elements, give them the proper passes so they can tweak things in post. Also, using on-set data is super important. So like here's a picture of me. I was on set for a Super Bowl commercial here, which is super cool. And the gray ball, chrome ball are used to help show you where lights are coming from. So you're able to recreate where those are lit. Usually what you do is you'll take a shot of those balls and then you'll place CG balls in the same area where it would be on set and light those until they match. And usually that's kind of your ground truth. You can check your colors, check your intensity. Everything's shot full dynamic range, so you're able to get accurate lighting information with that stuff. And you also capture proper HDRs there to make sure the lighting's like correct and stuff. So getting a job as a lighting artist, I think showing that you can light and integrate stuff with live action stuff is really important because that's a lot of what you'll be doing. You'll be taking a CG robot and putting it in a real environment or Sometimes it could be set extension. Sometimes it's things like, we're going to make this look like it's the 1950s instead of a contemporary street. So you're putting in CG background stuff to make it look more, retro or whatever. So I would suggest doing things like that, because that's the kind of work you'll be doing. Also, this is a great time to collaborate with other disciplines to do cool stuff. So if you do have someone who's a really dope character artist and a really good animator, put a really good looking robot in a scene or something. Put something in there that, will make you stand out and looks professional. Doing difficult shots is good as well. Like the Thanos interacting with Captain America is a good example. Like making it look like it's believable that someone is interacting with a CG object. You have, in feature films, you have Richard Parker being Pet, like the giant tiger from, the movie or whatever. So things like that, things that show practical interaction with a CG element is really good. And again, only show your best lighting work. You can let go of old student projects and stuff if they're just not that good. Just make new stuff that's better. And then reach out to recruiters and be willing to do roles that aren't as glamorous, and that, you'll work your way up. Like I said, I was doing mostly rotoscoping work, which if you don't know what that is, it's essentially just tracing objects so that they can be pulled out of a plate. So I did a lot of that kind of stuff early on until I got a real job doing lighting. So be willing to do that so you can make connections and make relationships. Don't be too proud to take a job like that, because at least you'll get your foot in the door. I've also seen people who are at visual effects studios that are runners. Like they'll just go around and like restock the kitchen, do stuff like that. And then they end up getting into like either a lighting academy or something like that, to where they're able to transition into actually doing shots and working as a visual effects artist. So sometimes you have to do that kind of stuff, but it's a way in for sure. And another thing is just being willing to move. Depending on where you're at, there's obviously like big visual effects hubs. Canada is a big one. LA, it's more commercials and television now, not as many feature films, but LA, New York, London, so Australia, there's like a few hubs. So being willing to work and move to those places, it's going to be likely that you'll have to do that. So the core differences between games and film: games have heavy constraints for performance. So it's always a balance of quality and perf. Film is all about quality, but deadlines are tight. So things need to be done efficiently. There's a lot of one-off things you have to do to complete shots, kind of like the muscle penetration stuff I was talking about. Film, you light to the shot. So, there's a locked camera angle, and you might have a rim light coming behind a character to make it look more interesting. And then you flip the camera 180 degrees to the other character, and he also has a rim light, so that you're lighting to the shot just to make it look more interesting, right? Where in games, it's 360 degrees. The character can go wherever. So you kind of have to craft moments more in games than crafting a single shot. So if you know a character is going to come out of a door, you can craft that shot of what they're going to look like when they come out of the door. So there's some control there, but you're completely lighting an environment. I guess working in games as a lighter is a little bit more comparable to working in like feature animation or something. In film, you have typically like a lot more clear direction. There's a lot more like R&D and stuff that's been done before you get there. So there's a lot less to figure out. It's more just like, here's your shots. This is what it should look like. Let's do it, and let's make sure that the sequence is all consistent. Wherever you get like fully CG shots, though, sometimes you get a little bit more control over how things look there, especially if you're like the sequence lighting lead. You can kind of pop in there and establish the look, I guess. Yeah, I guess in games, something that's pretty cool, something that I've really liked, is that I'm able to experiment a lot more. I'm able to try things more. It's not something where I'm constrained to make it look how it looked on set. It needs to look perfectly photorealistic. In video games, you can kind of experiment and stylize things and cheat a little bit more. So it's kind of a little bit more liberating. Cultural differences, I would say games is a little bit more laid back. It's a little bit more of a nerdy culture. People, are a lot more likely to play D&D and play video games in the kitchen and stuff. Where in visual effects, it's a little bit more serious. You have a lot more dudes like wearing scarves and stuff, like taking themselves seriously. I guess a comparison I always say is like at game studios, usually you have dudes drinking like Red Bulls and junk food, and visual effects studios, you have dudes drinking like green tea and stuff. That's a stupid comparison, but anyway. So yeah, if you guys want to connect with me, like I'm always down to answer questions. Sometimes, sometime in the near future, I plan on doing a lot of tutorials, trying to help people transition from games or from film into games and vice versa. So if you ever want to talk or reach out, just you can hit me up on Twitter, ArtStation. You can email me as well. If you go to my ArtStation, my email's on there. I forgot to list it here. I'll just the next slide is just my reel, so I guess I can just let this loop while we talk, Brandon. And if anybody has any questions.
Mm-hmm. All right, man. Thanks for being part of G-Dux, dude. And I always welcome and like talking to lighters, because I feel like the next step for graphical fidelity, if Unreal is any indication, it always is leading with lighters and material creation. It feels like those are the natural steps to kind of elevate our medium to the next level. And even if you're not an artist, even if you're working in other disciplines, it's good for you to kind of get familiar with that. And with your talk too, like being able to kind of move across industries and stay put, like in LA, like what you've done, right? If for some reason the game jobs have dried up, you have a whole other industries to kind of move across without having to leave, which is a lot of the issues that game developers have, and it's the perfect time. I kind of alluded to that before your presentation, where a lot of these industries are opening up for game developers, places that we never really thought of. And it's exciting to kind of hear your take on that, man.
Yeah, there's a ton of that stuff now, man. Like even for feature film, there's technology. Like I know Weta, they'll bring like lighters on set, because a lot of times for things like Avatar, they have fully CG environments. So it's good for the director and the director of photography to be able to have an idea of what their shot's going to look like at the end. So they'll have on-set lighters, doing stuff in a CG environment, like real-time stuff, so they can see through the camera what something might look like. And we talked about it in the last game dev Unchained talk about things like the Mandalorian, where they're using real-time lighting to light practical actors on set now. So you're using things like the projectors and like the on-set lighting workflows. Super, super cool.
Yeah, it's huge. So this is actually a perfect time for me to kind of remind everyone, if you want to have questions answered directly with Scott, it will be filtered through me, because we want to make sure all the good questions go through. But so far, we haven't had any bad problems with that. So this is a question from Shadow Monarch. So do you make and develop the CGI models as well as apart from the lighting when creating the scene?
Typically, no. Usually, like I've worked more in, I guess it depends on the studio. So some studios, you're expected to more act like a generalist. Usually you'll see that at commercial houses or television. So like when I worked in commercials, I've had to model cars and texture them, model some assets. So I guess the answer is, typically at smaller studios, you will be expected to do some of that stuff. At larger studios or on larger projects, they want your full time dedicated to lighting. Sometimes, like I said, look dev and compositing, but usually it's just lighting. For video games, I think it depends as well, like where you're at. At Turtle Rock, I've been doing a little bit of texturing, a little bit of modeling, but usually I'm spending most of my time just doing lighting.
Right. So this is more like for me too, like you kind of mentioned this before, where environment artists used to kind of have to kind of take care of everything, right? I come from a background of environment art, and I have very little knowledge with lighting. Like the most that I do is just turn on the light switch, to this motel room, right? So I don't really do much aside from that. And so whenever I
Looks
talk
good
to
in there, though,
lighters,
dude.
thanks you, dude. You know, credit to the guys who created this place. But that is the limitation now, I feel, where maybe in the PS3 era, where environment artists can get away with lighting the world, but like current generation and most definitely next generation, uh, we can't do that anymore. And the remnants of those type of mentality at studios are disappearing. Like there may be smaller studios that still think that way, where it's like, hey, I know a little bit of lighting and placing things here and there. It's like, no, you don't,
Right.
right? But I feel like that is a dying breed, and it's a fully dedicated, like, you know, where you're coming from, job to kind of make sure that it's done correctly, and it's getting more and more complex and complicated as we're seeing the, you know, Unreal Engine 5 demo, which is actually a good. I would love to kind of hear your thoughts about that. I'm sure by now you've seen it, right?
Oh, dude, I'm so excited. Like just the idea of not having to bake light maps and stuff is super exciting, dude.
Yeah.
Having real time global illumination and sharp shadows on, you know, million, billion. I think they have a couple billion polygons in their scene is like insane, dude. So it's stuff that we've like these constraints just being lifted, and with that time too, like not having to bake, not having to wait around for stuff.
Yeah.
Being able to completely light in real time and see exactly what your image is going to look like is a huge time saver. Like there'll be times where I'm at work and I don't really know what something's going to look like until I do a production bake. So a lot of times I'll do my production bakes before I go to sleep at night, and I'll wake up the next morning and see how it was. But you can imagine like that iteration is super slow. And even with like preview quality bakes for a lot of our environments, it takes like 15 minutes to really see what it's going to look like, even at a preview level. So being able to light in real time with it looking that good, with like that kind of bounce light and stuff is crazy exciting because it's just going to make things look way better. Artists are going to be able to craft things way faster. It's going to be able to get art directed way better because you'll be able to have people tweak things next to each other in real time and really like block out what a scene's going to look like. So I'm stoked, man.
This is a question from Byrne. How hard or easy was the transition from games to film? Stressful, the change between the two industries with deadlines, etc.
There's a little bit of stress. Like it's, you know, I think you get a little bit of imposter syndrome, right? A lot of times when you're starting something new, so you're like, oh, dude, I don't belong here. These people are freaking pros, you know?
Not me, bro.
But you
Not
pick
me.
things up quickly. Yeah.
It's like opposite. Learn from me, guys. Step back. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, dude, like it can be nerve-wracking a little bit, but just get out of your own head and just be dependable and don't be afraid to ask questions. Like even if it makes you look like a noob, that's okay because you will be a noob. Like when you're transitioning, you're just learning a lot of this stuff. Try to do as much research as you can and learn stuff before you get that job. But you know, it's okay to ask questions. And even if it makes you look a little dumb, at least you won't mess something up, because messing something up makes you look way worse. So if you render something badly or you have the wrong settings or you're not doing things properly within the pipeline, it's going to be way worse than just asking a dumb question. So I think as long as, you know, you're willing to really dig in and learn, you're going to learn something new at every studio you go to too. Like even working within film, I've used probably like 4 or 5 different renderers and tools because each studio has their own pipeline. So they're not expecting you to know everything about their pipeline because you haven't worked there yet. So it's okay to have that little bit of growth. A lot of times they'll have learning programs. Like when I was at Digital Domain, they have really, really good proprietary stuff for Maya that helps lighting just like way, you know, manage things way better than Maya out of the box. So if you can light, you know, using Maya's default stuff, you can definitely light using a studio's proprietary tools because they're making things better and cleaner for artists to come through and stuff.
Great. So this is a question. What are your recommended resources for upcoming lighting artists to learn from? And let's answer that one first. He has 2 questions.
Dude, I for me, it was a lot of tutorials. Like in school, I didn't have a lot of teachers that were super familiar with lighting. A lot of them were animators or layout artists or something. So yeah, like I just went deep on tutorials. Gnomon usually has pretty decent ones. Some of them are dated at this point, but a lot of the theory and stuff is still really, really relevant. Tutorials that I fell in love with early on that probably still hold up today. Jeremy Vickery he's a really, really good lighting artist from Pixar. He put out some Gnomon DVDs like way back in the day. And that dude's like a double threat. He's able to do concept painting and digital lighting. So he's just a stud. And he's also moved back and forth between film and games. Like he worked at Pixar for a long time. Then I think he was at Naughty Dog, and Ubisoft and stuff. So yeah, I would say learn from tutorials. There's documentation. I would say be a little bit wary of YouTube tutorials because sometimes there's some bad information, but also reach out to people. I've done mentorships with people in the past, like official mentorships. So, that's something that I might consider in the future. So I could be a resource to help people learn. Yeah, reach out to people. All I can say is, dude, leave me alone. Like try not to pester people. You don't want to be like you don't want to be bugging people about stuff, but a lot of times people know what it's like to start out. So they're willing to kind of give back and help people learn and stuff.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a relative. There's a cool way to social distance before social distancing was cool, right?
Yeah,
just to kind of read the situation, and at conventions, if anything, it's a lot more intimidating to walk up to professionals, and you have all these weird quirks, right, that you have to work over. But online, I think there's a way to kind of compose your message and time it correctly and come across a little bit safer. But
100%,
then, yeah, but the other side of that is it feels so approachable that people overdo it, right? And if anything, I always relate it to how people should sell things, right? You're selling yourself essentially to somebody for a possible mentorship, for advice. There has to be an exchange in value somehow, right? There has to be the more that you can create that benefit for the person you're asking something from and giving them some value in return, the better the exchange, the more invested they will be to kind of help you. So you got to figure that out.
Yeah, because you're paying for someone's time at that point, right? And people get off work, they have families and stuff. So, answering a bunch of questions might not necessarily be what they want to do at that moment. But like you're saying, like if there is like some kind of more formal thing, like I know CGMA has really, really good mentorships and programs. So there's stuff where you just, instead of going to school, you might be able to just do something like that. And, it's a little bit of money, but it's worth it for things like that. So
this is a question from Roberto. Would it be better to have animated models instead of static when doing lighting? What is the difference?
I think so. Yeah, I think having some kind of dynamic movement is important when showing off your lighting, just because you're able to see how shadows and reflections are playing off a surface. Seeing the speck highlights and stuff and how they roll off a surface is really important. So if there's no movement, it's hard to see a lot of that stuff. So screenshots are good, but having like a subtle camera move, like a pan or a tilt, just something to show it off. If you can have animation, that's even better, as long as it's good animation. If you have like really dodgy animation, it's just going to make your whole piece look like shit. So I'd recommend working with someone who's actually an animator, making sure it's good. Otherwise, just keep it static and move your camera.
This is a question from Byrne again. Do you see yourself staying in the game industry now or still jumping from games to films?
For now, I'm really liking video games. Like it's a little bit more slow paced, I guess. The deadlines aren't as tight. At least at Turtle Rock, the overtime has not been an issue at all. When I was working at other studios in television and visual effects, I've done 19, 20-hour days, like 2 days, 3 days a week sometimes. And that's not super typical, but it's not uncommon either. It's a lot of times, especially when things are getting tight with film, you could expect to be doing like 10, 12-hour days pretty regularly. And I'm sure some game studios are the same way. But at least at Turtle Rock, it's been sick, man. Like, we've really been trying to manage scope and do things to make it so people aren't working crazy hours.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm digging games right now.
Well, I mean, this is another follow-up. They might have missed it, but we can expand it a bit further. It's the question about Lumen using within Unreal 5. So when I had Ray on last week, who's a graphic engineer, we were kind of talking about, because if anything, that demo kind of baffled a lot of game devs. Like, how exactly, what are they doing, right? Because they haven't shared too many of the behind the scene of how it works, right? With you working on a lot of engines, proprietary engine and Unreal, I would love to kind of hear more of your thoughts behind the tech behind it. If it's something that what you're guessing, how it works, how optimized it is, and how realistic it's going to be used across all studios.
Dude, it's really hard to say because they had so many dynamic things in the scene. So like you had like dynamic effects. I don't know if it was their Niagara system or what their effect system was they were using, but a lot of effects and things that were following that also were receiving global illumination. So like it was like legit. It seemed like it was legit real-time GI. And how they're accomplishing that, I'm honestly not sure. I don't know if they do I would assume they would do like a pre-computation of the scene. So figuring out what objects are static and what's movable, and able to, at least have the renderer know where things are at, so that if a light does hit the surface, like what would be the proper bounce response. So I'm sure there's some kind of pre-computation where it knows like this area is terrain, this is not going to move, this is static, and then it kind of stores that, I imagine. A lot of times, at least traditionally, there's spherical harmonic probes have been the solution for lighting like dynamic GI, like faking dynamic GI, and essentially those are just capture points of lighting data that interpolate between each other. So you'll do like a bake for your scene, and then those probes all know where things are coming from, and they can light movable objects and stuff like that. It's kind of like the volumetric light maps in Unreal Engine. So there's been fakes in the past. Enlighten is like a pretty solid one that does real-time GI, but I haven't seen it look as good as that UE5 demo, dude. Like that thing was looking real juicy, dude, real tasty. So
yeah, my max resolution in the house is on a 4K, so I watched that like 5 times just to nitpick and study and froth at the mouth, right?
Magic you did.
How did they do that? So like that's one of the things. They haven't shared too many details. Not a lot of people know. We're all guessing really. And it's not just the Lumen system, it's their nanite system, the polygonal, how they're reading it per pixel and stuff, because
they're changing the complete way things are textured and everything, dude. Like there's like no MIPS and stuff anymore apparently. Like it's crazy, man. So and that shit was on a PlayStation 5. It like wasn't even on a beefy PC. It's on a PS5. So it's pretty crazy, man. I'm excited.
It's pretty crazy, yeah. It seems like it's very doable because they can't lie to us this early. I mean, this late before a launch, right? So
usually when game demos money, dude. They can do
the
everything.
Fortnite money. So no, that's
Fortnite money makes anything possible, dude.
Nanite and Lumen, right? There's like, this programmer in the corner finally came up with this. It's like, now that I have money, I'll work harder. But it's definitely exciting. And as an environment artist, it feels like a very natural step for people like me to kind of like, all right, let's kind of like go outside of my comfort zone and at least understand this a little bit more, so I can talk to you guys, to that department, and look kind of relevant and not so dumb. But I encourage all the other disciplines as well to think the same, because like you said, lighting affects everything, animation, visual effects. I mean, you guys are one of the last people in there before shipping. So you touch pretty much everything. And so every department needs to be able to communicate with you.
And it's super important to show off your work too, right? Like if you're a prop artist or a character artist, you want to show all those details off that you've put into your piece the best way you can. So learning how to light is important for everybody, I think. And, you know, traditionally things like mental ray, you know, pretty much hot garbage and stuff. And there's like all these weird tricks you had to do to make it look good. But now with things like Arnold, and even RenderMan's RIS renderer, there's things that are just like so much better out of the box. Like they behave better out of the box, but there's still, so like the tools and the light behavior, all that stuff is a lot more accessible for people to use now. But there's lighting theory and fundamentals that people need to research as well. Like compositionally, you know, what makes sense for lights, you know, like how are we showing things off? How are we shaping things? So just because the tools are getting better doesn't mean that everybody can light. I think if you're interested in lighting, you should definitely study photography and study film and see how people like masters have done it in the past. Even like old paintings, like Rembrandt paintings and stuff, like a lot of the mood and stuff is coming from how the lighting and the shadows are painted. So
cool. This is a question from Amit, a moderator. Oh, man, hopefully I'm saying your name right. I don't think I ever actually say your name out loud. What is the hardest part in lighting for you, and what should people? Well, this is a follow up for me. Is like, what should people concentrate for the next couple of years to kind of be at the top of the game?
I think probably just, you know, trying to create something that feels grounded and believable and still looks beautiful, you know? Like I think, I guess it's a lot of things, right? Like it's hard to make something look grounded and believable. So, you know, using things like real world reference, figuring out how light behaves in real life. You know, I go around and I just look at stuff all the time, like, oh, that's interesting. The way the windows are bouncing the light off that skyscraper. You know, like there's weird phenomena that happen with how light behaves, and just studying that stuff and trying to recreate that can be hard sometimes without it looking cheesy or weird or whatever. So I think, you know, just studying stuff from real life as much as possible, even if you're doing a stylized game, it's still important to know like how light decays and how you can use certain tools that happen in real life, like caustics from water, stuff like that, to make things feel more grounded and believable. So I think that's something that takes time, and it takes a lot of just researching and stuff. So, yeah.
Great, man. And this is actually a perfect time to tell everybody that they're pretty active in Discord, and we can spend all day talking to you for sure. But again, I want to be respectful. You see that, guys? Social distancing. My approach to you. So if Scott, you know, if you don't mind, you know, he'll be in the Discord channel to kind of follow up to kind of answer and talk to you guys moderately, right? Because he is busy, and we'll answer some of those questions for you for sure. I want to thank you, man, for coming on, and hope everything is going well for you and your family and friends and everybody. We live pretty close, but I haven't seen you guys over at Turtle Rock for a long time, and it's
I know, man. We miss you, bro.
Yeah, of course you do.
But yeah, thanks for having me on, dude. Yeah, of course. We can play some basketball soon too, man.
Yeah. Just come to the motel room at any point, and we'll hang out.
Yeah, you got some hoops back there, right?
I got a hoop. Yeah, I got a hoop over the last 2 months because I wasn't going anywhere. The gym is still closed, and it was getting kind of bonkers.
Yeah, man. Well, cool, bro. Thanks for having me on, dude. It's been fun.
Yeah, well, before I send you off, let's kind of maybe throw up your slide once again with all your contact information, and
Sure thing,
I'll hand over the mic to you, and this is a place for you to go ahead and shout out, give attention to, or tell people where they can find you and connect with you after this presentation.
Yeah, so like I said, feel free to add me on any of these, and if you guys have more questions or whatever, like I'm always kind of open to talking to people, especially if they have questions pertaining to this. If you guys just want to talk about, you know, the weather and stuff, that's cool too. But if you have like lighting questions and stuff, you know, definitely hit me up. Yeah, and just shout out to all the people who've helped me in my career. Really, I've had so many really, really good artists that I've worked with, and leads and supervisors. People who have really helped me flourish and grow. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody that I've worked with, really. I've been super, super fortunate, and haven't really had anybody that I don't like working with. Like I've had really, really, really good teams for like every production I've been on. So I would just say as like a closing point, just, reach out to people, really be dependable, be the person that people want to give a task to, because you can just knock it out and it won't be a problem. Try to really listen to notes and address them. Like people don't like giving the same note twice. So if someone gives you a note on a piece, make sure you fix it and you hit it. And just, try to soak up as much knowledge as possible. It's good to know, at least at a fundamental level, what every other department's doing that you'll be affecting. So just, try to learn and, keep growing.
Right. Well, on behalf of everybody that has worked with you, you're welcome. But
Brandon, I just want to thank you in particular for
yeah, it's a mutual feeling, man. It's been a pleasure working with you, and it's always fun in the office. It makes it a lot easier. Although I'm a huge proponent for working from home, but the things I do miss in the office is working with people such as yourself, and it's just always a fun time to be away from the family and just hang out with your friends, basically.
For sure.
So,
man. Yeah, dude. Let's just do Game Dev Unchained all week, bro.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, I've been doing it for 3 days. Give me a week off, and then we'll resume. But anytime, of course, when you want to talk about something and come back on, we're always a platform. So
appreciate it, man. And I want to give one more thank you to you for never having albedos that are too dark or baking too much AO into your base color, dude. I appreciate that, bro.
Basic PBR settings, yes. I'll be sure to kind of continue that trend, and a lot of that is, again, talking to lighting artists such as yourself and learning what the hell you're talking about, right?
So. Tight, bro. Well, yeah, man, I really appreciate it, and thank you everybody for listening, man. It's cool.
All right, Scott, thank you. Have a good one, man.
Later. You too, bro.
Alrighty then. Well, thank you, everybody. We are going to be talking with more presenters throughout the day. That was with Scott. And as always, a lot of people are reaching out or are missing at least day 1, day 2. I want to remind everybody, you can go to youtube.com/bluechamps. Right now, they're in this long 7-hour marathon mega video clip. But eventually, when I get some rest, get hydrated, moisturize, and get some nice deserved sleep, these videos will be in its own block hour, so to make it consumable for anyone that is looking for that one presentation that they missed. So again, that's youtube.com/bluechamps. As always, if you want to hear it in more digestible form, it's kind of like what Scott kindly mentioned. We've had him on the podcast many times, the Game Dev Unchained podcast. It is a podcast that you can listen to all your Apple or Android or anywhere that you listen to the podcast. You should be able to find it. But again, hanging out in Discord is the best way to kind of make myself accessible to you guys, to ask any questions. And who knows, the next G-Dux is something that I've been seeing a lot of people are reaching out to not be exactly a presenter, but an opportunity for them to kind of amplify their indie project or their work that they're doing, their personal projects. And it is something I'm really, really, really considering to make sure that, the next G-Dux, while I'm planning things, to kind of invite these guys and gals in between presenters to kind of promote and talk. And that's what the caller hotline is. So I want to remind you guys, if I see you guys hanging in the caller hotline in the Discord, I will jump into there and have an impromptu conversation to viewers directly and have you guys talk through the mic and hear your lovely voices, because it does get lonely here in the motel room in between presenters. So if I can talk to you guys, that'll be a fun little segment that is unplanned, and give me a little insight of where you're at, where you're from, and how G-Dux is helping you. It gives me real-time feedback. At the same time, I can cut your mic if you're saying stuff that I don't like. No, I'm kidding. So in the meantime, Before we move on to our next presenter, I do want to introduce an Unchained Report segment clip discussing about the PS5. Is actually a perfect segue, and not about just the PS5, but also the onslaught of next gen. So, we're talking about Xbox Series X as well. And this is a conversation I've had with my regular roundtable crew a few weeks back. And it's worth bringing up again because, if anything, I wanted to give you guys the best information of what's happening the last 6 months to kind of plan ahead, because that's what G-Dux is about. So without further ado, before we bring on the next presenter, I'll have you guys talk amongst yourself, but also watch and discuss our discussion on what the next gen console means for all our game developers out there. Enjoy. The PS5 kind of went on to have their little announcement, but it was disengaging within the 10 minutes. It was some kind of bullshit. This is the kind of Ray porn that he loves, right? But for the rest of us, we're like, what the fuck is this? It was literally this guy talking in front of a green screen with these fake people in the front.
Wait,
and we're supposed to buy into that. So I don't know, Richard.
Wait. Are those people? No, dude, this is no, I didn't see it. No, I can immediately tell that that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Dude, I was,
and it's moving too.
Yeah, I saw them moving a little bit. That's.
It was a bait and
wow,
switch
that
for
looks
me,
so
dude.
fake.
But like, they talked about stuff that I was snoring through. So I think it's fair to at least go over to Ray, right? Ray, at least can you break this down? Was it relevant? Was there anything about this interesting? Because they have yet to say anything. Right? Look at that.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down 2 ways, right? First of all, you have to understand that this was going to be a much bigger thing at GDC.
Okay.
What is GDC for? GDC is for game developers. It's not for the consumers. It's for game developers, right? And so if they're going to do a substitute event, it's going to be all about the megahertz and the gigawatts and all that nonsense, right? And it's going to be about SSD and the fast loading speed and all that, right? It's going to be about the technical details. And we got the technical details, right? And the specs of the hardware, which is cool. Like, that's exactly the type of event this was. If people went into expecting more, they don't know what GDC is about. Period. Right?
It looks like a State of the SNL sketch, dude. It looks like a joke.
So, anyway, I won't even get into it. Right? But the main thing to take away from this, though, is like, from with all the stats, all the numbers and everything, is like they're really pushing hard on load times, and they want seamless load times, and they want to reduce. They're doing some interesting things in that area, right? And so there's a lot that I'm excited about to see how games utilize this hardware in order to do no load screens, ultra high speed streaming, all this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So like that's the news, and that's what it means to gamers, right?
Okay.
To gamers, it's like, like I can just get into my game and play it right away. Oh, that's like, that is the new thing, right? Mm-hmm. And the hardware is also, like, the GPU, CPU is also great, right? So performance is going to be crazy. Like, we might actually start seeing games that actually at 4K, actually running at 60 native, or just running at 60 with some sort of dynamic resolution setup. Like, there's a lot to like about the announcement. But of course, was it dry and technical and absolutely boring? Hell yeah, of course it was. Yeah. Right. So so I want to see the games now, right? So I want them to start talking about, okay, here's what we've actually built on this.
Yeah, it's worth noting that even with this being boring, and it was a total bait and switch, in my opinion, it had 13 million views, right? And I saw an article measuring with the Xbox, what do they call it? Scarlet? What's the next one? One X?
Xbox Series X. Xbox Series X.
That only garnered 10 million. So even with its boring ass presentation, it beat Xbox's launch announcement with like typical gamer exciting stuff. But you're saying the hardware was worth it. It was at least something that moved you.
Yeah, and also mind you that the Xbox announcement too was very technical as well, right?
Okay.
These are GDC talks. This is during GDC where they're talking to developers making games for the system. So of course, developers making games for the system want to know how the hell this thing works.
Yeah.
Right. Like at this level. Right. So it just makes sense, right? Like talking about like my Xbox came out was like, constant. Like if you saw it was the Digital Foundry expose, right? Digital Foundry did a big article about Xbox Series X, and it was just like talking about locked frequencies of the CPU and the GPU and what frequencies they were at, talking about compute units and compute cores where most people that just playing video games just wanted to know, I have more compute units than this other thing has, right? Just to say, hey, I have a bigger number than you, without really understanding how that stuff actually works. So like, this is not the real news. You want to see the games and you want to see how they perform on the hardware.
All right. So I'm going to go over to Richard real quick. Right after I asked Ray this one thing. So just comparing the boxes, right? Is it pretty much the same, or what are we saying right here? Is there anything you saw from the PS5 that you're like, oh, okay, that's more interesting than I thought it would be?
I don't know. I'm just a gamer. I need to see the games. I think, like, honestly, man, like,
because like that question to Ray first. I know you're the game designer. You don't care about that stuff.
Yeah. I do care.
If you put them on paper side by side and look at all, honestly, the hardware that they're using is very similar to each other. They're all based on AMD, RDNA, Zen 2 architecture, both of them. So it's pretty much the same CPU and GPU, but with custom modifications on both ends. So on paper, the Xbox Series X looks more powerful on paper.
Wow.
Right. But there's a lot of things that in the Sony talk they were talking about, like I said, with the hard drive and the frequency clocks and all this stuff, that it really is going to come down to the games, right? And I think I've been on here before where I said like Xbox don't really have the games right now, right?
What are you talking about?
And so
Minecraft, they got whatever shit Obsidian is doing.
No, honestly, Microsoft has the games. If you look at it from like if Game Pass is their way of making money,
right?
They have the games for that, and they have the studios for that to give people a variety of different games, right? Mm-hmm. Sony is like, nah, we're just going to deliver you hits. Right, this every first party game is going to be a hit, right? And so it really just comes down to what those games are.
Yeah,
honestly, it's because at the end of the day, that's what sells boxes. At the end of the day, it's games. Games sell boxes, right?
Yeah. Ray, is it true? Like, I'm reading this on Tech Radar right now that PS5 could potentially support backwards compatibility, because that's like old school PlayStation 2 days that I'm thinking about this stuff, and that sounds really cool if it can do that.
Well, the only backwards compatibility that they're talking about is PS4 games, right?
PS4. So it doesn't go all the way back. Oh man,
no,
that would have been so dope. I'm playing my
yeah, but Microsoft is like, nah, we're backwards compatible to like Xbox 360, right? Like they're like,
that's crazy.
We got it all covered.
That's cool. Yeah. No, that'll. I think that'll have a much bigger. They'll actually. I mean, I haven't thought about backwards compatibility in a long time, but that's really cool. I think, like, especially now with like a lot of players, like they have to like dig up games that they've like played like a long time ago because they're in quarantine now. Yeah, buried in the garage, And so like saying that you have backwards compatibility when you have a library as big as fuck, it's like, people like that stuff. I definitely would appreciate that for sure.
It's actually interesting you're mentioning this because I think people appreciate it, but the actual people, the number of people that actually use it, like in practice,
Mhm.
like for real, is like really, really small.
Yeah.
Right.
Sounds about right.
And like you do all this work,
about right.
all this blood, sweat, and tears to get the emulation or whatever stuff to work, and then like nobody uses it, right? You know what I mean? And but then of course it's a major selling point when you want to sell the console, right? Because everybody's like, oh yeah, you have to be backwards compatible, and then the 5 people that really care about it use it, and everybody else just has their old console is still hooked up, and they just play games on that, right? So it's kind of it's really weird.
Yeah.
I see it as a long-term investment, like the same way that DVDs kind of left, and then the streaming world for movies kind of just have that huge library of inventory, right? I see once they have those $10 subscription up and ready from both Xbox and PS5, that's going to be a huge selling point to be able to play PS2 games on your phone or whatever, right? So I think it's definitely worth the investment for them to do it now. But I think you are correct for the PS5 people that actually buy the console. They're not going to really mess with that as much. But the subscription service is going to be huge. Just having thousands of games available for $10 a month, man. Oh my god, that is a dream.
Game Pass.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Like imagine
close.
imagine Game Pass. And then you add Project xCloud, like that's Microsoft's strategy, right? They they want you playing their games everywhere, right?
Yeah, very smart.
And that's gonna be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a very interesting year, and we're at the hour mark. But I also want to have your guys' final thoughts, right? I'm very surprised that they're going forward with these consoles at the end of the year. Will there be people still having jobs to buy these things? Like, is that still happening? It seems insane that we're going through this like economic downturn, and then people will have enough like $500, I'm guessing, right, to kind of shell out to buy these consoles. I'm very surprised that they haven't delayed this.
I'll say this, right? I think all these things are coming out at the end of the year, right? So Christmas, right? I think like, everybody's hoping that this will be over long before Christmas.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what everybody's thinking is, and that's what everybody's hopes and dreams are. Because if it is going on much longer, like, it'll be real bad, I think, if that was to happen.
Right.
Yeah. I think that what in the optimistic case, and I want to be optimistic because I've got kids and
you don't want
and all
anymore.
that stuff. No. I like them having a home, but instead I'm talking to you. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll still be here.
No. I want to believe that we'll beat the COVID-19 before the end of the year for sure. I think if we do, I think what will happen is, the global economy will kick back up slowly, though. I mean, the damage is done. There's not a lot of people have lost jobs. Unemployment rate is ridiculous right now across the globe. But when things stabilize, I think people will want to start buying stuff again. And I don't know how that compares to a normal economy when you have these announcements and you have all the conferences to build up the hype. But I do think there's going to be, once the coast is clear, like a lot of people are just going to come out of their homes and just want to party and do things and live life like they used to, And so end of the year is a pretty good time. Always a good time because of Christmas and the holidays and all. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm hoping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, for everybody out there that is going through this, we are at home with you. And if China is any type of sign of hope, it seems like they are in a better position after like 4 months or so. So it seems to be going to take us through the summer, like everybody kind of am guessing right now. So by that time, we'll save enough money to get a PS5. I guess that's the plan. My next presenter is with Jonathan Gagne. He is the CEO of Masterpiece VR, who is also the sponsor for this year's G-Dux event. He will be discussing with us the making of Masterpiece VR using VR and machine learning to democratize 3D. Today, less than 0.1% of people who have the technical ability to create 3D models. The mission is to enable anyone to be able to take whatever they imagine in their heads and then easily create a digital copy of it. In 2015, Masterpiece VR, the team over there, started a company from nothing to make this a reality. Experts told them it was impossible. Thankfully, they were wrong. Today, they have a strong team of over 25 and greatly simplified creating 3D content. They used virtual reality and machine learning to help people create content 10 times faster, and their software is over 200 times faster to learn than traditional tools. What was the first in the world with real-time co-creation, letting remote team workers work together. They have over 30,000 people using their tools today and are determined to grow until they have democratized 3D content creation for everybody. So Jonathan, we see you and we're about to hear you, man. I'm going to pipe you in. Let's do a little mic check real quick.
Hey, how you doing?
Perfect. All right. I'm always holding my breath, making sure that works.
Absolutely.
All right. So whenever you're ready to go, the show floor is yours, man.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody, for being out here, and thanks for giving the chance to chat about this. So I'm here today to talk about both the story of the making of Masterpiece VR, as well as how all of you can use this technology to really simplify and accelerate creating 3D content, especially for those of you who don't have any previous experience creating 3D modeling. Here's now an opportunity where you can do so. So a little bit about me. I'm the CEO, as mentioned, of Masterpiece VR, leading a team of over 25. We've got over 30,000 users in virtual reality using this today, and we're growing exponentially. Before that, I got a master's in systems engineering, university medalist at the top of the university, and got the highest national research award in Canada for the level in machine learning and the technology inside virtual reality. I've raised millions of venture capital and grants. I've got over 5x business awards and dozens of tech awards. So now here's what we're about to talk about today. First part one is the story. This is about the lessons of the passion and perseverance and why failure is really absolutely necessary. I know, some of that's sort of hard to take sometimes, but it really is very important. And that first part comes across as like a story. And then the second part is talking about how you can actually use it. It's very a shift of gears and being less about story and more about as much information as we can give you in a short period of time. Now, when I was asked to talk about this, it said that, we don't just want to hear all the positive things. We want to hear of the challenges and obstacles along the way. But I don't think they may have known how deep this rabbit hole goes. And the truth is that I've never actually told this story before. So you're all about to hear it for the first time. Well, actually, anybody's about to hear it for the first time. But to understand it, it starts many years before ever even creating this company. At a young age, I had to go through a lot of struggles and obstacles. And this is what helped me grow and to be able to do what I could do today. I know, go back to grade 2 and I was misdiagnosed. I had an appendix ruptured. I was hospitalized for an entire month. And I had to fight through that. The doctor said I probably wasn't going to survive. And every day I had to fight to make it through that. Well, thankfully the doctors were wrong and I'm here today. But, it continued on in this way. Shortly after, my parents broke up, and that could be hard for, a child to be from a broken family. But what made it harder is that, we didn't have any money, like charity presents money, sort of, like so little that, you'd get gifts from like charities for Christmas sort of thing. And my mother's partner was, after my father was a huge alcoholic. So that was sort of every day was a challenge on that way. We had a rough neighborhood, and he eventually drank himself to death. So there's been times where it's not even sure if things are worth living, but as you get through that, it just gets you stronger and stronger. And now that can make a whole story on its own, but fast forward a few years, and I first get to university. This was the first out of any of my family trees to go to university. And the truth is, from the high school I went to, less than 10% of people in the graduating class were still continued on to university even a year later. So, not so surprising. My grades weren't that great. Pretty much was failing out. And then, it occurred to me then to start actually, taking advice and following my passions. So I really got into, machine learning, and specifically how the humans do it. And that sort of flipped everything around, where I went from, all F's to basically getting, really good grades. And, but even with that flip, I still didn't think I was, good enough to get any type of scholarships or awards or anything like that. But I was encouraged to apply anyways. Well, I didn't get I didn't think I was going to get the lowest one, and I didn't get that one. I ended up getting the highest national one in Canada, where I'm from. And, next thing I know, I'm getting A+ in everything. I graduated university medalist at the top of the university. I then had all the universities across Canada reaching out to me if I would come and work with them for grad work. So then, took an offer from University of Waterloo, where I got the opportunity to focus on the junction of machine learning, computer vision, robotics, and the technology, motion capture, the technology inside of virtual reality. So that was really exciting and did really well there. I was nominated for international awards. Essentially from that point, then, I was considering an offer from, I was a lab at MIT that wanted me to go there. Said I've been in school long enough, head back to Ottawa and where I'm from, and there's no jobs. So, basically, I started over from scratch again, where I had, I basically picked up a job as a web developer. I specifically no jobs in my area of machine learning and all that stuff. This is about a decade ago, before it was popular. And started from a junior engineer. And then within, 2 years, I went from a junior engineer to a technical director, leading large scale government projects. We've been doing the Prime Minister's office and a number of others. At this point, I decided I was going to do my own thing. And this is where the start of Masterpiece VR comes. Can you hold on 1 second, please? Sorry. My sincere apology about that. There was just someone here that was really important. So I was at, that was the start of Masterpiece VR. And, I took all the money I had and, instead of buying a house and a car, I used that to seed start this company. And, I maybe had a little bit of tech, but I knew nothing about business. And as of now, my role as CEO, that was the most important part of what I had to do, but knowing nothing about business, I couldn't get any funding. I couldn't get any grants. I couldn't even get any customers because I was really that bad at it. And so I decided, just when I felt like I was low and I wasn't good enough to do it, I actually got Bell's palsy and had half my entire face paralyzed. Now it's hard enough as it is, but trying to make relationships where, this is where you make a smile. the doctor said I wasn't going to recover from it, and that I just had to make a decision, give up shop or, just keep finding a way. So I decided on the latter, just to keep finding a way. And that was great. So I decided I read as many books in business as I could. I read over 100. I got all the mentors of the smartest people I could find to help me understand this deeper. And then I finally started to understand how everything works. But then a downside came, and we were running out of money. So with less than a week left of having money, we got accepted to the top startup accelerator in the world for virtual reality, Boost VC in Silicon Valley. That gave us enough money, and turned out there was, a lot of people doing these crazy things. At the start, everyone told me I was crazy doing this stuff, you're trying to democratize for, hundreds of millions of people, the creation of 3D content. Like, what are you using virtual reality, machine learning? That's just kind of crazy talk where I'm from. But now there's a lot of people doing it. Well, so things were looking optimistic, but right around that time, VR went through a downturn, and all the investors stopped funding virtual reality. So that led to the next challenge, trying to figure out how to build something and add real value to the world when no one, not even investors, believe that it's going to be a thing anymore. So we then ended up running out of money another 3 additional times. Now, it's one thing if it's just you, but now imagine that you have 24 people, and they're about to be laid off, and they have families. That's a whole other level of stress. So I continued to work like 80, 100-hour weeks, and focused all my energy, and managed to pull it off. Time after time, in these crunches, I managed to pull off, $250,000 or $500,000 in extension funding each time. And I'm sort of pleased to say that, we're finally, running well. We've got over 30,000 users on our platform. We've got one of the leading VR 3D creation tools worldwide. We've got partnerships with the major tech companies, and we're on exponential growth now. And in 1 month, we'll be able to do the entire production pipeline within virtual reality, just, greatly simplifying the creation of content. So things are now looking, extremely exciting. I can actually start paying myself now, and we're now on an exponential growth, and we're not going to stop until we get to, hundreds of millions of users and enable 1 billion people to do this. So I didn't tell you all these things so that, you'd feel pity for me. I told you them for you to understand that the more struggle you can go through, the more that you will build. I mean, to do something great, you need to accept the failure and take it as a challenge and grow from it. And that, the more challenge, you can't take the biggest challenge on unless you, work your mental ability to overcome obstacles and persevere. Find your passion and persevere. So, if you're not failing often enough, then, that failing often is not a sign of losing. It's a sign that you're taking on big challenge. So if you're not failing like 90% of the time, then you're probably not shooting high enough. So I'd love to encourage any of you people out there who want to create a startup or create a studio of their own. It can be one of the most rewarding things that you can ever do. And, and I love it if you, on your own time, maybe, either right now or later today, just think about what are the obstacles holding you back, and then don't let that smash through those doors. So that's the first part. That's the story. That's the first time I ever told that story behind Masterpiece VR. Now the second part. This is where you can learn about how to actually use what we've built and use what other people in our space will tell you about the whole ecosystem as well. Now, creating 3D is a pain. It takes a huge amount of work, a huge amount of effort to learn the software, but it doesn't need to be this way. So let's talk about what's going on right now. Well, right now you're creating 3D using a 2D interface, a screen and a mouse. And there's a mismatch between the interface. It makes it slow, it's expensive, it takes years to learn how to create this software. Sorry, how to use this software to create things. To give an analogy on why this is the wrong interface, let's look at something similar. If you want to create 2D with a 1D, right? Etch-a-Sketch is essentially two 1D knobs that you use to create a 2D picture. Now, this person's creates Starry Nights, but I'll tell you, that's easier looking at it than doing it. This is extremely challenging to do. But if instead you just use a 2D interface to do 2D, like a Wacom tablet, then it becomes easy, it becomes natural because there's a 1-for-1 match between the interface. Well, virtual reality is the first truly native 3D interface, and it allows you to easily interact and create 3D. We've demonstrated well over 10 times improvements in speed and over 200 times quicker, where the average person takes only a few seconds to be able to start creating organic 3D modeling. When you compare that to the traditional tools, where that could take you hundreds of hours to learn how to do. So what we've created now is this amazing new platform, the Masterpiece Studio, that lets you go all the way from concept to animation. I'll show you a quick video of this. Hopefully it streams okay. We'll see. And it is not streaming. Okay, here we go.
It's streaming, but I don't have the audio going through Discord just yet.
Oh, I hear there's no audio. That's okay, as long as you guys can see at least.
Yeah, they can see.
Get a rough idea.
Yeah, it'd be great to kind of like maybe to explain like what they're seeing while we're going.
Sure.
We'll play the trailer again just to make sure.
Okay. So here what you're seeing is a scene that was created using our software. Now what you can do is you can put on the virtual reality headset and you can start to sculpt with your hands, as you see kind of happening quickly here. You can create all different kinds of structures as well that you'd use in your scene. You can then rig it and skin it so you can prepare for animation. Then you can export it, and here we export it to Substance Painter to get some extra touch. And then you can export it and use it in whatever animation that you're looking to do. And then I'll dive down a little bit deeper into that in a bit. So not only can you create things quick and easily, one of the powers that it does is to give co-creation. Now, our original product, Masterpiece VR, allowed you to do this. But in just 1 month, we're getting an advanced update to that in Masterpiece Studio, that allows real-time co-creation, enabling you and your team to work and to create content, no matter where you're located, locked down anywhere in the world. You and your team could come together in virtual reality, talk to each other, interact, and create together as a team. So here I wanted to give a contrast in the speed comparison. Here was a speed test done with to copy a robot. And the one on the left here was done in ZBrush by Jeremy. He's got 10 years experience doing 3D modeling, and it took him 10 hours to do that model, to get it to explicit detail. On the right, using Masterpiece VR, Ian was able to do a similar one in just 45 minutes, and he has no 3D modeling experience. Granted, he is also an artist, but he has no previous 3D modeling experience. So to put it other way, an untrained professional without 3D modeling experience was able to create comparable content to someone using ZBrush 14 times faster. Now that's incredible increases in speed. Now, when I talk about democratizing 3D content, we're talking about the ease of use, right? So I like to make the analogy with, making your own engine versus using Unity and Unreal. You guys are all gamers, and if you remember back in the day, before Unity and Unreal, people needed to make their engines from scratch. Now, sure, some of the large companies still do it this way, but for the most part, people will use Unreal and Unity because it just makes it that much easier. Well, we're looking to do the same thing with creating assets. Today it can be done with, Maya or 3ds Max or Blender. But, tomorrow we're looking at democratizing this, allowing anybody to use Masterpiece Studio to do this. Now, sure, the large companies might, if you need something really polished, you may still want to put it into the traditional software to get exactly what you want. But you can do everything much faster when you have a product that allows it to be democratized. Our software works with all existing 3D modeling software. So if you want to create something quick and edit it in a traditional app, you're absolutely welcome to do so, or pop it right into Unity and Unreal and start using it in your game. It can be used for creating illustrations. It can be used for creating animations. If you want to 3D print, let's say you have a character in your game that you'd like to 3D print, it can send it right to a printer. You can use it for making movies of your games, and specifically you can make it for creating game assets as well. Now I will mention that if you need the high polish, you will probably want to put it into another product, a traditional 3D modeling tool in the end to get those extra sharpness. But this will enable your concept artists, people that may not have those 3D modeling skills, to quickly create the content, even to block out your scene. So what do you need to actually use this? Well, first you need a virtual reality headset. It has to be a PC-based 6.1. So any of the ones you see here, and you have to have at least the minimum VR specs of 1060 or higher. But I do recommend, if you're going to be doing this seriously, having a 1070 or 1080 or higher will allow you to go more detailed. So there's a lot on this page, but I'm just going to quickly summarize it. Our tools, virtual reality tools versus the traditional ones. We're more targeted a little bit more towards the concept artists, creative executives, and makers, fine artists, designers, or even a developer, for example, who just wants to quickly try things out. Although we are useful for the 3D modeler and the 3D animator who do this full time with traditional tools, they can use our software to accelerate it. The biggest value that we add is that ease of use. So we're particularly useful for the creatives who are maybe perhaps a little less technical. And ours provides real-time, worldwide collaboration. There's no experience required, and as I mentioned, we've got speeds up to 10 times increase. So here's a little bit about our platform. It comes with two main apps: Masterpiece Creator, that's the main sculpting app, and then Masterpiece Motion, which prepares it for animation. We also will be inviting third-party apps to our platform soon to integrate in an easy turnkey way. And as I mentioned before, this connects to any existing 3D modeling software. Now here's quickly sort of the VR 3D modeling landscape. We've got Masterpiece Creator, Medium, Blocks, and a number of other ones that are great for painting. And I'll dive deeper into this in a second. And then you have other ones for the animation part, right? You have Masterpiece Motion, which will allow you to prepare it for animation, or you can plug it right into your Unity or Unreal Engine. Or if you want to keep it within VR, you can use Flipside, Tori, or Quill for showing quickly kind of illustrating what you want to do. So here's a kind of a quick, feel free to take a screen snapshot if you want of this. But we've kind of broken down into what each app can do. Now, the ones that you see this 3D type, there's a drawing and modeling. The drawing's good for if you just want to do kind of quick sketches, but the modeling is necessary to create solid geometry that's going to be used for your game. And it shows kind of which app can do which feature. Beside it, we also show what parts of the pipeline we can do. There's many stages. There's you're creating the concept, the 3D model. You got to clean up that mesh. You've got to UV unwrap it, texture it, rig it so that you can animate it, skin it so that it bends over the bones. Blend shapes so you can do facial animations and things, and then some asset animation. And then in the scene animation, you can either do that in VR or pop that into Unity and Unreal and finish it there. So talking a little bit about the VR space, where we've been seeing exponential increases in headsets. The statements where VR is dying are completely ridiculous. If you look at the Steam data, it is on an exponential growth. And IDC is one of the most respected market research out there. They're showing estimating 86 million headsets by 2023. So this isn't even the highest estimate. These are sort of a middle range, very reasonable estimates. Then you got the backing of people like Mark Zuckerberg, who's invested billions of dollars into this and is doing everything. His goal is to put 1 billion people into virtual reality. And there's just a few of the companies that are supporting this underneath as well. So right now, there is a revolution happening here. There's an amazing thing where there's now an easy and quick way to create 3D content. And this is leading to the democratization of 3D content, where there's 0.1% of people, of creatives, can also do 3D modeling. This opens up the door for the other 99.9% of creatives to create 3D content. So once again, I'm John Guiney, the CEO of Masterpiece VR. You're welcome to reach out if you need anything. And thank you everybody for listening.
John, it was a great talk, and I'm glad to have you on at this time because it's actually a perfect opportunity for me to kind of dig deep into not only Masterpiece VR, but also talking more in depth about the landscape of VR itself, because you are the most expert person I've had on, because you guys are constantly looking at this space. And even with previous guests and who we've talked to in our roundtable discussions, it's only been speculative because we're only looking at it from a game developer, but still outside that circle. And I think what your last few slides and everything that you've been talking about have illustrated that the VR space is growing, and finally people are realizing the potential and how getting excited, right? And a lot of that is just a lot of what these other tech companies are kind of driving forward with, and making sure that it becomes accessible. And a lot of that, I wonder how much of that is attributed to the Quest just finally getting rid of like those 10 cameras set up.
There's so many key pieces. The Quest is selling like hotcakes. People love the Quest, and it's great because it's just reducing friction, right? Just as you said, it's getting rid of those cameras, which is a key thing. You don't need any external hardware. And really that's happening every year. We're removing roadblocks that are making it easier and easier for people to just pop in and start experiencing it. So that's one of the key things. But the truth is actually that for the last about 6 months, most of the VR headsets have been sold out in most places. And if you look at the Steam data, we've got something like, just over the last few months, we've had something like double the number of monthly active users. At the same time, this is useful for the developers in hearing at this conference. Over the last year, the demand for VR devs has increased 1,400% over the year before. 1,400% for you guys out there who are VR devs. Other factors is Half-Life Alyx. Wow, that's mind-blowing. I don't know if you've had a chance to try it yet, especially with the index controllers. It is, there's a reason why it's Metacritic's top game of the year so far, and one of the top 20 games of all time. It is truly the first, true VR first AAA game that has ever been made.
Yeah, I think.
And this is just to mention a few. Yeah.
Yeah, like what one of the long running joke between me and we have a frequent guest on named Ray is that he's a huge proponent of like, have you heard of Beat Saber, right? I was like, come on, man. Beat Saber is great. But I come from playing AAA. I work in AAA. I want to see a AAA quality game. And I'm with you with Half-Life Alex. I felt like it was a dawn of a new era for VR. Because game developers, I think initially the hardcore, it's even the word hardcore is hard to define nowadays. It's like, what does hardcore mean? But I feel like at least my hardcore audience that I grew up with, the people that love looking at graphical fidelity upgrades and playing the latest and greatest tech, saw Half-Life Alex as a blossoming of a new market of finally people are going to take this seriously and see the realities of the outcome of using virtual reality, right? And I'm sure it sounds like you and your team are super excited because it's finally hitting that point where I felt like when the first Oculus was announced through Kickstarter that we've reached that stage where we're like, okay, now I can see myself living in this world and be embraced by it fully.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is, that was an exciting time with the Kickstarter. And then there was, a couple of years after that, the hype cycle continued to go. And it was just, presented in a way to appear. It was the wow factor that got it, but it wasn't at that point adding real value. Outside of the oh my God, wow, I'm in another universe. It needs to add real value after that wow wears off. And it's taken this many years and it's finally there. There are games that are amazing. AAA game, we talked about Half-Life Alex. And the mod kits have just been coming out and they're going to be continued to add to. So all these new games are going to explode from that one game. At the same time, even outside of the gaming space, for like I'm doing, for example, with creating the apps to support gaming, we've been working. There's been we put 70 developer years so far of work on this app, and it's taken that long just to crack the surface. So we've been competing. The reality is we've been competing against billion-dollar companies where the bar is set so high for non-VR apps and games. But we're finally reached that. We're finally adding true value today. And, that's the reason why even like Apple and all these companies are starting to make headsets in the background. And what's really exciting actually is with 5G. So, what they're making in the background here, I can't give names to this because we've got a lot of NDAs here. Mm-hmm. But the part I can tell you is that there's headsets being built that are 5G enabled. They will have a cable. The phone doesn't plug into it, right? The phone doesn't go on the headset. It just plugs in, and it then basically you just have the screen and the sensors on the headset. It's lightweight. It's really cheap to make. The compute happens. Some of it happens on the phone, and the rest happens over 5G on cloud compute on the edge, on GPU compute on the edge. And that's crazy because then you can have a lightweight headset, cheap headset, low friction that can do rendering that your PC could never do.
Yeah, that's huge. Cloud computing, cloud gaming, over the last, I would say even just a year, have made major jumps. I think initially when the last Xbox kind of scared a lot of people, saying that it always has to be plugged in, the world wasn't ready, right? But now more than ever, people are embracing cloud tech, having that availability to move across different devices freely and openly, and not be bogged down by the high prices of entry of a lot of these headsets. Yeah. And what you're saying sounds like another step towards like, hey man, let's just make these super cheap and let's just have people put glasses on essentially. That doesn't cost much for them to kind of embrace, because a lot of the barriers I felt like before was just getting people to wear the headsets, right? Because once they put the headset on, everyone gets it. No one's questioning the technology after they play a demo, especially if we put them on Half-Life Alyx. It's like, I get it, right?
Yeah.
And it's always just that, first it was the core to the PC element of it, and then having the phone explode on your face potentially, and then we moved past that, removing all the cameras, and then finally having like this very lightweight Quest. And then now you're saying, well, you have your phone anyways, just have it in your pocket, just plug it in and just power this very lightweight cardboard box. Not cardboard, but like something, as not as cheap, but like the idea of it being very accessible. Sounds very, very awesome. And I always look at pioneers such as yourself and like what Valve is doing, right? Valve is like a sleeping dragon, right? They rarely do anything outside of their cash cow of Steam and Dota and all these Counter-Strike, successful formulas that they've played with for years. And then finally they announced their own headset. They're dedicating all their future games to VR, right? That's when the game industry has to take attention, because it's like, all right, something's going on with the space that they know about, and what you guys are doing know about, because it's completely true. Like, and I'll lead into a question. I won't ramble too on. So my question is this. So yesterday, actually, we had Zach Rich on, and it was a very interesting conversation to kind of cap off day 2, where he kind of dropped some knowledge bombs more about the user-generated space, right? We're talking about Roblox, Minecraft. And I feel like there's a lot of similarities to what you guys are doing, where we're just removing the barriers for a lot of interested potential game developers. And going through school myself, I know there's a huge influx of people interested in this space, but because of the tools and application and the stress that comes with it, a lot of people don't make it to the end, right? To actually game development, right? So this is something I think what you and your company is echoing is like, hey, let's remove all that problem, because the user-generated space is a lot of those people who want to be game devs, who are doing game dev, but without having to learn like the traditional tools of even Unity, Unreal, just skipping that completely and just making something from Dreams or these more accessible programs. And you're talking more about more VR being that entryway for a lot of people.
Absolutely. So, VR just makes it, it's the interface problem that I was talking to at the beginning. When there's a mismatch, it just makes it hard. It's like using an Etch-a-Sketch to draw a picture. Well, that's the situation we're in with 3D modeling, right? If you can natively just interact with it, then everything becomes easier, whether you're using a VR headset, or actually there's some really amazing AR headsets that are just a couple of years out from being into production, that are incredible. Like, the truth is that people, think AR is big with their phone. No, AR on the phone is bullshit. Mm-hmm. The reason that Apple, the reason that Google are getting everybody into this space is because they're building headsets. It's a fact that they're building headsets. And, once you have, a bazillion developers who understand this technology, and then you have the headset, which is lightweight, connects to the cloud. It's stylish because they're made by, some of these design companies. I think actually the Facebook one, what I heard, I can't remember if it was Luxottica or, one of these other sunglass companies, possibly the ones that do Ray-Ban. They're designing, the rumors are that they're designing the headset. So it looks great. You look good while you're doing it. It's cheap and it's powerful. It's a no-brainer at that point.
Yeah.
And, to add to all this,
mm-hmm.
machine learning is just doing amazing things. If you look what it's doing in the 2D world, you can literally just take your pen and draw across the screen and go trees, road, house, and it will automatically adapt everything in the scene and create those as if it's realistic. Well, we're just a couple of years off from doing that in 3D, but that's where we're headed. Right now we use deep learning already to automate a lot of these complicated functions in our software. But in a few years from now, we're going to be generating content from scratch with machine learning.
Yeah, a lot of what you're saying is definitely what I'm seeing in the underbelly of game development, right? So machine learning, deep AI, especially procedural world building is because I come from a background in environment art, and games are growing, right? With Unreal Engine 5 and all these expectations, the team isn't really growing that much more. And so the only way to achieve that fidelity is through procedural or machine learning, relying on the computer to kind of assist with the world building to make it accessible to game developers to actually make. And kind of like what you're talking about, there was a company like Procedural AI, or I forgot the name, but it was a bunch of developers from Naughty Dog who pretty much had this kind of like a Siri service that helps design a bedroom, right? The idea is to hey, here's a bunch of references from the 80s, make me a 80s like bedroom for a 10-year-old kid, right? But it's assets provided into the machine, and then it's able to arrange around, and this is very early tech. But when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay. I'm not completely fearful of these guys are going to replace my job, but it's more like this is exciting because this is where it's going to be assisting me to display my creativity, right? And it's the only way to do it, because people are going to expect more. The gamers, the publishers, anybody that's giving you money is expecting your team to deliver this fantastical world with your very limited amount of teams. So the only way that actually give into that is using tools like what you guys are doing for a lot of creators out there, like Masterpiece VR, to kind of speed up the flow and not necessarily compound more people and jump at the problem, right? That's what game developers or studios like to do. They just throw people at it to make it go faster, but there's a breaking point, as we all know in our experience.
You're totally right with that. I mean, we're not replacing the jobs. We're just empowering them to do more, right? And, you're always going to need people that are creative and that have the mind and can see the object. It's a natural progress. The tools get, better over time. And I'm going to be honest with you, even the downsides of our software, there's certain reasons why you shouldn't even use our software. Like, let's say you need to do something like super detailed and with, whole Pixar quality, or like super detailed AAA quality end result. Our product is not great for doing that end result yet because it still needs to mature enough. But I can't name the name here, but there are AAA companies with some AAA gaming content that is coming out where the concept art and the original 3D models from the concept team are made with our software. So, if you're making like an indie game, you can make it from start to finish with our software today. And especially, wait till a month from now for a big update coming out. It's a game changer update. Some really exciting stuff that's going to allow you to do the full pipeline for an indie game inside of here. But even if you're out there and you're coming from a AAA studio and you're earlier in the pipeline, our software is super useful even for that.
So I have actually a question here, and I want to remind everybody, if you want to talk to John directly, filter through me, right? So somewhat indirectly. Go ahead and ask in the social channels. As an aspiring VR dev, this is from Green Gift, what would your be recommended steps to get food into the door nowadays? So this is kind of like jumping off of what you mentioned before. There's an increase of need for VR developers. How do you recommend these VR developers? Where should they look? Where should they start applying their skills to?
That's a broad question. So I'll have to make some assumptions in that. There's, it depends if you're making your own studio or if you want to be hired from an existing studio. is there a follow up with that? Which direction it is? This is a very different.
Let's just go with maybe an existing studio for now until he asks again.
Okay, yeah. If you're in an existing studio, then, you know, then yeah, I would just continue to develop your skills in that area, and you know, meet as many people as you can. You know, don't forget the power of networking. You know, a lot of jobs come about where people don't even get posts. You just meet the right people and you showcase their skills. And I can't speak for every studio, but I can tell you what I look for is I like to see that you're not just, okay, you've done more than just your, you know, your gaming degree or something small aside. I want to see that you have a passion for it. I want to see that you're willing to put those hours into just really making it something great. So I also look for, you know, having projects on the side that you're working on outside of your, you know, your schooling or your main stuff. Get yourself a portfolio, something that you can showcase, you know, and it doesn't have to be like massive one, but if you can show like a few pieces that are super polished, you know, that's really exciting to me. And those are the kind of qualities that I'm looking for, is that, you know, that skill and also that passion. Other things now, also, I can't comment on whether or not how much these gaming studios are caring about it, but I can tell you that it's going to greatly improve your quality as a programmer. One of the big problems is a lot of these gaming schools don't actually teach really good programming skills. I hate to say that, but like, it's the truth. I've never met someone that came out of school that knew how to write scalable code. So, you know, learn what a code smell is, learn your programming patterns, learn, you know, about dependency injection and ways that you can write code that's scalable. Because if, you know, sometimes companies will give an assignment, right? They may ask you to do a certain task, and you may go home and you want to work on it. Well, they might look at, you know, the quality of what you've done. They might look at your code quality too. So I guess to sum it up there, I'd say, you know, showcase some great stuff. If you can do some great computer graphic stuff, it seems like from, you know, my experience, you know, those are very valuable skills. And, you know, get something to showcase, learn how to code properly, not just the crap that some of your teachers have told you. And then go out there and network, meet people, as many people as you can in the industry, and learn from them. And I'd say that would be your best bet.
I guess for the follow-up for me personally, if you are a VR developer, what companies or what industry should I be looking at right now to apply for jobs?
By industry, do you mean like gaming or other? Like, well, gaming is the biggest, right?
Gaming is the biggest skill right now? Okay.
Oh yeah, gaming is the biggest. Right now that the headset manufacturers, they're looking all over the place, but they know that like the gamers have the best, usually some of the best PCs, right? So there's a big opportunity there for gaming. The majority of the apps still made are games, and some of the highest grossing apps right now are still games. So the great thing is that your game development skills are useful in anything relating to VR, because 95 plus, more than 95% of all VR apps are built off of Unity or Unreal to some level. So I'd say your best bet would be, you know, look for a gaming company in your area or even remote that's, you know, needs someone with your skills. But the great thing is that if you want to, you know, decide to do something outside of gaming, your game development skills are really useful. And I want to tell you something else exciting. This is a little bit outside the question, but it's my personal belief that Unity and Unreal are the next generation of not just gaming engines, but of computer programming. We're all going into a digital visual world. So I really think that your skills there are just going to be, you know, even outside of gaming, give it, you know, 5 to 10 years, and they're going to be needed everywhere.
Yeah, I definitely sign off on that. I'm seeing a lot of these enterprise companies already looking at Unreal developers, Unity developers to kind of help develop their product, and not just programming, but every discipline who have game knowledge, especially in those two ecosystem, are very valuable for sure. This is a question from Nightwolf. Can Masterpiece VR work with AR for those that do not have a VR headset?
So right now, there's sort of only two ways to do AR. There's the phone-based one, and there is the AR headsets. Now the AR headsets are really in a primitive state right now, and they're not really good for direct interaction with the world. Like you could do things like this and stuff like that, but it doesn't have the fidelity to create. So you can't use an AR headset to do it, and you also can't use an AR phone yet to do it because you do need that touch, that high precision touch interaction. So you'll need a VR headset today to use this software. In a few years, you'll be able to use an AR headset. But also, just to note, later this year, this is not public yet, but I'll let you guys know. We're also going to be building a non-VR version later this year. Now, it's a sort of graceful degradation of capability. You've got the best power if you've got a headset. But I can say that, as I said before, the price is going down a lot, and it'll get easier and easier to get one of those.
Definitely. This is actually a follow-up question for me. You know, you were mentioning about AR and how the phone is kind of being used as a Trojan horse to kind of get developers' feet wet in learning that tech and being used to developing for that tech. But they are building AR headsets, a lot of these tech companies. I mean, we saw some of it with Microsoft and Magic Leap, but at least the Microsoft said they're militarizing it within the army, but we know for a fact the other tech companies are definitely seeing a future with AR, and in a lot of ways I feel like AR is like the entryway for a lot of people into this space.
Yeah.
A lot more natural, and crazy amount of applications to kind of be a medium or a median between me and interacting in the world. So like an extra layer, right? With that being said, I want to hear your take about if you can educate us more about the AR world as well, because it's something that's been kind of quiet versus VR, and I think if anything they're just very much just developing behind the scenes. But any insight on that would be great.
Well, so how to focus on this? This is a lot. So there's levels of development. There's a technical amount of complexity that's required to do AR. Now, phone AR is one thing, but talking about AR, I'm saying, that's just a gateway to the headset AR, which some people call MR, mixed reality. So as you said, you saw, Magic Leap, Microsoft, but, the bigger one, some big ones in behind the scene, is Google. They're building one as well. Apple, they're building one as well. There's some other ones that I can't speak about because they're under NDA. I'm allowed to say those ones because I happen to know about some things, but it's also public rumors. But there are other companies as well making high quality headsets in this space. But there's a delay between it, and I, to avoid going into the detailed complexity of basically motion capture technology, and basically what they have to do is like an advanced version of something called SLAM. It's where you do a type of complex filtering where you understand, basically you simultaneously have to solve the equation of where the environment is based off of where the headset is, and where the headset is based off of the environment. So it's this statistical, equations, and often it includes machine learning, where it does this really complex process to be able to get it. And that's where the Quest and these things have started to do pretty well. But, you need to keep doing this better and better. And you need to have it in lighter ways to get for the AR headset. That's been a challenge. And now that that's starting to get better, there's still other huge challenges like the screens, right? There was one a few years. There's been some headsets where it basically has like a mirror on top, and you have a screen, and it projects it onto the glass, and it uses like 100-year-old technology called Pepper's Ghost. But that's really bulky and it's not scalable. Instead, some of the better headsets like the HoloLens and stuff, they use like wave guides. But there's huge problems in extending the field of view to that. So there's a number of technical challenges to get it. So we're a couple years off from getting to AR. But the way I kind of see it is we're going to have sort of 3 stages. First, because VR is a little bit easier to build, VR is going to be the bigger one, right? Then once the AR headsets, AR is going to be the bigger one because now they're going to look sleek and you can walk around anywhere with them. And then, so some people think that AR is the bigger one, but I actually disagree. I say it depends on the time frame. I truly believe that in the next stage after that, in the long run, we might be 1 or 2 decades away from that VR will eventually be even bigger. Because, once the virtual world gets better in every way than the real world, why the hell would you be in the real world? And then there's always going to be some people that are like, no, man, I don't like that. I like the real world. Cool. That's no problem. But then what about the next generation? What about the kids who grew up in that? They don't already have an affinity to any world. They're going to pick whichever world's better. So I think VR is bigger now. AR is going to be bigger in a few years. And then give it 1 to 2 decades, VR is going to be the biggest of them all.
I definitely sign off on that message. There's a reason why the Matrix is in VR, not AR. So I want to thank you, John. We are at that hour mark, and I want to thank you for coming on and sponsoring for the event. It actually is a great time to kind of remind everyone we are raffling off copies for Masterpiece VR to go ahead and go to gdux.me to see how to enter. People are already thinking and tweeting at Masterpiece VR throughout the last 3 days, talking about which their favorite presenter is and what the presentation means to them. So we go ahead and do that. But before I send you off, I'm going to hand the mic over to you to kind of give the shout out, give attention to, tell people how to connect to you after G-Dux.
Oh, thank you for having me out today. I've got my information up on the screen in the bottom left. You can follow us. We've got our website masterpiecevr.com, Twitter and Insta at masterpiecevr, Facebook at Facebook/masterpiecevr. You can also reach me if you need something at jon.gagne@masterpiecevr.com. Now, just like to say one more thing to those licenses we're giving out. Just for any clarity, that's not the original consumer product Masterpiece VR. That's the subscription, the professional product Masterpiece Studios that will be giving license out for that. And as I mentioned before, it's great right now, but in 1 month from now, check it out again then on top of that, and you're really going to be impressed by, all the capability that it has.
Well, thanks a lot,
So
John.
once again, thanks everybody.
Yeah, thanks for being having an honest conversation, talking to a lot of developers out there who are looking to start out and push through and become a success, man. It was really enlightening to kind of hear your story and how Masterpiece VR kind of came about, and it's a story that I want to amplify as much as possible. So thank you for coming on.
Well, no, thank you. I'd like to say, just hopefully I didn't scare anybody with that. Maybe didn't put enough emphasis on how effing rewarding it is. So the bigger the challenge, the more rewarding. And this is the single best decision and the most rewarding thing I've ever done. So I encourage anybody else who has any ambitions to do anything in their space to do the same.
Well, thank you again, man. And we'll be sure to connect after this.
Perfect. Take care.
Take care. Alrighty then. So before I bring on my next presenter, I do want to introduce a clip Unchained report. This is another roundtable discussion, and this is actually a perfect time to talk about this because, as mentioned, VR AR is coming, and PS5, the next gen console of Xbox, is coming. Cloud gaming has been making the rounds, especially in the last 6 months with Xbox, with PlayStation, with Stadia. There was so much cloud gaming services out there for everyone to try. And more than ever during this pandemic, during these trying times, a lot of people are looking for escapes that don't really have the best and craziest rig or the latest and greatest consoles. So cloud gaming, if anything, is becoming our future to a lot more gamers. And it's a subject that I think everybody should at least made aware about and start discussing within your own group. So here's a clip from a roundtable discussion about, I would say, a couple months ago. So enjoy.
Yeah, well, the main summary was they showed a bunch of indie games that are coming to Stadia. They announced, what did they announce? EA, the last Star Wars game, Fallen Order, Jedi Fallen Order, whatever. That is available. This will be available on Stadia now. And what else? PUBG. PUBG is going to be on Stadia. Those are kind of the big takeaways. FIFA, Madden are going to be on Stadia. And then they showed off a bunch of indie stuff. More variety, kids, co-op, multiplayer games. So yeah, like they're swinging for the fences, right? I think I'd be a little bit too strong. It's not exactly swinging for the fences because like a lot of those games, I'm kind of like, I don't know. But like I'm not too excited. I'm not too excited about a lot of these games. But I think they're trying to beef up the catalog, right? Trying to beef up the catalog.
This is where I feel it was a mistake. I mean, this guy's face right here. I think I made fun of this guy enough. I've seen this guy's face at every single console, right? We're talking about initially Sony. He had a weird stint at Microsoft, which was, and now he's over at Steam.
I'm not gonna hate on this guy. Like that's OG shipping consoles over many years, right? So
But bro, there is about being the front man of a competing product that just devalues the product, right? You can't be at Tesla and say Tesla is the best car in the world, and then next week I see you over at BMW saying, no, this is the best car in the world. It just leaves a bad taste in consumers. Hey, man, how can I trust you?
Sometimes things happen, man, and you got to keep it moving, right? So.
Yeah, well, that's why Nintendo didn't have them, because they understand good PR.
Yeah. But like, so definitely, like giving away 2 months of Stadia Pro. So you could get a bunch of free games with Stadia Pro, and then they made a bunch of announcements. Doom Eternal,
yeah, sure. I got a taste of the 2 months Stadia, right? It popped up in everyone's email. I think it was a smart marketing decision for sure to at least have people try it. I logged on for about 2 minutes. I looked at their catalog, and then I immediately unsubscribed.
yeah, dude. No, I said it already with Magic Leap. I'll say it again. Like, content sells, man, and they have some stale content on there. They have stuff that like is old and people have already played, and like you're not going to get a whole lot of people attracted. They are working on first party, brand new stuff, and when that stuff hits, like maybe it'll be successful, right? But right now, it's like it's a wasteland of old games that you've played already.
Exactly.
And that's the number one thing. But that's why they're doing this, though, to say, hey, we may have the old games that you've played already, but if you haven't played these games, and you don't want to install them, and you don't want to download them, you're all good. Octopath Traveler is a pretty good game. You know what I mean? So why not play it? And I think too, like their whole Founders Edition thing was kind of holding it back. But now it's just you could play it in a web browser. It's free to try it out, right? So like there's no harm in trying it out, right?
Yeah, except there's so many games that you should be playing right now and not waste your time on this crap. Like I
Well,
always.
but no, but I'm saying,
Mhm.
I'm also saying it's probably not for us, right? It's not really for us, right?
But who is it
It's
for?
for
Like,
yeah.
who is
Well,
liking this right
that's a
now?
good question. That's a good question. Like I can't really say who. Maybe people that can't afford or don't want to buy a super expensive console. Well, here you go. You could play. You could play on Stadia. You don't need to buy the console, right? Um,
I just
yeah.
wonder what, like for me, like the proper rollout would have been kind of like a closed beta, right? Just to get people testing until the first party content was ready to go, right? I don't
Mhm.
understand why they had such a lackluster launch, knowingly so, and then have basically vacant months of not
Yeah.
producing content for their uh
Yeah.
vamp their number one fans,
Well,
right? It's just underserving everybody.
yeah. Well, they're two big games, right? Were Odyssey and Destiny, right? But if you're a hardcore player, you've already played these games, right? But for the
Right.
folks that, like I said, they haven't, and you didn't buy a console, right? Like you can play on Stadia. Why not, right? Um, it's yeah. It's I don't understand it. I don't understand. I don't understand how it's going to be successful. But I think it has to be successful with. This looks so much like Fortnite. But anyway, but it can be successful, with a really standout first party title that really leverages the cloud based machines, leverages YouTube, leverages all of the cool features, and says, this is why you have Stadia, right? Right now, none of this is saying this is why you have Stadia. You could play this on a bunch of other systems, right? And
Yeah.
they're announcing some exclusive. They're announcing some exclusive games, right, that are going to be
Mm.
first on Stadia. So they're going to release first on Stadia and then probably be everywhere else later. So that's cool. They're trying to lock down some exclusives, right? But it's their indie titles are like very fun games to play. You can play with your friends, play it on the couch or whatever. But you know, it isn't Destiny, right? Or it isn't a game of the Destiny caliber, right? So,
Yeah. It's definitely what they can afford right now for sure.
yeah,
What's
they're trying.
this is
They're trying to. They're going
I
for
get
it. So like, hey, why
Yeah,
not?
I would
Yeah.
say this, right? In this time where you got Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, like this is, if anything, the best fourth console should be competing. The only thing with this is kind of relevant to what we were talking about with how Magic Leap had this hype at the beginning, right? And that eventually died down. We're
Mm-hmm.
talking about 3 to 5 years before that first party game from the Assassin's Creed team is producing. It's going to be out, maybe, right? Does
Maybe.
this have enough legs until then? Can they afford basically operating at a loss until then? Is Google cool with
I
that?
think. Well, is Google cool with it?
History
Is actually
shows.
yeah. Is Google cool with it? Is the real question. I know Google can spend the money for
Yeah.
sure.
Yep.
But like, yeah, they have to be really devoted to this, right? And yeah, only time will tell with that, right? I have no
Yeah.
idea. None.
What I'm seeing right now is it's just without sound and context. I am so bored.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
Well, this is
Yeah.
I think this was like testimonials from streamers and players saying how awesome it is.
All right.
That's what that
It's not.
is.
It clearly isn't. And you gotta get some random ass gamers that isn't ready for camera time, right? Interlaced with boring gameplay video, as if that was your cutaway shot and your cutaway option.
All I'm saying is what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing a lot of virality, right? And a platform that you want to reach a bunch of different people, you have to bring the variety, right? You have to bring many different experiences, right? Same thing with the Xbox Game Pass, right? There's a lot of different experiences and different types and caliber and quality of games. You got to do that. You got to do that on these platforms, like for real. You know, I think it's at the end of this video where they show the PUBG stuff.
All right, let's
but
go.
yeah.
Let's go PUBG. So what's the big announcement with PUBG? It's free completely with this platform.
Yeah, it's available now. It's available now. You can start playing, right? Because it's
that's a big deal. A lot of PUBG players out there. They're definitely getting a lot of mileage out of that game already. So the developers
and the thing is, it says free with Stadia Pro, and they're giving you 2 months of Stadia Pro, right? So you can play it for free for 2 months, right? So hey, why not?
Yeah, man. Don't play all these other battle royales that are free. Play this one on Google Stadia.
PUBG's is the granddaddy, right? It's
I guess. I don't know, man. Whenever I look at this stuff, I'm just so. I get it. I mean, it's good to have a fourth player in the foray of things. Google is a major player. I just don't understand why they launched this way. They could have done closed beta, and we wouldn't be critiquing it as much. It would have been just fine. They would have had the same amount of paying customers, the hardcores, and it would have been forgivable if they weren't updating every month on their stuff. Like, it's very weird that they launch without a key first-party game.
I don't know if they thought they needed to launch. Like, I'm wondering if they thought they just needed to launch before Xbox One, Series X, and PS5, right? Like, they just need to get out there before the new console cycle sucked all the air out of the room. Right?
I mean, I don't know, man. If they're Stadia, they're all about the cloud. Like, who cares if it's a console?
But that's the thing.
The biggest thing that
go ahead. But I was just saying that's one of the biggest advantages is that it's in the cloud, right? Because then you can upgrade the hardware whenever you want, and they can just get faster and better.
So why try to beat a PS5 when you're going to be a PS5.5 at any second, right? Or any minute? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
The biggest draw for me when they showed that trailer was the YouTube feature, the ability to kind of jump in. Like, that's huge. That's a huge feature. Not only are they attacking Twitch, but like all the consoles at once. They should have just worked on that and have a Division-like game ready and just launch with it. They would have had a better success than what they're doing now. It's becoming a joke.
But you also know that, like, it's hard to make those type of games, like completely unique experience on some new experimental hardware. I'm sure, like when the kits were working, a lot of those features weren't even working yet, right? Those are promised features, but that weren't quite working yet, weren't quite ready for prime time, weren't quite ready to scale out to all the players. And so they're kind of doing a gradual release. I do think the barren wasteland that is the content offering is like bad. It's really bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I don't know how you launch it unless you were working on the games 3 years before the launch, right? You know what I mean? And we're brand new. Like, when it comes to making video games, like, Google's brand new. Google doesn't know how to do this.
Exactly.
Right. So that's why it's taking longer.
Yeah. I mean, the only lingering hope that I have is because they have a lot of your old coworkers over there, some key players. From
they got some
team.
They got some folks. They got some folks working on that stuff.
I mean, they can't just lay all those people off at once. That'd be.
I would have put nothing past. I would have put nothing past Google, but I'm anxious to see what games come out, like the flagship first party games, like what actually comes out. I'm super hyped to see what happens.
I am hyped.
Right, and and small plug too, like there's the Google Stadia Makers program with Unity, of course, so folks can make Stadia games with Unity, right? So
well, I hope
how it is.
Cash to live off of.
You can reach
Stadia closes
every
shop.
platform, right?
Stadia closes shop before they can publish those games. Yeah.
No, and I'm also curious to see what happens with Project X Cloud from Microsoft, and
Sure.
and
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
Sony's going to do around this
So
too.
do you see that? You know, we won't spend too much on this topic, but do you see the xCloud, what Sony is doing, threatening what Stadia is doing, like stealing their Steam, or do you think they can still coexist because Stadia is so different?
No, I think it depends on the business model and it depends on the games, right? You know, from day one when Project xCloud is like out of beta or whatever, and you have your Xbox Series X or whatever, those first party Microsoft titles are going to be on that thing.
That's what
Right?
I'm saying, man.
You
I
know your
looked at
Game
the
Pass. You know your Game Pass. You probably have Game Pass and pay an extra $5, and then all of a sudden now you have all your Game Pass on xCloud. Like
that's
you
what
know
I'm
it's gonna be something
saying.
like that.
I know
And if it's
that's exactly what
and
I'm
if it's
thinking. Yeah.
and if it's that, it's gonna be a problem, right? Like straight
It's
up.
already a problem, dude. I've seen xCloud, right? I've seen the games that they
Yeah,
are beta testing right now. It's fucking
yeah,
way better than what because you're talking about the Xbox library, right? And Sony has the
yeah.
same ammunition. They have the Sony library. Day one.
I,
That's hundreds of
content
awesome games. Greatest
content
hits.
is king. Content is king. Always, always.
So I don't see
Yeah.
my own opinion is I don't see how Stadia can do anything. I mean, but fall back
Flagship,
on YouTube.
flagship, flagship first party games, right?
But they're not gonna have hundreds or 50
Yeah,
to
they're not gonna
pull
have hundreds,
from.
but I don't. But Microsoft doesn't have hundreds either. Microsoft has a solid five, right?
Right,
But
but
it's a solid
Sony,
five.
bro. Sony,
Yeah,
bro.
so yeah,
Every
yeah, yeah,
35 years, Stadia can have maybe zero point 0.5 awesome game, right? Like
yeah,
how are they
yeah,
gonna beat any of these systems in the long run? It's impossible. How is it gonna
yeah.
work?
But but also, like I said, right? Does it need to win? Right? Does it need like define what is the success, right? Like, is it, you know what I mean, right? Like, all it has to do
I'll
is
define Google's success, right? Google Maps. Google the search engine, right? These are wins.
uh,
And that's it, dude.
okay. So okay,
That's
so Stadia
nothing else exists.
for Stadia to be
Everything else got.
successful, for Stadia
Yeah.
to be successful, everybody in the world has to use it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm so worried for your friends in their
yeah,
mansion right now, shaking in their boots over at the Stadia camp.
nah,
They know the outcome has to be better than just good. It has to be the best console ever. Hey everybody, welcome back. The next presenter I'm gonna have on is a dear friend. Been a while, and we always like to check in with him. His name is Jeff Spoonhauer from Resonator, and he will be demoing their game, Anew the Distant Light. How you doing, Jeff? By now I'm gonna pipe you in. Let's do a mic check. Whoa, not hearing your audio just yet. We do see your face though. What is going on? While we get that going, I want you guys to go ahead and go to gdux.me to talk and to hang out and connect while we get this going. So give me a sec, guys, while I work this little issue here. 1 sec. All right, there we go. Perfect. I hear you. Oh my god. Oh wait. For some reason I heard you and now you're gone. Try it again. Oh, maybe because it was whatever you did, let's just redo that. Yeah. Okay. So I hear you. Okay. Okay. What is going on? Well, 1 sec, guys. So I hear you, but the listeners and viewers can't hear you. So let me kind of get that going for you guys on Discord. 1 sec, guys. just hope that there's no weird. All right. You can hear me, right? So I can still hear you. Let's just try this out.
I can hear you.
All right, let's I want to
you hear me
check
still?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
I can see you. I believe, let me just check the channels here to make sure that there's no weird echo going on. Because
Okay.
that'll be horrific. Let me check these guys. Let me know if you guys are watching right now. If everything's sounding right. Let me check the moderator. This is part of the G-Dux fun right here.
Yeah, technology.
Okay, everyone says that we're good.
All right.
All right, I see it. I see you. I hear you. The only
Okay.
thing is I can't figure out why the game audio is not going through. So the live streamers, if anything, we're just going to have to settle with the lovely voices of ours to narrate through. And we're going to fix it in post because I believe you're going to record that in the background. And if anything, we'll do a cleaner recording after the fact of the gameplay. So I believe at this point, you're just getting things set up. And Jeff,
Yep.
if I haven't given enough introduction, and I haven't, I share a special kinship with you because I started my career at 2K, and you're in the industry way longer than I have. But way back then, I believe I told this story many times. You know, when I saw you and saw what you could do, which was everything, I looked at you and I looked at myself. I was like, I didn't know those people exist where they can just do the pipeline from beginning to end and having no input from myself or any other people. They can really kill it, right? And of course, we know the Resonated team is made up of a group of 2 or 3 people, right? Besides you.
Yeah, 2-person, myself and my dev partner, Steve Copeland. Yeah.
That's
Pretty
an
small team.
insane small team. So
Yeah.
I always root, and it actually is perfect timing because we started the podcast right around when we started development of a new, and we're at that point where you guys are having exciting news, and I'll let you kind of take the field here to tell more people about the game and what your team is about before we get started.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I'm Jeff Spoonhauer. Thanks for having me again, Brandon. Working on an indie action exploration game. People like to call them Metroidvanias, called Anew the Distant Light. I guess while I'm talking, I'll just let the demo go into it. What we call in the biz the attract mode, which is a bunch of video footage to attract people to look at their screens. But yeah, Anew the Distant Light. Been working on this game with my partner Steve Copeland for, believe it or not, it's coming up on 6 years in this coming July. So we've been working on it. It's been a full-time job, which is pretty crazy. But we're really excited about the game, and we are, amazingly enough, staying motivated after such a long development cycle. The game is sort of like the premise of the game, I guess you could say, is something catastrophic has happened on Earth, and you are a baby and you're launched on a spaceship from Earth into the far reaches of space to this weird alien moon, and you wake up to try and find out who you are, why you're there, and what happened to your co-pilot who on the mission who's gone missing. And that's sort of the setup for the game. And doing lots of fun things sort of with the tried and true Metroidvania genre. We have, as you can see in the footage here, and you'll see in the demo, all sorts of different movement types. So in addition to what you usually get in a game like this, which is you're running around on foot, we've got like swimming and jetpacking and wall climbing, and we have all of these crazy vehicles like mechs and dune buggies and flying saucers and stuff. So the game is huge. Obviously, it's been a lot to take on for a very small team, but we can talk a little bit more about that as we play through the demo. I'll just pause the game if you have questions, or we can chat about what the experience of making this game has been like. So
Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
So this demo itself, like I always like to kind of hear as we're seeing through it. How long specifically do you guys work on this part, and is it a demo that's reflective of a part of the game? Like how smart did you guys go about creating this? Because it's one of the worries of creating demos, because it takes away from making the main part of the game.
Yeah, so this demo has been sort of this long burn thing that we sort of have been working on for a long time, and we continually sort of add little things to it and update it and fix bugs and stuff like that. Yeah, because the demos can take a crazy amount of time away from development. And when you only have 2 people, I also want to mention we're working with an amazing freelance composer named Will Roger. He's writing the music for the game. But yeah, anytime you do a demo, it just basically destroys your production schedule. But yeah, so basically our demo was really hard to make because, again, we're doing like, this is like a really huge open world non-linear game. But you have to create a demo that can be used at trade shows. So we've gone to like GDC and PAX and E3 and stuff like that. So the game has to you have to put together a slice of the game that can be played in like a 15 or 20 minute chunk of time by someone on a show floor. But it also needs to be like a meatier experience. So something that's more like 45 minutes or an hour for someone like a streamers, because we send out our demo to streamers on like for Twitch and YouTube and stuff to get press for the game. So what we ended up, basically the compromise that we did with our demo is that the demo that I'm going to show you now that we're using for our game is linear, because you can't, if you want to show off like a diverse number of locations in the game world and like enemies and vehicles and stuff, you can't really do that effectively in a non-linear way in a short amount of time, because you're going to confine the player to a tiny little piece of the world. So what you're going to see in this demo is basically sort of like this linear romp where we tunnel the player through a variety of different content, if that makes sense. But the actual shipping game is going to be like this big open world non-linear thing.
That's fantastic, man.
It's been a challenge.
Let me sneak my face. Can I? Oh, no, I can't. My headphones is restricting me. But I'm always impressed by your output, man. Like a decade ago, when I was only starting to recognize your skill set, and then you coming out, and every part of this game is it looks so polished, man. Like and you're the main artist on the team, right? Like
yeah.
What extra things besides what you've had already that you had to learn to kind of get this from start to finish? If we want to boil it down to this demo, like what skill sets did you have to pick up? What resources did you use to kind of be the other half to deliver?
Yeah. Well, thank you for saying that it looks polished. I mean, that's the thing, is it's taken us 6 years, so that doesn't come like quickly. That's the thing. And it's just really interesting you say, well, it looks polished. It takes a crazy amount of time and effort to make a polished game, and that's a decision as a developer that you have to make. It's like, well, we're going to maybe make a smaller game that's less ambitious visually or with gameplay, or we're going to make something that's blown out and we don't even know how long it's going to take us, right? So that's always a difficult decision to make. But as far as like skills to get to the point where like I can take on basically all of the creative aspects of the game while my partner does all the engineering and game direction and programming and stuff. I mean, I started working in games in 2002 as an animator at EA. So basically my career track was like, I started as an animator, worked at Volition on the Saints Row game as a cinematic artist, did like many years of freelance animation and cinematic direction and animation and lighting and stuff for Sony. Worked at 2K for almost 6 years as a video editor and animator. So basically, like, to answer your question in a short amount of time as possible, like each step of my career, I did something different and I stacked my skills and I kept building my skills from job to job. So animation stacked on the cinematics, stacked on the, you know, lighting and rendering and editing for cinematic design, stacked on the video editing, until all of that sort of came together to the point where I was like, I think I could probably put all that stuff together and build and put it all together in the production of an indie game, if that makes sense. So it was just a lot of time and a lot of hard work and a lot of like dedication, you know?
Yeah. Well, you're telling me, man. And like the beginning problem with a lot of developers is that, and I think your guys' approach is the best approach, is the commitment to make the best product that you can, no matter how long it takes. Because I feel like the no sacrifice approach is at the forefront. It's great for the end product, but at least it's more self-serving, because I always feel like when you look at a product and you're building on it and you're like, you know, I can do so much better, but because I'm limited by time, you know, they're only seeing half my flex, right? But
Yeah,
like doing every step of the way 100%, I feel like it's a lot better. No, and even if it takes longer.
It's definitely like the most painful route that you can take in making a game. I mean, it's like it's super, super risky either way. Like if you decide to do what we've done, which is to make this huge game that's super polished and it takes forever to make, it's mentally and physically draining. And it's also risky because see, I have a full-time teaching gig at a university, so I have a salary that, you know, allows me to live and to support my family, which I would never be able to do this indie game thing without that, because I can't, you know, basically go offline for 6 or 7 years without any money. But like my partner Steve he saved up responsibly his entire career as a AAA designer and engineer, and has been working without salary for 7 years on this game.
I feel like engineers have
so yeah, I mean that's a huge financial risk for him, but we're sort of like, we feel like in order to stand out in like an incredibly oversaturated indie game market, we right from the beginning said we're going to make something that looks like super professional, feels like it was made by a AAA studio, and that sort of drove the entire production and the decision making on our game. And we knew that it was going to be really difficult and really hard and painful, which it has been. But we're also like, we're getting close to the finish line, and it's like super rewarding to see people reacting positively to it, you know?
Yeah, I want to congratulate you guys on a couple fronts. It's like your ability to kind of see things through, to have that ambitious goal. And I don't know if part of what your shift to kind of focus on the game, you kind of like created the situation so that you could finish the game, taking on maybe the teaching job. I wonder what came first. Was it the teaching job or the game, or what helped which goals?
Yeah. Hey, do you want me to play the demo while we chat?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, well, let me go ahead and fire it up.
Yeah.
And I can just sort of address your questions as we go.
Yeah.
I mean, the teaching definitely came first. So I got I teach at the University of Notre Dame. I'm a professor here. But yeah, again, like without my teaching, getting some feedback.
No worries.
Without my teaching gig, I wouldn't have been able to explore this project, again, just for like purely financial reasons. Yeah, so definitely got the teaching gig. And then as a part of my teaching and what I do academically, this game is actually my creative research work for the university. So, yeah.
No, that's huge, man. Having a professor that actually is making a game that's looking this good and plays this well and getting good reception is a huge plus. If I was a student in your classroom, I'm just like, a teacher is a doer. That's a little different. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really important to me personally with my students is, as you know, as someone who once was a college student and a grad student, you're always frustrated, not all the time, but sometimes with like your professors who have been out of the loop, like out of the practice for so long, you know. So I do pride myself on the fact that like everything I do in this game, all of the like hundreds or thousands of things that go into the making of this game, I incorporate into my teaching in my classes to give to my students who want to, some of them want to do this type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible insight right there, because as you're making the game, the whole other side of business and marketing, relationship, and strategies, I wonder how much do you go into that with teaching,
Yeah, I mean,
and talking about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing about making a game is, you know, actually working on the game is, you know, part of what you do as an indie game developer, but there's a lot of BS that you have to deal with on the side with running a company and negotiating contracts and press and media outreach, building your social media following, like all of that. It takes a tremendous amount of time. So like if you're thinking about doing an indie game, it's like it can become an all-consuming thing, you know, because so much of your time is your time is just completely absorbed 7 days a week. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question, I don't really directly incorporate a lot of the non-development stuff into my classes, as far as like the business stuff, unless students are really interested in it, and then, you know, we just have sort of side chats about it, because just teaching the art and the design and stuff of all this takes up more than the amount of time I have allotted in my classes, you know.
Mm. So this demo that you're playing, are we at the beginning of the game?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Yeah. So what you just saw in the opening cinematic was you sort of get a hint of the partial destruction of Earth, and you see yourself as a baby traveling through space, and you wake up inside your ship. So what you're seeing here is the actual inside of your spaceship that you traveled on, and in and of itself, this ship is a playable level or zone in the game that you have to unlock. So there's all of these rooms that have different functionality within the ship. You have to figure out how to unlock these offline rooms in your ship, and you can sort of see these computer terminals hinted at. There's functionality hidden in there. So, but we're gonna go ahead and grab a weapon here.
You were mentioning Metroidvania being like an inspiration. What other sources of inspiration, at least in terms of art and design, that you guys kind of drew from to kind of create a new?
Yeah. So as far as like inspiration goes, I mean, as the artist on the game, the look and feel of the game, I probably am a little older than I may look, but I grew up watching sort of those classic sci-fi movies from the late 70s and early 80s, like the original Alien movie, The Last Starfighter, some of the early like special effects sci-fi movies, and they have like a certain look and feel to them from that era, and I sort of wanted to capture that in this game in a way. So some of the technology and the look and the feel of some of the architecture and stuff is sort of drawn from some of those inspirational sources. Other sources of inspiration, like for the look and the feel and the tone of the game is like the entire story is presented visually. So there's no real text, there's no dialogue. So everything that you learn about the backstory and your character is all done purely through live gameplay and environmental storytelling. So some filmmakers like Alfred Hitchcock, Stanley Kubrick were definitely inspirational. as far as the way they tell stories visually. And then
So
on the
it's-
gameplay front,
Mhm.
oh, I'm sorry.
Gameplay front, go ahead.
Yeah, on the gameplay front, I mean, Steve is the game director, Steve Copeland, my partner. We knew that we wanted to make sort of a Metroid style game. So like gameplay inspirations come from the core Nintendo catalog, like the Metroid games, Zelda series, and then games like more recently like Hollow Knight, Dark Souls, Limbo, just like emotionally, tonally Limbo. Yeah, so those are some of the inspirations for the game.
You should be hearing me better now, right?
I can hear you better.
Yeah, I had my desk mic on, so I was realizing, oh man, he must be hearing me from a distance. So now we should be good. Yeah. So, man, the crazy thing is that you were able to kind of construct a situation to kind of finish the game to where it is right now, but also found a partner just as committed as you are, which is a double lottery winning right there. And for people who haven't been doing that before, can you explain to them like what that really means and how impactful that is to a project?
Yeah, I mean, I feel incredibly blessed and lucky to have been connected to Steve. It was actually the story of us coming together was really pretty unusual. It's actually surprisingly hard to play an action game and answer questions.
I know, right? We've been doing it the last 2 days. I'm getting I'm an actual like a DLC content for future reference.
Nah,
if you guys want to make it much.
It's all good, man. So Steve and I did not know each other. We had never met. But we both independently worked with a guy named Tom Happ. And Tom made an indie game called Axiom Verge. He's actually working on the sequel now. But Steve worked with Tom in a variety of studio positions. I went to grad school with Tom at Rochester Institute of Technology. And weirdly enough, after his first game, Axiom Verge, shipped, Steve and I, almost at the exact same time, independently contacted Tom asking if he wanted to work on a game, which was really, really weird timing-wise. And Tom basically said, hey, he put Steve and I in touch. And that's how we started working on this game together. So it was a very unusual sort of congruence of timing, that happened. But yeah, Steve basically quit his AAA career and wanted to go all in on making an indie game and building an indie studio. So we both had like the same goals at exactly the same time. And Steve is basically at the same point in his career as I was. I think, he started working in games in around the year 2000, but he was like a high level, senior level engineer and game designer. And I was doing the exact opposite career track. So our skills came together like really nicely. And what I realize now is an extremely rare, combination of two people that sort of had the same goals and experience.
Yeah, that's insane. You guys weren't even friends before and became friends through the development of this. That's even more of a rare situation. It's like, I've never met you before, but let's get married and be committed for like the next 6 years.
It actually is like, my wife is, I always publicly thank my wife, because without her, we have 3 kids. I mean, she does an crazy amount of work and has sacrificed a lot to allow me to make this thing happen. But yeah, working with, it's almost like I have a wife and then another spouse as a game development partner. So it's a lot to handle, man.
It's a lot to handle. Yeah. So let's go with the as we're going through these puzzle elements right here. Let me throw you another challenge here. So the original estimation of release versus now, like it's a question I always like to ask. Where you guys thought would where the game would have finished versus 6 years in development?
Like, when did we think we were going to be done originally?
Yep.
A long time ago. Yeah, we never like, it's funny because the crazy thing about making games is that you don't really know how long it's going to take until you start working on it and building all of the many pieces that have to go into it. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I think our original estimates were maybe like 3 years, because that's, as a studio developer, typically like the longest project I ever worked on at a studio was maybe 2.5 years. And I felt like I was going to completely lose my mind spending that much time on one game.
Mm-hmm.
But what we realized as we continued to develop and build this game is that we just had so many ideas for the design of the world and the visuals and the story and the gameplay. It's sort of, I don't know if I'd say it was feature creep, but like the game just kept getting bigger. And I think we were okay with that because we loved it so much and we really believed in what we were doing, that we accepted the fact that it was going to take a lot longer than we thought, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm sure the feedback loop was pretty rewarding, just to see something that you guys both created with a relatively small team, and seeing it actually in actual fruition. And I'm sure by that time you guys were testing it a lot, right? A lot of feedback from those guys or friends and colleagues.
Yeah, I mean, we've had the good fortune of getting having been accepted into like a bunch of conferences and festivals. Like I mentioned, we showed the game last year at PAX East and GDC. We've done a couple shows. One of them's a really great one called The Mix at E3, run by a really great guy named Justin Woodward. So we've shown the game publicly. We went to actually Comic-Con. What else? We did the Unity conference a couple years ago, which was pretty sweet, called Unite. So those live shows were really, really awesome to just get the game out there in front of people and just let them play, get their reactions and feedback to what we were doing. And it was rewarding because, if any of the people watching this that are making their own games know, like 95% of the time making a game is you're completely isolated. You're working in isolation, you're not getting any feedback. And then you always question, like, why am I doing this to myself? Constantly doubting and full of fear and anxiety. And so when you take it out publicly, it's nice to get validation that what you're doing actually is working.
So how much of the I'm sure it was a collaborative process between you and your partner. The story, I feel like when I talk to a lot of indie devs, it's a very personal one when it comes to applying it within the game. What can you tell us about coming up with the theme and the backstory and what this character is doing to achieve the goals?
So the way that the relationship that Steve and I had early on is Steve basically said, look, I want to make like an open world, like a non-linear Metroid style game. That was really the only high level direction that he gave me. So he really said, like, he gave me total freedom to figure out like the story, the backstory, and like the characters and the look and the feel of the game, which was awesome. But so I mean, I just sort of thought, like, what have I never seen in a game before? What type of story like would be really weird and different and unique? Not only the story, but just sort of like the visual style. Like, what can we do to make ourselves unique and stand out? So I just sort of went off and listened to lots of weird orchestral music, and a lot of progressive rock. I like Rush. I'm a huge Rush fan. And looked at a lot of surrealist artwork, and that helped to inspire me in the conceptualizing like the idea behind the game and the backstory and everything. So
that's huge. Yeah, music definitely plays a huge role, and I'm sure when you guys decided to invite someone into your party, like the composer, uh,
Yeah.
was it Will? What was his name again? Sorry. Do you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Okay. What was the composer for you guys? His name?
Our composer's name is Will Roget, Wilbert Roget II. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's great. He's a freelance composer. We actually, he's been working on our project since like 2015 on and off, and it's actually funny because his career has really taken off, and we sort of like to joke because like in the process of him writing the music for this game, he has scored a Destiny game, he has scored a Call of Duty game, and he has scored Mortal Kombat 11. So like in between every AAA game he works on, he returns back to us and continues to chip away at the music for us. It's sort of like this ongoing joke.
Yeah.
But he's super, super talented and a really nice guy.
Yeah. And I want to explain to the viewers right now, they're not hearing the audio, but I'm sure it's beautiful, and we will be fixing it in post.
Yeah, we spent a ton of time on the sound design and music and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make sure to kind of fix it when this clip comes out.
Yeah.
But like the thing I love about your demo, and this is what I see a lot from animators or people who understand cinematography and telling a story, is that you really, and this is probably a combination of all you guys together, but I can definitely see your hand in just playing around with the rhythm of a demo, rhythm of the game.
Yeah.
You know how to cut a trailer, obviously. That's one of your background skills of many.
Yeah.
So like the way you show off the game is someone very mindful of what is the end product, which is, you know, a second ago where we're seeing a mech, and now we're going through the vehicles. It's like there's a lot of variety here that I love, that makes me feel like, man, they're so polished, but this guy gets it of what makes, you know, just like music, how to keep people engaged.
Right. Yeah, that's a really great observation. And I think that's like kind of what we were talking about before, where my experiences in my career are sort of stacking, you know. So starting with animation, adding on storytelling as a cinematic artist and director, doing lighting and rendering and editing in my cinematics work for Sony. How do you like, I got that guy stuck on top of me. How do you like jam all of those disciplines together into a genre like this, like a Metroidvania genre, where you typically don't see a lot of that type of stuff, you know? And so that's been a lot of fun and has taken a lot of, you know, when you just sort of look at the game and play it for the first time, if you're, you don't get the point I'm trying to make is all of this stuff takes a really long time and a lot of experimentation to figure out and to make it look and feel right, you know? So that's a huge, huge challenge, is figuring out all of the mechanics of the gameplay and how they relate to the visual presentation and simple little things that we do with the camera, you know, like pushing the camera in and pulling it out to dramatically frame to tell the player something, you know. It's a process of experimentation.
Yeah. And we've had the pleasure before having a trailer editor come on to the podcast before. And I think a lot of that is what we're kind of discussing right now, is that having the ability of what to show really helps with not just game demos, but like with the pacing, to kind of work backwards of what you're going to show to a publisher, because those guys are seeing thousands of games come across their table all the time. And if you make it easier for them of like telling this story, the essentials of the beating heart of your game, and communicate that, it really helps them, like, I get it, right? And sell.
And you have to do it really clearly.
Exactly.
You have to know what the message is of your game. It's super important to get that. Yeah. Because if you don't understand what you're trying to say with your game, if you don't understand the arc of the story and the characters and whatever, you'll never convincingly convey that to the player, you know? And it's really, really hard to do. It takes a lot of time to figure that out, and it's a pretty painful process.
Yeah, definitely.
I keep saying the word painful a lot. I hope I'm not I don't mean to be discouraging, but that's the reality of it.
It's the
really
reality of game development, man. It's a lot of self-doubt. Like you said, it's very isolating. Even if you're working on a big team, you're finding yourself mostly by yourself, figuring things out.
Yeah.
For the bulk of the time, and battling imposter syndrome the whole time.
Imposter syndrome is very real. Yeah. The funny thing is like I found that the farther you go into your career, like the higher up you go, the bigger projects you work on and all that kind of stuff, the more doubt I feel. Like I'm always nervous and I'm always doubtful about what I'm doing. And I've had conversations with lots of friends that I used to work with who are at senior levels positions, and they say it actually gets like worse and worse the farther down the rabbit hole you go, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's what keeps me motivated, and I don't ever feel comfortable and I never feel confident. So I'm always trying to improve myself and do the best I can.
This guy, you're shouting off a mountain saying that I don't feel confident, but I'm looking throughout this demo. Like, how the hell did you do all this?
I know it's yeah. It seems like sort of it doesn't seem logical, but it is a weird thing. This is the end of the demo, by the way. Here, so
this is great, man.
You need to concentrate really hard. I've only played it about 750 times.
Yeah. Dude, of course the monster comes up. See, this is what I'm saying, man. A lot of games are missing.
Oh god,
you died.
Oh man.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you got everything in this demo. It's exactly what we've been told to do by marketing over and over. It's like,
yeah,
yo, you need to amp it up every 5 seconds. It's like every 5 seconds. He's like, yes.
Yeah, and it took us, like I said, it took us a long time to figure out, like, first of all, what little parts of the game do we show? We want to show variety. How do we pace it out dramatically? Like, how does the demo feel like a little mini game that sort of builds right into the end? And all of that took a ton of time and a lot of tweaking and feedback from our, when we showcased it live.
Mm-hmm.
Again, man, you know, you work on something for 6 or 7 years, you better figure it out by the time it's done, or there's no hope.
Yeah, I mean, the way you did it is something I feel like most game developers need to kind of follow.
Yeah, we actually just hit a bug. Right, we're gonna just pause it there so it doesn't look ugly.
Yeah. But like the way that you do it is what I actually encourage a lot of people. Like, if you can't do it and stay committed and stay on top of things for 6 years, then don't do it at all. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not ready for the long haul, don't start, because getting people involved and you know, making sacrifices while you're yourself developing it can be really tolling or take a toll on everything. Yeah,
my grad school mentor, my graduate school advisor, the first thing he told us when we first started in grad school, he's like, the reason why we start something is to finish it. The only reason why we are starting this short film or this whatever you're working on, the goal is purely to finish it. And we didn't understand at the time what that actually meant, but now I totally do, because it's deceptively difficult to actually finish something difficult that you start. And that could be a game, or could be losing weight, or learning a language, or learning an instrument, or something, like something that takes a crazy amount of commitment. It's super hard to finish. So we're getting there, man. We're getting there.
Yeah, man, and I'm glad you're getting there, because it gives me a lot of hope, and it's exactly what you say. A lot of game developers, a lot of people who are interested in indie, I know a lot of people who are very good at starting things, because that's where the excitement is, right? That's climbing.
Yeah.
That's at the peak of the mountain, right? Where it's like it's exciting, you're brainstorming, all those
Right.
ideas are flowing, and it's a fun thing. And then when finally you got to roll up your sleeve, that's where people start to deteriorate. As people
Yeah.
start avoiding meetings, things slip.
Mm.
Because to me, there's so many elements to what you guys have done and are doing, and the game finally, almost out, where it's so impressive because this is your guys' first game, right?
Yeah.
There wasn't any secret pre a new indie game that you guys tried and didn't do, right? You guys stuck with it. And this is amazing first attempt, man. This is amazing.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it didn't look like this the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you hear me?
we're going through a wormhole.
Oh, okay. Oh, do you hear a weird echo?
I feel like I just took a very strong hallucinogenic drug there. That was fun.
Okay.
I can hear you.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't always look like this. I mean, it looked really, really rough early on. Now there's no secret game. I think like we worked really hard on it. We didn't like publicly reveal or show. We didn't like launch our website or show a lot of screenshots or footage until we had like a little piece of the game that looked fairly polished. And we haven't put out a ton of trailers because they take a lot of time to make. We will be doing that soon when we get close to our beta. But yeah, it's just this iterative process of trying things. They look really bad. They don't play well. Going back, redoing, tweaking, and there's like tens of thousands of things that go into a game like this, and like each one of them requires a ton of attention and work and patience to iterate and refine and get to the point where it truly feels like something that should be like it's of high quality. And it's just like a grind, you know. I mean, I think probably a lot of the developers you've interviewed that are making games will say that it's not fun most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
People always like the first question you get when you're talking to someone. If I go into my kid's classroom or something, they're like, "Mr. Spoonhauer, you make video games. That's so awesome. That must be so much fun." And I have to sort of very politically answer, like, you know,
it's time to grow up, kids.
Yeah, time to grow up.
Jeff's just like smoking. Let me tell you about.
I have like 5 cigarettes hanging out of my mouth. But it's just it's like 90% of the time it's a grind. But something inside of you, there's this voice inside of you. There's something in your spirit, or I feel this. I feel this way. There's something in it's my soul or whatever that is against all odds, pushing me forward to finish this thing, even though most days it's a struggle and you're always sort of questioning and wondering why you're doing it. So it's just for me, it's like a super personal thing. At this point, it's like, I don't care about if it makes money. We want it to make money so we can keep making games, but it's never been about that. For the two of us, it's always been like, can we actually finish this thing and achieve the vision that we had in our minds from the beginning? That's what's driving us forward, you know?
And that is the essence, I think, from talking to developers such as yourself and me feeling the same. Like the essence is about what pushes me forward, and what I hear a lot of developers say is that what makes them finish is that they have something very important to say and only they can say it, right? So having that passion behind it is great because it really helps drive through things. But even passion is like, oh my god, give me a sec, let me do other things for a sec. It's the voice. A lot of it's the voice. It's like what am I gonna leave behind after I'm gone? You know, a legacy. I don't know what it's something like that, where I feel like every game developer who pushes through all the hardship and sacrifices, it's that message that they want to leave in the world. And a lot of it too is ego at the end of it. It's like, man, I've been spending how long on this? You know what? No matter what, I'm gonna finish this. All these naysayers, you know, I'm gonna make sure I make my statement.
Yeah, I think it would just be a crime it would be a disservice to ourselves as 2 or 3 human beings working on this to not finish it. I mean, we've put so much time and effort into it, that to not finish it, it's just not even an option. What is it? Like Apollo 13, in the great movie Apollo 13, they're at the end, they're like, failure is not an option or whatever.
Yeah.
That's sort of the feeling that we have, is like, it's not, we've been through so much. Steve likes, my dev partner Steve always likes to say, like, a game like this is like you're climbing Mount Everest. And you're climbing up the mountain, and like you'll fall down, you'll go up, and then you'll fall down all the way back to the beginning, and you'll continue to climb, and then you'll fall, and then you get up higher, and then you start seeing like bodies frozen in the ice, of the other developers who didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
And like you're pulling yourself up to the top of the mountain. There's no oxygen. You're up there, and you plant your flag in the ground, and you did it. I really love that analogy, and I know it seems like extremely dramatic, but overly dramatic, but it really does feel truthful when you're working through this process. So we're going to finish it, man.
You're going to finish it. Well, with that being said, I know you guys have some exciting news to want to share, and I'm going to hand the mic over to you to kind of shout out, give intention, and let the good people out there know how they can connect with you after the conference.
Oops, I'm sorry I lost you there, Brandon.
Oh, no worries. I'll repeat myself.
Apologize.
So I'll go ahead and hand the mic over to you, because I know you guys have some exciting news to share, and it's actually good timing too, to kind of help people find you guys and check out the game demo, man.
Yeah. So after I finished up the demo, I just pulled up our website. If you're interested in seeing more about the game, we've got a trailer here. It's just anewthegame.com. Yep. Some of our awards from shows, screenshots. We just revealed our full world map about a week or so ago. So that was really exciting to sort of tease the scope of the game. Yeah, sort of like what we're trying to do right now is get as many people as we can to just head over to our Steam store page and take a look at us. And if you're interested, wishlist us. That is a huge, it's something that's super helpful for indie devs who are getting close to launching. So yep, and then we have a really great community over on Discord. So you can click that button, or it's just The Distant Light is our server. And yeah, next week, we were really excited to find out that we got accepted into the Steam Summer Game Festival. So between June 9th and June 14th, you'll be able to download the demo that you just saw and play it for yourselves. And it'll actually be a updated demo. So we've cleaned up a whole bunch of stuff, fixed some things. The game is running really, really smoothly. And yeah, so that demo that we just streamed here will be completely playable for free to anybody on Steam next week. That's it. And then, yeah, we're just working on content, and we're trying to hit our beta, which will eventually turn into a launch. So that's what's going on. We're also on Twitter too, and we've got our social media right up here.
I'll do my best to kind of forward everybody in Discord to go over, and I'm always championing you guys.
I appreciate it.
Whenever I look and see your progress, man, it gives me a lot of hope. It's like maybe I can start my 6-year journey right now.
We'll have a couple drinks and have a chat.
All right. Well, thanks again, Jeff, for coming on. And for anybody that's tuning in, we will be updating the post clip with audio and upgraded gameplay demo. So be sure to check that out on the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot,
Thanks
Jeff.
for having me, Brandon.
Of course. Have a good one.
Yep, you too. See ya.
See ya. Alrighty then. Okay, guys. Well, we're almost there. We're approaching our last presenter for the day. And before I do that, let me look at the schedule here. I think we're good to go. I think let's gonna make sure everything's set up. So give me about 5 minutes, guys, while we have and set up the next presenter and make sure that he's all good to go. I do have a clip here, an Unchained report about the danger of market oversaturation. It's a real thing. And it's one of the warning signs if you are looking to go into indie game development that you should be very careful on, because not only are you going to go enter a market where there are literally hundreds or thousands of games out there, you got to do what you can. And what you should be doing is just following in Jeff's footsteps over there to look at your uniqueness of your game to make sure that you're standing ahead above the rest and not just surviving, but really killing it with your gameplay and game demo. So this Unchained report is a discussion, again, a roundtable discussion about what's going on out in there, the landscape of game development and games, and have fun. Gaming. Gaming saturation. It's becoming crazier and crazier out there in the market. We just had Victoria on, right, a few weeks ago, and she was telling us about how the week before we had her on, there was 170 games that were released on Steam within a week, right? And this is kind of becoming the average now every week. And it's getting hard for us out there to stand out as game developers. It's also getting harder for gamers to kind of notice the type of games that they usually like, right? It's actually asking them to do more work. What's your feeling on that? I mean, like it has to deal with the age groups that they're trying to target, but also finding the right game is just becoming a lot tougher on both sides.
I think that the industry is always going to keep expanding. I think that as game developers, like the collective consciousness will figure out ways to like hit on niches that you haven't really thought of before, how to appeal to certain demographics that haven't been appealed to before. I mean, then I'm just talking in generalities. I think you're talking about saturation within certain like bands of the target audience. So I think in general, the number of games that are going to come out is always going to increase. Like, I think I read some article somewhere that like people over 50 are not a tapped like audience yet. And I could actually see like there being many games that try to appeal to gamers who are 50 and up. Like I myself am going to turn 50 and up at some point, and I would love to have games that are more, I guess, mature or whatever, right? But getting to your point, like I think that yeah, it is going to get harder and harder for game developers to sort of stand out. As an indie developer, I think that the challenge is it's actually kind of a welcome thing for me. I don't really think about how many games are coming out like every year. I just try to make sure that like I've thought through like all of my product planning. I've thought about like what people kind of want to see in the future, you know. I really don't know where all these new games are coming from, like what type of new games are coming out. Is it mostly on console or is it mostly on PC? Is it mostly indie? I'm not quite sure. But you know, to me, it's like nice to hear that like people are always like willing to like make games, and like it really does help push the entire industry forward. But yeah, you know, like we kind of talked about this at the beginning of your podcast that like, yeah, you know, like that additional pressure, that desire to stand out is going to lead to like, you know, developers like overworking themselves, and like producers and executive teams wanting to go over the top, and that's going to lead to overtime and whatnot. So whatever.
How about you, Ray? Like you're meeting with a lot of these types. So you're part of the problem, but I'm also want your opinion about. I mean, what realistically? I feel like it's increasingly becoming this, right? A lot more gamer, or at least awareness, are becoming game developers. A lot more accessibility to actually go out there and present your ideas to the world. And so I don't really see it slowing down as much.
Yeah, I see it as a good thing, though. I see it as a good thing for, I think, lowering the bar for entry and letting all voices be heard is a good thing, right? You know, I'll make it about race and diversity a little bit, where like underrepresented creators, it opens the door for them. You know what I mean? Being able to make games easily and cheaply. right? But then when it gets to the point of like trying to capture the public's attention and be selling games, yeah, like I think that's just media right now, right? Like if I go on Netflix right now, I have nothing but choice of what movie to watch. I have nothing but choice of what video game to play. I have nothing but choice for what book to read, what music to listen to. There's just so much content being produced generally across all segments of the entertainment industry. But that just is a sign that it's growing and competitions will get fierce. And it also means that people are going to really be making good stuff so that they can stand out.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Yeah, I agree with both of you. I think overall is a great thing that people are having a lot of choices, and it just comes down to the individual or your team to kind of really appeal to their audience and just bring it upon their shoulder. And as long as it's fair competition, I think everything's all game and fun.
It's not fair competition. You already know that.
Well, fair enough that if you really
the money, right? You get noticed.
Sure, but I think there's enough on both sides that you can hear at least once in a while, like a game that is a sole developer is able to kind of break it through. As long as you keep hearing stories like that, it gives you at least an ounce of hope. If it's just like Call of Duty every year and Battlefield every year, that's dominating. Well, they are dominating the headlines. And that's all you hear year round, then I think it is pretty hopeless for the little guy to make it through. But I think last 2 years, or increasingly so, we're starting to hear more and more about these smaller teams just prevailing through all that and actually providing a nice contrast for the gamers to kind of choose from.
Well, what I'm hearing, what I see is like, smaller indie teams, right? But a lot of those smaller indie teams are backed by indie publishers that have 10 other games under their belt, and they have the connections to get all the websites to pay attention to these indie games and hype them up.
Don't be hating, man. Don't be hating, man. That's good homework.
I mean, I'm not hating at all. I'm not hating at all, but let's just be real.
Ray's 100% right. I mean, part of like what since the last time I was on the show, Brandon, and talking about doing indie dev, like, I'm gonna be talking to Victoria like in a couple days about like marketing on a $0 budget, and then reaching out to a couple publishers to help out with marketing. I'm going to talk to someone else that I know to help out with like doing Kickstarter, and then it's like as Ray said, like that a lot of that comes intuitively to me because I've worked in the industry in big corporations. So I just know like, hey, you need like a marketing budget behind that. And I think that, yes, there's more games coming out, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to do things any differently. I still think that if you are smart with how you do things, if you use your resources wisely, if you use your connections wisely, you can stand out. And there's a part of me that always believes, at least this is my thesis on doing R&D game, that focusing on quality of the experience and then doing the right steps and then maintaining, like building your brand as a studio as being like honest and transparent and that you're trying to deliver good value should work. I hope it does. But yeah, you're right. Like there's also unfair competition out there that like part of the reason I do indie is to slide under it. Like I'm not going to try and fight like Blizzard or Riot toe to toe. There's absolutely no way that that's going to happen. Maybe like 15 years ago you could, but there was kinds of like, like you said, the market saturated and people have figured out like pretty much almost every monetization model out there with like, even just like the data that helps you point and predict to the next monetization model. By the way, that's subscriptions. Those are things that like people are just more aware of nowadays than it was like a while ago.
My last presenter for not just today, but for G-Dux is a dear friend and old colleague, Ben Sanders, who would be speaking on art in a business world. As contributors who are passionate about our craft, artists can oftentimes tunnel vision into the perfect aesthetic, but sometimes that is not what production needs. This talk explores the forbidden topic of money and how it relates to our daily tasks. This will cover unconventional approaches to methods, tools, and mindsets that might be taboo, but might also maximize our output. So Ben, I'm going to pipe you in, and people should hear you by now. How you doing, man?
Hey, all right. I'm doing good. How are you?
I am good, dude. Yes. Yes.
It's been a lot of work the last 3 days. Wow.
A lot of
And
marathon,
I'm
man. I've been
privileged.
cooped up in this motel room. It's hot.
Yes.
I mean, I never really thought about my
With your
my
jacket.
clothing choice. that I'll be really. I'm basically sweating by the end of this. So it's great to kind of end this
Okay.
with you and then talk about this very great topic that you got going here.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I feel privileged to be in the conference, and to be the last one is man, that's that's a marathon, my friend. Wow,
Yeah.
you put on a marathon, and I applaud you. I applaud you.
Well, once the quarantine is lifted and social distancing isn't a mandate anymore, I'll invite you into my motel room and have a drink. In a
Nice.
friendly way. That sounded kind of seductive, but I meant that as
It's all good.
as a mutual friend. So whenever you're ready,
It's all
you
good.
can take it, dude.
Awesome. So I was particularly excited when Brandon, when you invited me to speak, because it wasn't just like, let's just speak and here we really need you to speak on like this, and can you speak, it was like, well, what would you like to speak on, Ben? And that's what I love to hear, because it's like I just have the freedom to talk about whatever I want, and this is a type of topic to where I'm going to give a heads up ahead of time for all the listeners out there. What you're going to hear is going to be, it's going to be a little bit pushy. It's going to be a little bit might rub you a little bit the wrong way, or maybe it might, you might like it, but it's just going to be a little bit provocative. And I do it on purpose, but I also do it because I think there are some nuggets in here that are worth thinking about, that I don't think a lot of people do think about, or maybe we do think about, we just don't necessarily talk about. Or maybe I'm just in my own world, and you guys think about this stuff all the time, and I'm just, I don't know. But I do want to talk about kind of welding, or the relationship between art and business, and to kind of give some background on me, on where I come from. So basically, I mean, I'm an animator, or you see here on the front slide. That is my background, and more specifically a film background, but I have been in games. You know what? I shouldn't have said that. I've half my career has been in film, and half my career has been in games. So I've been an animator for 15 years, and kind of like one of my highlights that I was pretty proud of is I was the youngest animator at my first job, which is Blue Sky. Blue Sky is I'm sure you guys know, but just in case anybody doesn't, they're known for doing Ice Age, and so I came on for the film Ice Age 2, and I was age 20 when I started at that animating for them. Since then, I've traveled all around the world. I worked at 9 different companies in 6 different countries, and I've contributed to 3 Academy Awards, as well as 3 additional nominations. And some of the notable projects that I've worked on, these are film projects, is Pirates of the Caribbean, part 3 actually, Pirates 3. Also Avatar, I worked on Avatar, Happy Feet, Iron Man Part 2. This was right as Marvel was starting to ramp up and become like a worldwide phenomenon in the live action space. And then Rise of the Planet of the Apes is another one that was nominated for Academy Award. And right now I'm currently working in mobile games. So I have some game experience, or mobile game experience. And I know it might be different from AAA titles, but I feel like there's a lot of similarities. So what am I going to talk about in this talk? So I'm going to start with my backstory, which, by the way, my credentials there was not my backstory. I'm going to actually kind of express a little bit of where I came from, my journey of how I got to where I am. And then I'm going to talk about business mindset, because the journey to get where I am now, it couldn't it's almost like to turn a blind eye to a business mindset. It would be just not ignoring a lot of what I went through. Then I also want to define quality. This is where it starts to get controversial, and this is what I think you guys really want to be here for. Is that's whenever I start to define quality, and then I'm going to end it off. Like all this is funneling into this really big sort of. I've got these taboo production methods that I've kind of. I'm scared to say this because I don't want, if I have colleagues watching, I don't want them to think of me differently, you know. But there are production methods that I think are just efficiency methods that don't necessarily hurt the quality, but it's sort of taboo because it's kind of like, well, shouldn't a true artist not be doing those things? But it's like, okay, so I'll that's just like a little teaser when I get to that point. So these are the 4 things that I'll be talking about today. Okay, so the goal of this talk overall, if we were to get anything out of this as a group, as a community, it's basically for an artist to attain a business mindset without compromising aesthetic passion. So there's going to be a little bit. I mean, compromise, is that the right word? I don't know if I'd say compromise, but there's going to be just some back and forth and understanding. I think that's the word I want to use. Some understanding and collaboration between art and business, and not to consider one better than the other, but just to understand that they can work really well together. Now, as I mentioned before, I'm going to give a word of caution because this talk is controversial. And I have a clip here of one of my favorite 2D animated films, which is Emperor's New Groove. I just love this film. But anyways, this is going to be a very controversial, some of the stuff that I talk about. So don't hate on me. I have reasons for everything that I'm saying, but that doesn't mean that I'm definitely absolutely right. And if you don't do what I'm doing, what I'm saying, then you guys are just low quality or you guys don't want success. It's not what I'm saying. I just think it's worth talking about, thinking about. And if at the end of the day you're like, dude, screw that guy, over, I don't like any of that, then that's fine. But at least we can talk about it. Okay, so let's get into the backstory. So it'd be impossible to talk about my backstory without talking about the big word baseball. What on earth does baseball have to do with where we're going? You know, it has a lot to do with my career, because what happened is when I was younger, all I wanted to do, I grew up in the Midwest, and all I wanted to do was play baseball. That was it. I didn't have a job. I didn't have a relationship. I just, I focused a little bit on school. I was like a B student, but all I cared about was baseball. I just wanted to go play baseball and play on the best team and practice. And that's all, that's all I wanted to do. And the first point there, I dedicated my life. Truly, that's what I did. That's all I wanted to do. And I failed miserably. I got to tell you guys this. It was a miserable failure. Okay. Oh my gosh. It was, imagine, and I'm going to try to relate this a little bit so that anybody watching who doesn't play baseball or whatever doesn't check out, because what I want to do is relate this to something, and everybody watching this might have a passion that they've dedicated to. And imagine dedicating your passion to that one thing for me, it was like 14 years of my life. By the time I was 18, 19 years old, when I realized that baseball was a failure, the vast majority of my life was dedicated to this passion. And then I realized that it wasn't just that I didn't make it all the way. It was that I wasn't even really that good at it. I was like blinded by my just drive to go for it. And you know, my very loving and caring parents were like, you can do anything you put your mind to. And unfortunately, that didn't quite work out in my favor, at least when it comes to baseball. But what I did learn a lot from this, I kind of want to like take a moment, because like that was such a big moment in my life, and I don't want to like overlook it. So just be with me on this, okay? Because it was a hard thing, okay? There are some tears shed. There are some tears shed for sure when I found out that I wasn't even good at all. I couldn't even go play college because I wasn't good enough. Okay, but what happened was it reformed my mindset big time. Totally reformed my mindset, and I learned on my own that you don't always get what you work for. And don't worry, I'm not, this isn't like a discouraging message. Okay, I find it very encouraging. And for some people out there, they're like, oh yeah, I've done that for a while. Well, I had to learn that on my own, and what I had to do was refocus. Stop trying to, like, don't follow your dream. This is what I told myself: don't follow your dream, follow your reality. Find something you're good at, then pursue that. And it turns out I really liked animation, and turns out that I was actually pretty good at it. And within, I went to a 1-year school, and then at the end of that 1-year school, I ended up working at Blue Sky at the end of it. And a lot of it came down to the mindset that was reformed from baseball, and a lot of that mindset came down to, um, well, first of all, nobody's going to know me as well as me. Nobody's going to be able to know what is best for me except for me. And so I had grown up being like, just listen to authority. They know what's best when they tell you to practice, or this is how you swing the bat, or this is how you throw the ball. You just got to listen to what they say. There's some truth to that, but they're not going to know me as much as me. And I really just need to know for myself how to do it. And that's how the kind of mindset I took into animation. And this was very pivotal in my career, because in school, taking this mindset, my failure in baseball and reforming my mind, taking that mindset into school, and remember, I went to a 1-year school. There were some things that I was questionable on what my school wanted me to do. So, for instance, as taking the animation path, they wanted me to work on a short film, and for me, I was like, I'm doing research. I want to go work for Pixar. I want to go work for Blue Sky. What are people doing to get into those companies? And the research that I did showed that people were doing animation tests, not short films. And they were doing like a weight test or an acting test, maybe 10-second clips, and not like a 60-second or 2-3-minute short film. And so I was like, I just gotta do the test. So I scrapped the short film, which was against recommendation. And I just did tests, because I was like, dude, I've been here before. All right. I've had the coach who told me this is all you need to do. Just work on your swing, do this. And I've done it exactly how they say. And I sucked at it. And so I took that mindset into school when they said, you got to do the short film. You got to do the short film. This is what companies want. I was like, that's not what I see. I'm just going to, sorry. My experience has told me otherwise. I've got to do what I feel convicted to do. So, and this is really interesting, because when I had my interview at Blue Sky, I put in my reel. Back then it was a tape, if you can believe it or not. It was a tape. This was back in 2005. And the very first thing, I'm not even joking, the very first thing that the interviewer said before we started watching my reels, they said, "Is this your entire short film?" I said, "No, these are just animation tests." And they said, "Good, okay, keep going." Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? I was like so vindicated by then. I was like, wow, I feel like I really made the right decision, and I feel really pumped about that. And then I ended up getting a job. So that was good. So that was a big turning point on my career early in school. And remember, this is all funneling. Remember, it started with my passion for baseball and what I learned from there, brought my failure from there, and I brought it into my experience in school. And then, but it didn't end there, because I also brought that into my experience with work. And so my very first job at Blue Sky, I actually want to show you guys a clip here. But I have here on the second point, I stole a shot during my first job. And essentially what happened was I was like a fixed animator. I was getting shots that were, like maybe leaves blowing in the wind, animating a character that was like 2 pixels tall in a distant, or background characters. That was like what I was hired on to do. And they have an internal system of handing out shots, and you check every morning you would check what shots you have, and you start working on them. And so one morning I had a shot that I was like, whoa, this is like what we call a hero shot. And this looks like it's not supposed to be given to me. What am I going to do about it? And I knew that once they found out, they would give the shot to somebody else. So I was like, I've got a window of opportunity here, and this is like key. This is the funnel of what I learned from baseball, what I learned from school. I was like, this is a moment of opportunity, and I've got to freaking take it, because technically I could plead ignorance, work on the shot, and say, oh well, I didn't know it's supposed to go to somebody else. And but I was like, I'm gonna freaking take this opportunity. And I worked really hard that day and late that night to block out my shot. and and then I showed it to the director before the producer could see before the producer could see it, and the producer is the one who hands out the shots. And so the director, who, it's not his job to understand who does what shots, so he just was, he critiques on what he sees, and that's all he cares about. So he looked and said, okay, yeah, it looks good, approved. Okay, no joke. Next day, the next morning, the producer messages me and says, oh, we didn't mean to give you that shot. Now, I already knew this. I already knew this was coming. I knew it. So I said, and I tried to be as professional as possible. I said, hey, that's cool. I understand. You can give it to somebody else, but just so you know, it's already been blocking approved by the director. Ooh, that was a bit of a curveball there, right? And it was in an email, but I can almost see the producer's thought process. And she responded and said, okay, go ahead and continue it. Oh my gosh, that was such a big moment for me, because what happened was, ever since I did that shot, my work has never been the same since. And I got really great shots after that point. And it's been great. And here was the shot. And don't worry, I'm gonna get into how all this ties into games and all that stuff. But just in case anybody's wondering, I'm gonna play this shot a few times. It's just a simple one of this beaver kid jumping on Sid's head. That's all it was. It was just up and down, the beaver jumping on Sid's head, and I was in charge. This is the very first shot in my career that I was in charge of everything. Everything that you see moving, I was in charge of. And originally, I was just supposed to do the background characters, but when I blocked out the shot and the director liked it, anyways, the rest is history. So that's I thought that was a big, nice little turning point for me. Okay. All right. From this point, I started to work on really cool projects and great shots. Like I felt really good about my career, but I was also unsatisfied in terms of wanting to understand the business side of things. And so when I got to a point where I was really comfortable to just keyframe animation and not feel like I need to prove myself, I was like, well, what can I start doing with maybe ideas or passions that I have and bringing them into businesses? And I won't get into all the businesses that I tried, but I did try a number, like a dozen or so. And essentially what I've learned was you've really got, the best thing that can happen with a business is to succeed. And actually, this may have been talked about with one of the other presenters, if I remember correctly. But to succeed, of course, is the best thing that can happen. The next best thing that can happen with a venture is to fail quickly, very quickly. The quicker it can fail, the closest it can be to being the next best thing. And I learned that the hard way. I was on a project for like 4 years, my own personal project. And I even talked with venture firms. And long story short, it wasn't going anywhere, and I had to throw in the towel. And I could have known that within 6 months, but I refused to let it go, and that was tough. And it's a tough decision, because sometimes if you refuse to let some things go, then it ends up being a success, but sometimes it doesn't. And I basically shouldn't have ignored the red flags. There were red flags that were very bright and clear, and I should have not ignored them. Anyways, through these ventures that I was doing during my time on film, during my time where I was working 60, 70 hours a week, I had to learn efficiency methods. And these are the methods that ended up getting the job done. I think high quality, but it kind of left, the question of, well, is that really what you're supposed to be doing? But what ended up happening is it opened my eyes to the world of business, and kind of understanding that what keeps me in that seat, at this job, whatever job I'm at, first and foremost is if the project is making money. That's like the number one thing. I'm gonna actually rush through this because I feel like this business mindset is a little bit less important. But essentially, if if I'm generating money for my company, that's what's going to keep me in my chair. That's what's going to keep my job. Yes, talent is involved, but what's more important than talent is generating revenue, and that's the point. And so some of the points here is job security is more connected to finance than talent. That's something that I have experienced. and this is maybe the first dose of controversy here, is I would say that a quality artist who doesn't generate money is less valuable than a mediocre artist who does. And I can't imagine this being different for any, whether you're a startup or whether you're a seasoned, been around for 50 years, a company. I would imagine this is the same no matter what. It's the quality is associated with whether or not it can generate revenue, and too often artists can be so focused on the aesthetics that we forget that, hey man, we got to make money out of this somehow. It's not a nonprofit thing. Okay, so when I say that a quality artist who doesn't generate money is less valuable than a mediocre artist who does, it brings up a very, very big question of what is quality? What exactly is quality? If we're saying that a great artist doesn't generate revenue, how does that even, for some people that might not even connect, because what do you mean a great artist would generate revenue? Well, let's get into maybe what the definition of quality is. So I have an example here of McDonald's, right? Everybody knows about the McDonald's chain. And is McDonald's a quality company? Now, some people can argue, their burgers are nasty or something, or a lot of people can take pride knowing last time I ate at McDonald's was 5 years ago. I've had conversations with friends where it's like we had a contest of when's the last time somebody ate at McDonald's because it was so gross. But if it was such a bad quality product, why has their business model been copied by so many companies over the last 80 years? Right. So it's an interesting way to look at this, because the same thing can be applied to art projects, games, and films. It's like you can look at something that, say, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but let's say there's a project that is not very high aesthetic quality, but it generates a lot of money, and the reason is because they've developed a system that works really well, and their audience and it provides what their audience wants. And it's like, well, how can I say that's a low quality product when their audience is so happy with it? So I kind of break down quality into external and internal. And what I mean by that is external is what the consumers see. So whether it be like an iPhone or a movie or a game, that's the external product. And a lot of times people can associate, hey, that's a great company or great product because it functions like that film was really good. But there's also an internal product that I think we shouldn't overlook. So you got external and internal. Internal is the process that creates what consumers see. So internal is the process that creates the external. And if the internal process isn't really good, then I almost want to say it doesn't matter what the external is, because even if the external just happened to have a unicorn situation where it turned out like winning the lottery and it turned out to be a really great product, if the team isn't even cohesive on the inside and there's no way to replicate what's going on, and there's like division within the company of how to run this, even though it is the external product is good, it's like that's going to fail. It's still going to fail if the internal product isn't good. And so I say here, without quality in both areas, both internal and external, the business will fail, or the product will fail eventually, and so will our jobs. So I say this somewhat controversial, but in my experience, I find that artists are masters of external quality. We understand how to, it's our passion to create that brushstroke that's just perfect, or to create that animation that's just amazing, or the characters, and to create the most visually stunning work that can be shown to an audience that we're really proud of. We're masters of that. But what I think we oftentimes lose sight of is the internal quality. How's this replicated? What do we do about how this makes money? I remember in high school, and gosh, this is crazy how I remember this, but there was a really talented artist in my our art class, and she was creating these pictures for people who she was making commissions off these original artworks, and she was getting more work than she could handle, and I remember my teachers saying, like, it would be a lot less stressful for you, and you probably make a lot more money if you just printed them instead of hand drew every one of them. You would sell them for less, but you could sell a lot more, and in the end, everybody would be happy. So that was just like an example of like, I know it's our passion to create the most original fine piece of art, but imagine if we just connect it with business a little bit and have the internal quality. And in that example, the internal quality of this artist would be that she gets more time to herself, and she could probably focus on other things, and she'd also make revenue from it. Okay, so since I believe that artists know about what external quality is, I'm going to talk about internal quality. And what I'm talking about specifically is not, I'm not talking about like a robust pipeline. So some viewers watching might be like, oh yeah, I totally agree. Internal quality, it's like, yeah, we need to have like a really good file system, and we need to have the tools in place. Yeah, kind of, that's it. But I'm talking more of like the mindset. Like we don't have to get into the intricate details of like how to set up a system. We could just talk about a philosophy, a mindset. That's the internal quality. And if this mindset can hook up with everybody involved, then I think that is quality in itself without even creating anything yet. So this mindset, what are some of the things I'm talking about? Team compatibility. So I say this: a great team without an idea is better than a great idea without a team. I'm gonna say it again because I think it's so powerful. So like a great team without an idea is still better than it's better than a great idea without a team. I remember going to venture firms when I had my business idea, and I was trying to pitch the idea, and something I learned that even when I was talking with these angel investors is they basically did not care. It's almost like they didn't care what the idea was. Like the idea was about 5% of their interest. What they cared about the most was who the team is. Is the team experienced? Is the team passionate? Is the team, can they actually do what they say they're going to do? That's really what matters. And a venture capitalist is far more likely to jump on board with somebody who is who has a great team, and all they have to do is find a good idea. This might be hard to say, but ideas are a dime a dozen. So I just want to give a moment for a reaction. Ideas are a dime a dozen. It's so easy to come up with an idea. Ideas are so easy and so cheap. What's really, really hard is how to implement an idea, and to implement an idea successfully. That's where the real juice is. Like for somebody to say like, oh, I had this idea and somebody stole it, like, screw them, and now my life's ruined. Yes, some of that's true. But if they were able to implement it, they were levels ahead of anybody who couldn't implement it and just had a great idea. Okay, I just had to go off on a little tangent there. Talent is another internal quality, but yes, it's an internal quality that we need to have, and is good. But as I mentioned before, a great artist who can generate revenue is a great artist who can't generate revenue is not as valuable as a mediocre artist who could. So back to the high school example where I said the student who was drawing and selling her drawings, she's talented, sure, but somebody who's not as talented as her, but who figured out the business mindset, who could just print and then find an audience who wants their work and then just dish out these prints really easily, who's more valuable, right? Maybe I'll just leave that as a question instead of giving a judgment to it. Okay, I think another internal aspect would be managing the whole product, not just the art. And I know we know this, but I think there's one of the points in my at the end in the taboo section where I'll mention now, where it's like as artists, we think that all we need to do is create something that's high quality, and the money will come naturally. That's touchy. That's touchy. Is it really? Is that really the case? So this is where I say manage, and I'm going to talk more about that later. This is where I say manage the whole product, not just the art. Who's the audience? How can we market to the audience? Marketing is so huge. How do we get the word out? How do we make it functional to the audience? Now for film, it's really, the functionality is easy. It just needs to, fit in a digital form in the theater or something, or on your computer screen. But as a game, it needs to be interactive function. We got to manage the whole product and not just the aesthetics. Boundaries for success, and what I mean specifically with this is timelines. Okay, this is the biggest word that comes to mind for me, is timelines when I talk about boundaries for success. Very easily, and I've heard this many times, where let's say I'm on a team and something doesn't turn out as good as we wanted, but we know we can make it that good if we just have more time. And it's true. Hey, if I just had more time. However, we work in a business world, my friends. Timelines are necessary. And if we can't deliver within the timeline that we promised, then we haven't delivered. We can't say that we're creating high quality when we can't even deliver in the timeline. Now, that there's some back and forth with that, but I'm just saying timelines are important, and it's hard for artists to really wrap our heads around that and be okay with that sometimes, but they are very important. And I think in some ways they can be our friends. That deserves a whole talk in itself, but I won't get too far into it. And then lastly, which I think is the most important thing, is replicability. It's just, if you can replicate what you're doing, whether it be a film or whether it be a game or whether it be the process inside the game. Like in mobile games, we have a content cadence, which is different from AAA games. AAA is like you have a 4-year production and then a big payoff, that you sell millions of copies of the game over the course of a few months and then trickles off, years after that. Mobile games is just a steady content cadence. And so especially within mobile games, can we repeat what we're doing? Do we actually know what the audience wants enough to repeat it? And are we proficient enough internally to be able to repeat it without burning ourselves out or anything like that? I think replicability is a massive aspect to consider when thinking about internal quality. And I've touched on this just a little bit, but to me, a product is not quality if it was built on a system that can't be maintained because it burns people out. So again, it's so easy to look at super high aesthetics and super high talented people and be like, that's so great, we can create the greatest thing ever. But if it burns people out because it takes so much work, or if it runs out of money because we keep missing our timelines, how can we call that quality? How can we call that quality even if it has the best people, the best artists on it? So just some aspects there. Okay, so now for the juicy bits. I hope we're doing okay on time. I don't see any hate messages so far. I don't see anybody tell me to hurry or anything, so that's good. So the juicy bits that I'm talking about is the taboo production methods. So this is going to be, if you missed the entire production until now, this is the juicy bits, and basically everything I said up until now funnels into these controversial statements that I want to make. That, again, I'm not saying this is absolutely true, and if you don't follow it, then you're a dummy. It's just something worth talking about, and everything that I've said up till now funnels into why I've come to some of these conclusions. All right. So the first production method that I have learned in my experience is to reuse artwork. Reuse artwork. Now, let me take a drink of water. Okay, my friends. So this is going to be so controversial. Let's say, if you're going to write a book or a newspaper or anything like that, anything that you write, if you were to copy somebody's work, it's called plagiarism. And you can get really, really big trouble for that. There is no such thing in animation. If you copy, or in any film production or game production, if you copy an art asset, unless you're like, I gotta give this disclaimer. Unless you're like stealing art assets from another company or something. But if you're within the same company, if you're taking, if I see an animation, I would do this on film. A film would have half the film animated, and I would get a shot of like, say, a character jumping through a window, and I'm like, well, there's been another shot of a character jumping through, something else, and it's kind of similar. Let me just take that animation's already been completed, bring it into my shot, and now I'm over halfway done. In fact, I'm like 80% of the way done because I'm reusing this work. And why can't that be the same thing across many disciplines? And not only do I not get in trouble for it, it's kind of like praised because it's a little bit of an art form in itself to know what is good, what is good enough art to copy, right? But I will say that on my demo reel, I don't have anything that's copied. So that's something to consider. But in terms of like, again, the business production mindset, the client doesn't care what's being copied. I would dare say your production probably doesn't care if you're copying stuff. It's just, we got to get stuff done. It's got to be high quality. And if we're building everything from scratch, why? Why are we building everything from scratch? Every shot is starting over from scratch. Why? Every asset starting from scratch. Why? I worked at Rhythm and Hues. I don't know if anybody watching has worked at Rhythm and Hues. For those Rhythm Hughes went bankrupt on the film Life of Pi, which was a phenomenal film with phenomenal effects, but they were run into the ground financially, and they went bankrupt. And it was just this juxtaposition that was such a big deal of like, literally, they won the Academy Award for Life of Pi for visual effects. Within a few weeks after they won the award, they went bankrupt. And of course, there's a lot of different reasons, a lot of controversy on whose fault it is. But I will say this: Rhythm and Hues has built numerous tigers in the past, and Life of Pi, the biggest effect of Life of Pi was the tiger that was phenomenally done. But when I worked at Rhythm and Hues, they did not reuse assets because the clients didn't pay for that. And if the clients are going to pay for a tiger, you got to build a tiger from scratch. Even though they worked on Chronicles of Narnia and made the lion for that, even though they worked on the Golden Compass, which had numerous feline characters in that film, and they worked on numerous films with furry creatures and stuff like that, they still would not reuse anything that they've done for whatever reason it might be. And I'm not trying to put a judgment on to say that it was a bad decision. I'm just saying it's worth talking about. Why aren't we reusing assets? Why if we can't build a system that allows us to reuse assets or have a relationship with our clients that lets us reuse the assets, why don't we build that? Because it would have. Okay. Anyways, okay. The number 2 here. Procrastinate. What is this guy talking about? Reuse artwork, procrastinate. This guy's crazy. He's gone nuts. No, my friend, I don't think so. In my career, I've procrastinated more oftentimes than not. And there's an art form to procrastinating. It's not I'm lazy. It's I'm gonna let things simmer. When I'm given a shot, an assignment that's like, hey, we want the character to I'm like, okay, cool, yeah. Some of it takes experience, but I can a lot of times sense when, I have a feeling that direction might change. Or I have a feeling that other things need to take place before this is going to start to make sense. So I'm going to treat that as a low priority and allow it to sort of work itself out. And then I'm going to attack this, right? So when I'm certain that the direction won't change or we know exactly what we want, then I really attack it. And a lot of times, I guess the crude word I'd use is procrastinate. Maybe you guys can come up with a better word. But this isn't about being lazy. This is about being selective and through experience, understanding when to go strong and hard at an assignment right away versus we got to let this play itself out a little bit. Okay, do not sand the underside of the drawer. This is a phrase that I've heard coming from Pixar, and I read the book. I don't know how many of you have read Creativity Inc. And Ed Catmull in his book talks about sanding the underside of the drawer. And basically what this means, if anybody doesn't know, is like they put so much detail that they put a amount of detail in areas that people will never even see, right? Sanding the other side of the drawer. Who opens up their dresser drawer and looks underneath and is like, ooh, nice job underneath that. It's the phrase that they use. And so in the book Creativity Inc., and this resonated really with me, Mr. Catmull talks about on the movie Monsters Inc., there's a shot where there's a pile of discs of like DVDs, I guess. And they were all stacked on top of each other and they were pushed over in one scene. Well, in each one of those, there's like, I don't know, whatever, 10 or 12 DVD covers there. Each one of them had original cover art on each one of them. You're never gonna see that. You will never see that. And so Catmull says in his book, he said maybe we took things a little too far at that point. Now I understand there is when we put detail in areas that we thought we would never need detail, a lot of times that can turn out good for us, and that's true. But just understand that it can be very expensive, and especially for like a startup. I don't know. Questionable. I think having the intuition to know what we're going to actually see is more valuable than sanding the underside of the drawer just in case somebody wants to see it. So that's my sort of controversial statement there. The fourth point here, the most common excuse that I see in production, and this is what I talked about this a little bit earlier. In fact, let me go to my notes. Where are my notes? Here they are. So the most common excuse that I've heard in production is if I just had more time. I am sorry if I apologize if this is jabbing a little bit at anybody watching. Don't worry, we're all in this together. We're all family. We're gonna get through this. If I just had more time, there is truth to that. The reason this is such a hard topic is because there is truth to that. For many things out there, if you just have more time, then yes, it could be a success. But that's also can be used all the time and can be overused. And if we just had more time, I remember being on a production where my manager constantly was running late on things, but was so proud of how good the art looked. But the art was looking good, but the game itself was not doing well. And his mindset was like, well, we did our job, right? Disconnect from the business side of things is how I would categorize that. And having a mindset of if I just had more time, I think a lot of times can be a disconnect from the business mindset. I'd say that would be true if we can give a compelling reason. If a compelling reason as to why we'd need more time and what timeline we would need, right? That to me would be true. So to just always fall on if I just had more time. Well, everybody can say that. Okay, that's number 4. Number 5, we're getting close, friends. We're getting close. Almost done here. Do not sacrifice user experience for aesthetic ambition. Do not sacrifice user experience for aesthetic ambition, aka the original way I titled that point was I said sometimes lower quality art is the right decision, but that's way too inflammatory, I think. But I do think it's true. I hate to say it, but sometimes lower quality art is the right decision. I said it. Oh man, we'll see what kind of hate I get from this. We'll see what kind of hate I get from this. But I have a very, very, very good example to use. I'm not gonna show a video here because just for the sake of time. But I just want you guys to imagine with me because I think just the concept of imagining the situation, which is a real situation, but just I don't need to give visuals. I play League of Legends. I don't know if anybody else plays, and I really like that game, and I think it has great art. But the original art was not that great. It was you could tell they focused more on functionality than they did on art, and they had like a big art turnaround later on in their lifespan. But there was a character called Ezreal, and Ezreal's this ranged character with magic shots, and his animation was cringy to me. It was, as an animator, I was like, his run cycle was very like just boxy, just like this is how he ran it. He has like no fluidity when he was running. It was just like very boxy and like I didn't like it. Well, if you know anything about League of Legends, they also have their biggest moneymaker is by selling skins. Skins is like a reskin of a character. The character is no more powerful or functional or anything. It's just a different look for the character. And a lot of times these skins can look way cooler and have cooler effects and stuff like that. And it just kind of enhances the game experience. So people buy the skins, and it's a big moneymaker. But interestingly enough, like you can understand why Ezreal, who was one of the earlier characters, was not animated as well as some of the newer characters. And so you would think, okay, well that's because it's an older character, and okay, we'll give some grace for that. But the thing is, on new skins, they would still have the same run cycle. What? Why? We have all the resources. I'm paraphrasing as though if I were to work at Riot. It's like, why? We have all the resources. We have world-class artists now, world-class animators. Why can't we make the run cycle better? Why can't we make the animations better? But the thing is, that's overlooking the business side of things. Because if we were to change the run cycle on one of the reskins for Ezreal, the animation is not just an aesthetic, it's also a branding. So the way that the character runs is a way that, as we're playing the game, we subliminally recognize a character by their movement, not just by their model. So if the character has different movement on different skins, then it can really mess with the game experience. And that's a very risky thing to do, because if you're going to have one skin where the run cycle is this and another skin where the run cycle is that you can get confused on, oh, well, is that Ezreal or is that not? And it can mess with the game experience. So I don't know if they did this on purpose or not, but Riot did not update the run cycles, even though they had all the resources to do, until later when they did a complete rework of the whole character. So this is a key point here, because when I say sometimes lower quality art is the right decision, I would say on this example with Ezreal, you should not update just the newer skins for the sake of quality, because that would have lowered the user experience. But when you have the chance to update the entire character across the whole board to where the entire branding of the character's movement can be updated across all the skins, yes, now you do it. And that's exactly what they did. And the animations now look amazing. I think they look so cool. But they waited until they can update across all the skins. So that's just an example of, like, sometimes lower quality art is the right decision. But to be more diplomatic, I say don't sacrifice user experience for the sake of artistic ambition. Another example, this will be quick, is if you consider Yoda from Star Wars. Like, from the 70s when Star Wars was made, you have Yoda as a puppet. Well, it's interesting that now when we have all the resources to make him way more fluid or something, we choose not to, right? The filmmakers choose not to. They choose to still treat it like a puppet. And the reason is because us as an audience have an affinity with the original way that Yoda had moved or was created. And if we mess with that affinity, it's messing with the user experience, right? So as a user, as a viewer, we almost don't want Yoda to be super high quality, because in certain areas, like at least the movement, it would take us away from what we know Yoda to be. Okay. Listen to the subconscious of your audience. I think I touched on this a little bit, because with this Yoda example, it's like, if the audience prefers quality over aesthetics, quantity over aesthetics, then let's stop trying to make everything look so pristinely perfect. Content cadence is another example that I come back to. If we have a content cadence and your audience has an affinity with a certain aesthetic style that might not be our favorite, we still need to stick with it because that's what our audience wants. And even if we put side-to-side comparison of like even doing an analysis of questioning our audience, which one of these do you like better? They might even say the higher quality art they like better, but the truth is they respond better to what they're used to. We need to take that into account. All right, I'm going to go to the last one now. The biggest lie about business, and this is what I touched on a little bit earlier, and then I think I'll be ready for questions and such after this. But the biggest lie about business. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? I think the biggest lie in business is if you make a quality product, the money will come naturally. I said it, friends. The biggest lie in business is if you make a quality product, the money will come naturally. I've already used Rhythm and Hues as an example. They won the Academy Award. And it wasn't years later. It was 2 weeks later after they received the award, they went bankrupt. I've seen projects, and in mobile games, I've seen some amazing, like artistic projects in mobile games, and I'm sure in AAA as well, that had great art, great quality, even a great gameplay. But why aren't they the most successful product? It's true that we focus on quality is a valuable thing. I'm not saying it's not a valuable thing. I'm just saying let's weld together art and business. Let's get in the right frame of mind for both sides to connect. And just because we make something quality doesn't necessarily mean it's going to make money. We've got to have people who understand the business side, who can connect the dots. And as artists, we need to understand that if we're going to really call our product quality, then it needs to make money, and we need the business people on our side, and they need to be on our side as well. And all these connect all these things together. So that's my my big spiel. I hope I didn't offend too much, but I thought it would be good to talk about. And yeah, I'd be curious if anybody has any questions.
Right, man. Thank you for that, dude. And Ben, it's always a pleasure to talk to you and connect with you and have an honest conversation. It's what G-Dux is
Yeah,
built
definitely.
around. And especially with your jump from different industry as an animator, it really helped kind of paint a better picture for everyone that's out there that is interested in game development and as well as the visual effects companies. And it's a very real thing. I just want to double down on what you're saying is that especially in the visual effects and that film business, right? We're seeing like a huge amount of export into Canada and overseas. You know, the LA area with visual effects is pretty non-existent. Even in the Bay Area, ILM is taking a step back. Like this is the biggest. That's the biggest visual effects company, and they're taking a step back and sizing down and shipping a lot of those jobs in their other studios. And it's a shame that they can't adjust, if not for their bids, but adjust internally how they do things for output, because it's just an eventual downfall if one doesn't give in to another. And so I'm going to go straight to the question. I want to remind everybody, just go ahead and drop it in the social channels. We do have our moderators out there reconning. And I'm going to ask away now. So this question is from Nightwolf. Can you copy a game's or movie's asset from scratch as a way to show that you can meet their standards and in their portfolio?
I'd be curious to know the context of what you want to, like if you're saying we're a company that can make games for clients and we're going to copy some other game and show a client that we can do that. I don't know if that context would be okay. Do you have an idea of what the context would be
Well,
for
the
this?
Nightwolf, feel free to follow up on that. But I think my take is that let's say I want to work for Metal Gear, right? For Konami, and as part of your portfolio
Mhm,
piece, you have a like a fan art essentially from Metal Gear,
mhm,
and submit
mhm.
that as part of your portfolio to show that you can match their art style. Essentially, I think that's what they're asking.
Oh, yeah, I think that would be good. That I think that'd actually be really good if you're so yeah, if you want to do a game for Konami and you are taking some of their projects as inspiration to create your own character. Now, if it's going to be the exact same character, I still think that would be impressive, to be able to create the exact same character that they have in game. But I think I would imagine if somebody's recruiting, they'd want to see a little bit of a spin to know that, like, could you create something like with our aesthetic but a new character? Um, I think I would encourage. It wouldn't be like frowned upon to create the exact same character, but it would just be more impressive to take their art style and add a little, like, a new character, I think.
Hmm. This is a question from Tom Sanjo. How do you praise an animator rigger for their work so they know you're paying attention and not just looking great when you're not an animator yourself?
Oh, well, I will say that it's always so lovely whenever somebody wants to praise the work that I do, and it doesn't even have to be, hey, that animation was great. It could be like, you were really great in that meeting, or you're really great to work with. That's really good as well. And I think that would be good for anyone. But um, I think the best compliments for me when somebody's complimenting the aesthetics of my work is is when I can tell they're not just throwing out compliments. So I remember getting a compliment once of like an animation piece that was actually a mistake. Like it was like, submit your latest work and we'll talk about it in the meeting. And I submitted something and it was like it was actually a broken animation that was like all whacked out. And they were like, "Oh, this is great, good job, really great job." And I was like, "Oh man, like that's like a botched compliment because I don't think that was a good job." And that really hurt the experience of that being a compliment. But but if I know that if they say, "Hey, like the way that you had the hand move and that fluid arc and like the expression on their face was like I could tell what they were thinking without even hearing any dialogue," that's like a really powerful compliment that that I really like. And even I remember one time when I was looking for compliments, if I could say that, I would show my animation to a friend, and I wouldn't look at the video with them. I'd look at their face to see if they're responding the way I expect them to. Are they laughing when I expect them to laugh? And if they do, then that's a compliment in itself without even them saying anything.
Hmm.
That's a good question.
Well, I guess this is a personal question, like, well, a question for myself. Um, you being jumping in different parts of the industries and seeing how at least the movie industry is kind of in disarray now, and I don't see them really getting any
Oh,
better.
so wild.
Uh, it's wild, right? So I'm sure you have a lot of colleagues still connected with you, and
Mhm.
how are they faring over there? Is the move now into games, or are they still sticking it out in
Mhm.
Canada or wherever else they are right now?
That's a good question. I haven't talked much with my VFX friends, and I kind of I say VFX versus like feature animation, because feature animation is a house that owns all their IP, and so they can afford to just keep their people on. But VFX houses are basically a vendor and they create work for people who own the IP, and that's a much different world because if you don't if you're not given work from a client, then you can't pay your employees, and so that's much different. I have not talked with my VFX friends lately. I'm actually curious as to it's I feel really saddened by what's going on, especially for them, because I don't see live action. I see live action in a pretty hurtful place. But conversely to that, I see feature animation in a huge opportunity right now, to where you can create films from home working on your computer. You can't create films from home if you're doing live action, right? So I think it's almost like there's a huge opportunity for animation, because Disney Plus is going to need a huge amount of content. Netflix is needing a huge amount of content, and then you have all these streaming services. Well, what content can they do except animation? So I think there's some interesting aspects there that I like to see play out. But when I talk to my friends from feature animation, I think the big topic right now is, will feature animation, feature film allow you to work from home? That's such a big topic, because working on a mobile game that has content cadence every 2 to 3 weeks, if something gets leaked, it's not a huge deal. It's very unprofessional. It might look bad on you, even if you didn't mean to leak it. It still look bad on you, but it's going to be okay. If that same thing happens on a film, the whole film could get completely demolished, and it could be in ruins if something gets leaked. So the chance of something getting leaked because of security issues, or naivety, if somebody doesn't mean to leak something and ends up getting leaked, I think it's a very real thing. And but yet I see when I see feature animation potentially being open to that. I've talked with friends from DreamWorks, Pixar, and Disney, and I would say, to the extent that they haven't shut it down, they haven't said, "Oh, there's no way of that happening." It's more of like, dude, who knows? Because we can't go back to work. We got to figure out something. That's kind of the conversation, and that to me is kind of a step in the direction of, we got to do remote work for that.
Mm-hmm. This is that's actually pretty interesting that you're saying that too. With games right now, where obviously there's a lot of companies that are forced to kind of make this remote working work, right? So
Mhm.
visual effects, especially in these companies that are set up with very valuable IP and NDA, are you hearing a shift on that side? How are they getting work done? Because they're not. I think they're less set up than us to do this.
Yeah, I think you phrased it correctly. The valuable confidential IP is. I'll just say I'm super fascinated maybe where this goes, because if we can create films and we can create AAA games working from home, and I put AAA games and film kind of together, because I do think that has the valuable confidential IP, that if something gets leaked, if we can do that from home and it's effective and trustworthy, and company executives are not on pins and needles at all times, because at any moment anything can get leaked, and if we can do that effectively, I mean, it just blows my mind, because that to me is a changed world. That to me is like, we are experiencing right before our eyes in this very generation, in just a matter of months, maybe years, we're seeing like one of the biggest shifts in human history of we were all working in the office once upon a time. Now most of us can work from home, and we can do it effectively and with high confidence and confidentiality. It's such a fascinating topic for me. I'm about 50-50 on whether or not that can happen with films and AAA games. But I think I've always had a dream, whenever Twitch first came out. I shouldn't say first came out, but it was maybe about 5 years ago when I started getting involved with Twitch. I was like, it'd be so cool if we just all worked online on Twitch with an audience making a game, and we were all just, it didn't matter. We could show our show the production assets. Like, I can animate a character that maybe not be released yet, but it's all publicity anyways to do it online. And I wonder if that might have some appeal as well. I doubt that, but who knows where we're going to go, because a year ago or even 6 months ago, I wouldn't have expected that we would be having the conversation that we'd have these kinds of productions working from home. And also to think about, what do you do about hiring, right? How do you hire somebody for remote work? How do you get them? How do you do orientation? How do you get them their computers and get them all set up and get all the software and everything? It's navigating that is, I don't know if anybody if anybody's not interested in that. It just blows my mind, because I think it's a changed world to be able to do that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Like the last 2 months, of anything, a lot of the friends and colleagues around the industry are battling with that exactly. It's like not everyone has a nice rig at home, and so these
Yep.
companies are finally having to cash up and get these systems there, because deadlines have to still be met, even though
Yep.
eventually they're going to be delayed. But we got to get people working, and like you said, this pandemic is it doesn't really have an end date just yet. People were
Yeah.
hoping by June, right? Yeah, well, it's already June, and now people are
Yep.
kind of
Yep.
looking at the end of summer. But to be honest, I think the rest of 2020 is going to look like this until there's a
Yeah.
vaccine. Yeah.
Yeah. And you're hearing more and more companies talk about work from home until the end of the year. Um, I know that my current employer is, I think it's okay for me to say, is voluntary work from home until the end of the year. It's mandatory until September, but voluntary through the end of the year. And I think a lot of people are going to capitalize on that and work from home. And honestly, I think people should, right? I mean, who knows what's going to happen, but also, um, I think the more practice we can get working from home, then the better these processes will be. Also, I think Facebook was the very first, if I remember, the first major company to say work from home through the end of the year. And in a way, I was kind of like, well, that kind of makes sense, because Facebook would benefit greatly from creating tools and processes of working from home. They could actually create a product of a work from home product that might even have good security features that they can actually give out as a product to clients, because they've done it all internally themselves. Like it's actually really advantageous for them to develop systems that work from home. But I don't know how I could ever wrap my head around somebody not setting foot in the office, and you hire them and give them, what would you like, mail them a computer? Would you mail them a desk? Um, I don't know how that would work. Um, but I think uh, this is almost like an entire talk in itself of what might what might happen with the remote work situation.
Yeah, maybe in the next G-Dux we'll have a better insight. But from what I'm hearing
Yeah,
and when I'm talking to people who are working from home, who are working on AAA, these companies that used to say no, you cannot work from home, are doing it because they have to.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
are doing exactly what you're saying. They're shipping
yeah.
computers out to these guys,
Oh,
setting
and I
them
also
up
want
through
to add,
VPN. Hmm.
I also want to add that, and this might be like a nice interaction with the business mindset is I think that um, when companies start to purposely not have enough office space because they're focused so much on people working from home, that's when I think the like we will have turned a corner. Um, when the companies are like, we are purposely going to save money by not having as much office space because we need people to work from home. I think that's a big a big turning point. But in addition to that, so you said like now it's almost like companies don't have a choice, and I think that's true, and I think that's part of the business aspect. Like I think companies have always kind of like thought about this. I know my company has, and I know of others who have, where it's like we allow people to work from home occasionally, well, why don't we allow people to work from home more often? There's actually a big risk factor to that. If you're a company who's like, okay, we're going to let everybody work from home, well, no other companies are doing that. So if something doesn't work out, if the production starts to lose steam because of, I don't know, for whatever reason, you're taking a big risk as a company to try that out. But since every company is forced to do that right now, the business, there's no uh, extra business risk to do this because everybody's doing it, and it's almost like the only way that the world would turn to work from to the world would turn into a work from home world is if something like a pandemic happened, because no company would take the risk on their own. So I think there's some answers in that aspect when we put on our business hats of why it might be working now.
Yeah, definitely, man. And everything that you're saying in your talk is what I felt throughout the career. It's like I'm
Oh,
always a
really?
big
Okay,
proponent.
so
Yeah, go ahead.
so maybe I'm not the only one who's
No,
thought
you're
about
not.
these things.
No, well, I mean,
Okay, good.
I think you're the first one to really highlight it. I think a lot of what you said is something that, again, haven't been said in that way, right? So it was refreshing to
Mhm.
kind of hear, because as we go through this industry, we're always pushed to kind of work harder but not smarter. So
Mm,
working smarter, it's definitely giving you a longer shelf life. And we've had presenters even during this G-Dux with Mickey yesterday who talked about, and he's like such a proficient artist, always pumping out work, but he hit like a wall in terms of just burning out. And
mm,
there is that like internal passion that only takes us so far, but when you're trying to up yourself or meet demands or hit deadlines every single time,
yeah.
are you going to be able to do that till you're 60? And I can't. And most artists and developers can't do that. So
Yeah.
I think shortcuts
But
and putting out quality at the same time is the best way to go.
and also something that something some extra benefits that y- I would consider myself like bullish on this idea. Um, Extra benefits that make me bullish is you have a lot more um, patience, right? I've had people ask me like, "How do you not get angry when the director changes the shot on you?" And it's like, "Well, because I haven't worked on the shot yet. I learned how to procrastinate. I learned
Mhm.
I learned how to not put my heart and soul into something until I know that something is going to be carried through." And even when I'm working on an assignment, I kind of be like, I'll treat it about 50 to 75% until I get like the final approval of like, yeah, that's what we want. And I'll take it to completion. Then I'll be like, bam, and I'll go really hard to make it like the best I can possibly make it. If I'm making it super detailed all the way from the very beginning is the best work I've ever done in my life, that's super exhausting. I don't think anybody can do that. And back to an analogy with baseball, like when you're playing baseball, there's a lot of standing around, right? Um, if with every pitch, y- once the pitcher starts throwing the ball, then all the fielders get ready. How weird would it be if all the fielders are, if all the position players are like ready throughout, the 3-hour game of just like, I'm getting ready, I'm getting ready, I'm getting ready. It's like, dude, the ball's not even like being thrown yet. Like, chill out, okay? Like, just you're gonna drive yourself crazy. You're gonna actually lose steam. You're gonna actually not be able to perform at your best when the ball's actually hit to you because you've been like so tense the entire game, because you want to be ready the whole time and show everybody that you're ready. And in some ways, I can compare that to working in animation. Let's just take some big brush strokes here of doing this and that and kind of throwing an idea. And I'm not married to this. I'm just, it's just let's collaborative and it's like, oh, we definitely like that. Okay, now I'm going to go hard at it. Now I'm going really, really hard. And there have been times where I've had my heart broken with something that's been cut, but it's been very rare. And I think because I've learned how to disconnect from from those tough decisions that directors have to make, or that games have to make to cut some work that I've done. And they are tough decisions, but I've always been able to respect it and be okay with it because um, I think a lot of it is the mindset of procrastinating, the mindset of copying work. If I've copied over, if again to the like jump through the window example, if I have an animation, somebody jumping through the window and I copy over the animation and I show it to the director, I haven't put that much work into it yet. And if they don't like it, then it's no problem.
No harm, no foul.
No problem. And it actually makes you look very flexible to be able to do that.
I am with you on that. So, be environment artist, right? And building the world. There's many times in projects where an idea has to be tried out, and there's no way to show it, but to show it, and that, building the world is a lot of work, and you can get really fatigued from throwing away a lot of work. And as an environment artist, the more experienced you are, there's a smarter way to do it. And a lot of it is just having this library of assets that you've built in the past, and use that as a resource to kind of build an idea quickly. And the best people are not, like you said, necessarily the best quality in the world ever done, right? It's the fastest. The fastest shippable quality is usually the best artist in the office, and the most valuable. And the employer usually, and the client feels that person gives the most value because of that reason, because he does something really fast, it's shippable, and most importantly, when they bring in the bad news of like, we got to throw that away or cut it, his response is very professional, right?
Yes. Yes.
It's so
very
I
flexible.
definitely sign off. Yeah. He's a cool guy. Yeah. We throw away like hours of work in their eyes, right? But for you, it's like, it's I made it for you guys because I know how you guys are. It's not so bad. Yeah, it's very smart. It's very senior mentality. And then the ones that last the longest have that type of approach that I definitely appreciate, and I want to echo as much as possible.
Yeah, actually, working smart. I should have said that. I didn't say that anywhere in my presentation, but that's pretty much summarizes it, I think.
I got you, man. I got you. So we are at the hour mark, and again, I want to thank you, Ben, for coming on. I can talk for hours with you, and it's great to have your energy to kind of anchor the 3-day conference that I've been going.
Yeah.
I mean, these suspenders look cool, but they're kind of restricting and they're choking me a bit. So before even the next G-Dux, man, I want to have you back on, and open an invitation to come on the podcast. It'll be in a different room. Won't be in the motel, but it'll be on a different set, I guess.
Well, that's an honor. I love talking about this stuff. So anybody who wants to listen, I could talk all day about it.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of questions still. So if you don't mind, Ben, if you have extra time, or not maybe immediately after, but sometime in the future, we do have a Discord channel open. So if you want to talk to Ben directly, go ahead and not DM him, just talk to him in the G-Dux chatter. Aside from that, before I sign off and say goodbye, I want to hand the mic over to you if you want to put your contact slide up so people can find you after the conference. Maybe they're watching a recording of this. They can reach you at.
Okay, I'll just put up my Twitter, I think.
Okay. I do have your Twitter on the
good.
TV here. I
oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Feinspine 00. Because believe it or not, Feinspine was taken from Twitter.
Oh, wow.
Feinspine was nowhere else on the internet, but it was on Twitter. So I couldn't get Feinspine on Twitter. So I did 00. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's pretty much the best way. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn. I think that would be a good way, just through my name. I also have a YouTube channel, but I'm not really too involved with these things. It's more of like, I don't know, if enough people were like, hey, where's that guy? We want him back or something. Then I'm like, okay, well, let me update my social media. But for the most part, I'm pretty low key on those things. So I think Twitter might be the best way if you just add me on Twitter.
Well, you hear him, people. Just tweet at him at Feinspine 00.
There you go.
And if you're watching a recording of this, we'll put all your information down there for you, for everyone to click through. If you're listening to this, we'll make sure that you have it in the link description as well. So Ben, thank you for being part of this time, G-Dux. But maybe we'll hear you on the podcast in the future.
Dude, that's awesome. I really appreciate it and love to be here. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Thank you so much. I'll see you, man.
All right. Later.
Oh, it's always a marathon, man. I might sound wrong, but I always equate it to childbirth. I'm not a woman. I've never given birth. And I'm pretty sure it's offensive to all women that are watching this. But every G-Dux that I do, I swear to myself, oh my God, I can't go through that again, because going 3 days straight with little hydration can be a tall task. But as the months go by and the reactions and the responses, and I'm already seeing it on our social channels, the value that G-Dux is bringing to everybody out there, hopefully you guys feel armed and ready to kind of go out and combat, like, the game dev world. As a developer, feel confident and have tools sharpened to extend your success, right? That's the whole idea. We focus on the individual. That's why when people come at me and want to work and help, I refuse. No, that's not true. We do have moderators, and thankfully I do have support. I want to shout out to Amit for helping moderating all the social channels, Ian for helping me and supporting in the background. I run a really tight ship, and I only allow quality people to work with me, and I having the honor to work with them, and that gives G-Dux its individual voice and freedom without any corporate money behind it to do and say whatever we want. And my message is very straightforward and clear. I just want to bring the truth about our industry. I want to bring professionals who have succeeded in our industry, and I want to bring the message to you guys who are game developers, not just trying to get through, but survive and thrive, right? So this is G-Dux, June 1st to the 3rd, 2020. I can't wait to talk about the next G-Dux, but I kind of can. I kind of want to hit the sack and rest up. But for everyone else, if you have missed a part of this, you can go to our youtube.com/bluechamps and see it in its own entirety, raw cut, mistakes and all. Or if you want to wait for next week or the weeks after, these will be edited down to its individual block of time, nicely produced, volume leveled, and have a whole nice post-production to all the videos to make sure that you guys enjoy it in its final form, right? So with that being said, I will be turning off the lights. I want to thank you for all the donations throughout the 3 days, all the support and all the thanks and warm welcomes that this community has given me. I will be here as long as you are. And hopefully you guys can spread the word until the next G-Dux. Any videos, be sure to reach out to any of these presenters directly on Twitter, which is probably the best place to do it. And let them know that their talks somehow impacted your thinking and your goals, right? If anyway, if I were to sign off very soon, I keep saying that, be safe out there, especially in the United States, guys. It's kind of crazy, man. We have an event after an event, and I hope the rest of the year voices are heard and people are safe. And I think if anything, let's end 2020 right and do the best we can to help each other. Until further ado, you can tweet at me at any point. My desk plate is right there. I will retire the G-Dux set, maybe until the next G-Dux, maybe in November. It's usually called the G-Dux Redux, and I'm always improving it. So It's a different one, but same idea. So feel free to keep following us, and announcements will be made as usual. Okay, I am done. I'm going to turn off the lights. I want to thank you for your time. This is Brandon Pham, and I'll see you next Tuesday. Jesus Christ, I forget. So it won't be another 6 months. So we do stream the Game Dev Unchained podcast every Tuesday. So wherever you're watching, it'll be there at 11 a.m. Pacific time. So you go to GameDevUnchained.com for more of the info. If for some reason you missed my voice, or you need a voice to fall asleep to, listen to the podcast, audio form, anywhere that you listen to the podcast, go for it. But yeah, I'll be back here Tuesday. Not in this room. It'll be in my house. You know, I'm doing G-Dux in a motel room because my wife and family are get annoyed with me talking for 7 hours straight. So next week I'll be back in my house, and that should be unveiled. You know what that looks like. You know, this is a new age for Blue Champs. So a lot of things going forward, you can expect this level of production, because I bought a lot of stuff, man, to make this work. And I gotta justify it by using it. So next Tuesday, I'll see you guys next week.